They didn't hire Steve Stitch, Novoraptor, but Steve Stitch runs the commercial crew program, which oversees flying dragons into space. So I think it's good to mention him by proxy. There's more. Oh! So there's a 57 F250 step side bed, 8 foot step side box, 292 V8 4-speed, needs complete resto. 58. There's a 58 F100 short fleet side. How's the bed? How's the bed? How's the bed? How's the bed? I need to see it from the other end. No, no. I don't know, man. I can't tell if the bed is kind of ripped in half or not. Or is the tailgate just halfway off? I can't tell. Oh, yeah. It's got a lot of rust right there. Quarters seem to be okay. You can rebuild this. You just take parts of other pickup beds and put it in the side. I think the tailgate is only hanging. Brimo said buy it? I'm pretty sure Brimo said the opposite of that. Yeah, I could take both of those trucks and make one good truck. I'm fairly familiar with that. And Geek, you should be familiar with that thing too, at this point in time. Now, Brimo's here right now. She said buy it. Geek, you should buy those, dude. 3,800 for the pair? It's pretty good, man. You could make one running truck out of all of that. Honestly, you know what I would do? I would take the 58 short box, and I would put all the parts in that one. I would take the V8 and the 4-speed and put them in this thing. Look at the perspective in that last picture. There's no left side of the bed. Yeah, Aqualex, but see, here's the thing. If the back left tire is flat, the bed is susceptible to torsion, right? If the back left tire is flat, it's going to bend the frame a little bit. That always that happens. That's on purpose. It's supposed to do that to design. The frame is designed to go through a little bit of torsion like this. If a tire is flat, it's going to look like the bed is sinking down to one side. You can tell because of the panel gap right there. Either that or it's rusted out. I don't know. Oh, Hellfish said numbers matching, bro. No one restores a 57, 58, 59, or 60 F100 to factory conditions. That's stupid. You only do that unless you really want to. Oh, that's a 58 F850 for $2,000. I have no time or space, but I do have a car resto on my bucket list, paint and all. We'll need a size garage. You need a garage about as big as mine, Ian. No, EJ, you have a coronet to fix. Oh, shut up. No, look at a perspective compared to the bottom of the bed. The tailgate, you should see a bit of the tailgate. What do I know, Aqualex? I'd like to think that I know a little bit more about pickup trucks than you. I'm not trying to be a jerk, but enjoy your Prius. Sorry. Anyway, yeah, I mean, you might be right, dude. I don't know. I want a garage that big, 5 acres of land. All right. Earn it. Would Kathy... Novoraptor, SpaceX probably poached Kathy to help guide with a crude variant of Starship, if I had to guess, particularly from the operations side. Basically, what do crew operations look like with Starship? That's why they poached her. That's why they did that. Buy an F850 and use it to tow the F100s home. Maslam, take the better solution. Take the F850 and put a ramp truck on the back. Towing trailers is for plebeians. Ramp trucks are where it's at. You're thinking about that wrong. What knowledge does she have of the shuttle? Very, very, very good knowledge of the shuttle. I accept your solution. Do you see that LEGO officially announced a Perseverance set? I did see that, Thomas. Yeah, very cool. Geek, you should buy that. You should buy the 57 and the 58. Fix the 58, or fix the 57, and then give me the 58 as a wedding present. Yeah. Actually, the steel ain't too bad on that 58. It's got rust in the usual spots, but it's not too bad. Core support is okay. Imagine if someone actually did that. Brimo would immediately look at me and said, "You did this," and I would get in trouble. That's exactly how that's going to go down. Yeah, that's exactly how that would go down, dude. Yeah, I don't know, man. You might be right about that, but that bed is tilted over. I wish we had more pictures of it. There's your 4-speed. There's the inline 6. That 57 though has a Y block in it. It has a 292 with a 4-speed, which is pretty cool. Y block's kind of gutless though. But that 57 is close to being a runner. It wouldn't take much to get this thing going. But the rocker is shot. Rocker panel's toast. Yeah, that means there's a gigantic hole in the floor on the driver's side, and that's why the guy didn't take a picture of it. SpeedTech sells this kit for your truck. What in Sam hell am I going to do with this? Actually, Geek, I don't know. Probably won't. She probably wouldn't mind as long as I didn't pay for it. Go fast? Is the launch 2325? Yes, stupid man. EDT, not EST, but yes. Yeah, that frame is probably worth more than all of my cars combined. I have 5 of them. Don't get me wrong. You know, oh, you just 5 automobiles. I have 5 automobiles. Pinky, they're all junk, except for the Fusion. And the Fusion and the Mustang are nice. The 97, the Coronet, and the 59 are just they're not worth much. EV swap? I wouldn't EV swap my truck, Aqualux, unless we do that. Unless we mount like a Tesla power pack where the transfer case should be. Longitudinal electric motor, and then output shafts going to 2 solid axles. Then maybe. But we'd need a donor vehicle like that. You'd need something like this, or that blank chassis, to do something like that. But it's totally possible. Bullcrap, the 59 is worth money. Well, it's worth money because I put money into it, goalie, jeez. I sank a lot of cash into that thing. Where's the rest of the car? Yeah, right. Yeah, Ian, think about that. A Tesla power pack. The output shafts. They would get a little bit weird because you'd have to flip one differential like around. Or you'd have to find a differential that spins the opposite direction of the stock one. Because a transfer case, dude, the drive shaft going out of the transfer case spins one direction. And the drive shaft going back out of just a normal kind of run-of-the-mill transfer case spins counterclockwise, and the drive shaft going forward spins clockwise. If you put a Tesla power pack in where the transfer case should be, you're gonna have a little bit of a problem. You're gonna need to find a differential from a truck that has the output shaft going to the rear and the front wheels that both spin in the same direction. So that, I mean, don't get me wrong, not insurmountable. I don't think I have the facilities to build something like that, but it's doable. Smaller motors and put one in each corner. No drive shafts. Nice, W. You playing some stationeers? I bet you take that to Turkey Rod, you can walk out with 25 G's. I wouldn't sell Freb. I wouldn't sell it. That truck has been in my family for 3 decades. I'm not selling that thing. I wouldn't mess with high voltage electrics, to be honest. Yeah, there's a cutout switch in the with it, Ian. There's basically a master fuse. You take the master fuse out, the battery can't discharge. CSS literally denied New Blue Moon being SSTO because he dunked Starship HLS for being that and the ridiculous refueling runs. But now Blue Moon is the same, and now he doesn't want to admit Blue Moon is exactly what he criticized HLS Starship for. Also, by the way, I love the Blue Moon lander. Common sense skeptic, Hellfish. Don't look him up, guys. I mean, look him up if you want to lose brain cells. Or judge. I don't know, whatever. That's weird, goalie. Semis haul SpaceX tanks through Kansas City area, impacting traffic. They're fuel tanks. They're fuel tanks for Starbase. Cool. Pretty much, Elfish, yeah. Hellfish, here's the thing, man. I don't like talking about people behind their back. I'll be honest with you, I really don't. I wouldn't want to criticize Common Sense Skeptic, Thunderpoint, any of these guys that come up with these, theories about how they think the space program works. I honestly don't like talking about people behind their back. Cowards do that, basically. That's the truth. However, I just don't, I mean, that's kind of where it ends. That's kind of where that thought ends. I don't like talking about people behind their back. I don't like saying things about people when they're not here. That's not cool. Don't do that. But with that being said, some of the theories that they do propose are a little bit tone deaf. Like the whole Kathy Leaders cutting SpaceX cutting corners. Kathy Leaders was there when Columbia exploded. I'm pretty sure she's not going to do that. Pretty damn sure. Unless, she somehow blanked out the pain of losing 7 souls and having to look their families in the face and say that they're not coming back. Like, how freaking tone deaf can you be? Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, Erudite, like, I know that's the whole point of these guys with posting these out there theories and stuff is to get attention like this. But honestly, that's very... That bothers me a little bit. That's horrible. Why would you even say that? Why? I mean, guys, go read Columbia Accident Investigation Report in there. Kathy Leaders, Steve Stitch, Gerst. Who else was there? Mike Serafin. All these people that manage NASA's programs and are higher ups at NASA were all shuttle flight directors. They were all there. It's really annoying to hear that stuff, man. It's really discouraging. And like I said, I take it kind of personally. I take that stuff kind of personally because I try so hard to get the information right, and if I make a mistake, it's honestly out of not willful ignorance. It's just because I can't remember every single damn thing off the top of my head. And not only is it a slap in the face to people like me, it's a slap in the face to the people that are out there trying to promote it's a slap in the face to the people that are out there that do put forth good information, like NSF, for instance, like NASA Spaceflight, Space News, Space.com. So my buddy Tarek over there at Space.com, like Das Chris B, Ian, NASA Spaceflight, Jeff Faust over at Space News. Like, it's really annoying. It's really annoying to have stuff like that. It's drives me up the wall, dude. But hey, whatever. What can you do? Common Sense Skeptic also said that the 14 people that were lost from the shuttle were inconsequential. I would be really wondering what the context of that statement is, Erudite. Yeah, see, but see, that's on purpose. Now, oh no, you gotta go watch the video. I'm not watching that. Screw that guy. I'm not doing that. What is this? EGS. What do we got here? Launch director Charlie Blackwell. Oh boy, the toasters. Hey, wheels. Cool. Cutting and buffing, baby. Nice. Cut the paint. Good call. Yeah, Erudite. Long story short, dude, stop watching. They'd look better driving to 39B in a 2008 Ford Focus. Ian, you know what should be the new Astrovan? You know what just kind of stirred this thought? So, what was the Astrovan? The Astrovan was just during Apollo, it was literally a Grumman milk truck. That's what they used. They used a milk truck. They used something that was for purpose. And then during the shuttle era, it was an Airstream 310. So it was a modified RV. Smart idea, right? You know what honestly should be the new one? It should be a vehicle that's just utilitarian in nature, because that's what it's been every single time. It wasn't that. Like, I get it. I actually think canoes are kind of cool. The idea is actually pretty sweet. Basically, a body-on-chassis EV design where you can scale. You could basically make it a four-door vehicle, two-door vehicle, pickup truck. You can make it a panel van. I like what Canoe is doing. But honestly, I'm not necessarily sure that that's suited to the application here. In the past, it's been a utility vehicle for an astronaut and their HVAC system to be able to move around. How the hell are you going to fit 4 astronauts with their HVAC systems in there in pumpkin suits? You needed, for 7 of them, you needed an Airstream. So is each canoe going to carry 2 astronauts? Like the Teslas, for instance? Are we going to do something like that? I mean, maybe that's fine. Okay. You know what it should be? It should be a utilitarian vehicle that's designed to move stuff around, like the Grumman milk truck or an Airstream 310. You know what vehicle comes to mind? That. You could make it a light tactical vehicle for the Army. I actually don't mind the canoes, dude. That's what they should use. The Rivian package truck. That would be more in line with the utilitarian needs of what NASA needs for astronaut transport to the pad. But that's just me. I don't know. Is Amazon using these at all yet? Zarby, I've seen them. Yeah, I've seen them around Boston, dude. They're there. Dude, you know what? I get it. You can say whatever you want about Amazon, blah, blah. I think those things are cool. To be honest with you, I think they're really neat. I think that's really cool. Yeah, I think that's neat. It's a very interesting vehicle, and it is literally designed straight for utilitarian purposes. That's it. It is designed to literally fill it up with a bunch of cargo in the back and get cargo from point A to point B. It does nothing more. I think that's actually pretty neat. What about the Canoe MPDV? That's cool. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not hating on Canoe, but it's kind of a little bit of a departure from NASA's utilitarian past. Yeah, I think that would be cool. That would be a cool new Astrovan. That would be good for transporting astronauts. It's literally designed to move stuff like that around. They should use that, Golden Goose. I think that would be great. Can you see this with the NASA worm logo right here? NASA worm logo. Whole thing white with the NASA blue stripe going down the side. Painted like how the T-38s are painted. Oh, not T-39, T-38. Like that. Literally that paint scheme on that. Stripe would go down like this to match the accent line. Stripe would go down right there. NASA, NASA logo right there. It'd be perfect. Yep. And then I like that blanked out meatball, that alpha channel meatball. I think that would look cool. That exact logo would look sick. Like right here with the stripe going down, or even center of the trailer with the stripe like that. It would look awesome. It would look awesome. But yeah, instead we got those. And now, like I said, I don't think the Canoes are stupid by any means. Those are cool, but it just seems to be a little bit of a radical departure from the utilitarian nature of NASA vehicles in the past. Can you see the worm sitting between the headlights?
Go and throttle up.
Dude, it's like it was made for it, man. Just like the Grumman milk van. Like, it's perfect. Like the NASA Astrovan, honestly, it's not a milk truck. It's it was a small RV that they used. Small utilitarian RV. And then it was the Airstream 310, which was BAMF. That thing is so cool. Striker, 66-month resub. Like, see, just literally that color scheme, just like that, literally that, with the meatball, just like that, perfect. Only on that, it would look awesome. But no, we have that. What are those things? Those are what NASA is using to move Artemis astronauts to the pad. So we went from stuff like this for the shuttle program, during the shuttle program, stuff like that during the Apollo program, utilitarian vehicles that are built for purpose. Note that the Airstream has air conditioners on it because it gets a little hot in a spacesuit in Florida, right? So my point is that you needed this big dang RV to move 7 people, but somehow they're going to move 4 people in those. I hope so, Erudite. That would be cool. I mean, like, once again, don't get me wrong. If you go read about Canoe and what the company's actually about, it's actually pretty cool. I actually think this is really neat. So the idea with Canoe is that they make one chassis and they make a bunch of different vehicles off the chassis. I mean, that's not that revolutionary of an idea. Pickup trucks have been doing that for 100 years. But no one's done an interchangeable chassis with an EV yet. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like the Canoes aren't cool. They actually are pretty neat. Like, see, you could do a bunch of different things with that one chassis. You can make a panel van, 2-door pickup truck. You can make a utilitarian vehicle. See, there's the chassis. You can make a short bed pickup truck. You could do a long bed pickup truck. You could do a 4-door sedan, basically. You could do a post van. Like, you know what this vehicle would be good for? The MPDV. You know what that vehicle would be good for? It would be a good replacement for the LLV. Instead of whatever the heck this thing is. Just that is literally the exact same thing that the LLRV is designed to do. Or not the LLRV, the Grumman LLV. It's the same exact idea. The Grumman LLV is on an interchangeable chassis. It's built on a Chevy S10 chassis, something that there's a ton of. So mass production of the chassis, right? It has a power plant in it that GM made a ton of, the Iron Duke 4-banger, right? And the idea is that Grumman, yes, the same Grumman that made F-14s, built an aluminum lightweight chassis on it for better fuel mileage. So it had the economy in mind. Quite literally that. That is the same thing, but in electric form. Canoe USPS truck for smaller neighborhoods. Rivian USPS truck for cities and other big areas. But no, Ian. We need to make that. That literally looks like a cartoon drawing of a postal van. It looks like if you took the LLV and tried to draw an over-the-top caricature in a Pixar movie of a mail van. What are the dimensions of that canoe chassis? It's about the size of a Mini Cooper, if I saw that right, Aqualex. Yeah. No, I didn't pull that one out of my tail. I've thought about it. Engineer brain do engineer brain things, man. What do you want? I won't judge until I hear what postal carriers think of driving it. That's all that matters. Very based, Zeros. Very based. Very based. Very based. Based and mail-pilled. Charge overnight or between runs. You don't need incredibly long range either. Rivian vans have a 150-mile range. It's almost like post vans are like an electric vehicle favors what a post van does. Drives not very far, but a lot of idling, which electric cars are just a little bit better at that than a engine. Based on what? Facts and logic. Sorry. I made it funny. A Ford Transit van would work. Yeah, that would have been the simple solution. Who makes this thing? Next generation delivery vehicle will be a mail truck for the Postal Service. The contract award made to Oshkosh Okay. Hey, oh, it's got a 2-liter in it. Oh, it's a hybrid? Yeah, okay, hybrid, all right. 8-speed, an 8-speed, okay. Why? Why are we making 2-liter hybrid 8-speed automatic 94 kilowatt hour lithium mail vans that have 70-mile range? Look. Look. Oh my God. They put you on hold? God damn it, I love this country. The electric range is 70 miles. What's wrong with that? Why the gasoline engine? That's what's wrong with that. But that's needless complication for a postal van. Honestly, as dumb as they look, the 70-mile EV range is probably more than enough for the for days of driving. Okay, so you get an electric vehicle that has a 150-mile range, and then you don't need to charge it every day. I know. Funny concept. Is it true that your wheels are moving and not moving at the same time when you're driving? Your wheels are rotating. You're confusing translational movement with rotational movement. Working on an edit, what are your thoughts? Erudite, I like your picture. Dude! Yo! Thomas, dude! Come on! See what I'm talking about? You see what I mean? Look, dude! That's awesome! See what I'm talking about? Dude, it would look freaking sick! What's wrong with you people? Switching to gas to go between towns? Panderific, that's my guess, but... Oh. See what I mean? That's an Amazon Prime van. You cannot tell me that that doesn't look like a good Astro van. That is perfect. Ian, do it. I will. Yeah, no, Ian, I'm in on the retweet fest. Ian, we got to craft this right. We got to be tasteful. I don't mind the canoes. The canoes are cool. But hear me out. Say it just like that. Okay? Canoes are cool. I don't mind them. I think they're really neat. It's not a bad choice. It's just that also exists. Now, it's two different models. One is an EV and one is a hybrid. Let me see. Yeah, dude. Come on. That would be the best Astro van. And I'm even a big Rivian fan. I like Tesla. Like, if we're going to choose EV stuff, right? Like, Rivian's cool, don't get me wrong, but also... What's that, Elfish? Interesting. Really, it's like the 70s view of what the future looked like, and those goofy designs were cool. They're just trying to make something that looks futuristic, right? Use a Bradley? No, I'm good. And then there's just this. Like, look, man, I get it. I see why it has that gigantic 5-head windshield. I get it. It's so the driver can see. So they have great visibility. Okay? I see it. Driver visibility is entirely dependent on how close you are to the front of the vehicle. The closer you are to the front of the vehicle, the better visibility you have. No? Am I? All right. Whatever. Whatever. Don't hurt me. What is this, geek? It's a 49 F1, and the guy wants 35 G's for it. Nah, that doesn't... Wait, what's... That's a Cummins. Huh. Cool. And switches, yo. Yo, you can make the switches drop. Get the three-wheel motion with the bat. No, that's not three-wheel motion with bags, but that's still cool. Hey, Till, what's going on? What are you gonna do with that thing? All right, you know what? Okay, I'll just go outright and say it. All right, I'm just gonna go outright and say it. And this is a CSS moment, Erudite, okay? That looks horrendous. It looks horrendous. I don't care if the... Like, I do care, you want it to be drivable. You want it to have good visibility for the postman, right? Like, it should be utilitarian in purpose, right? It looks horrible. 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 It looks horrible. I don't care if it does its job, like, really, really nice. That looks horrible. Yeah, like, terrible. For driver visibility, geek, you need to have good visibility in a mail van, man. Like, I understand that. I've talked to postmen about this. You need to have good visibility in a mail van. That looks horrible. Yeah, exactly. This looks like if you ask ChatGPT to render you a mail van. This looks like I took a mail van in BeamNG and crashed it into a wall. It looks horrendous. All right, it looks horrendous. And you know what, man? Like, my tax dollars are going towards it, so I have a say in the matter. It looks terrible. Seriously, go use the Canoe. Oh. Ease of maintenance, ease of delivery and vehicle, lower risk for pedestrians. If it was about looks, it would be one of your only vans. Yeah, ease of maintenance. Hybrid system. Pick one. Dude, it's true, J-Speed, yeah. You cannot look at me square in the face, Hellfish, and say that Canoe NDPV does exactly the same thing that post van does. It looks better, and it will do the job better. So getting ready to build an ISS replica in KSP1 using tons of mods, including a shuttle. Cool. Make sure to get me some pictures, Toa. It looks like a stubbed toe. So true. Somebody needs to press subdivide on that. That's cool, Geek. I don't think it's necessarily cool as a NASA transport vehicle, but that is literally the perfect post van. Maintenance is going to be super expensive, but they don't care. We do, yeah. Yeah. Dude, seriously, like, think about it. You gave it to Oshkosh? You gave it to Oshkosh. No conflict of interest there at all. Oshkosh had the best design. The company that makes armored vehicles can make a good mail van. We have all these different options. We have Rivians, Teslas, Canoe. The reason why NASA chose Canoe as their transport vehicle is because it was part of NASA's small business initiative. NASA giving money to Canoe will help Canoe improve mass production. Can you imagine if Canoe got a contract worth $6 billion for mail vans? Just saying. There's that whole propping up small businesses thing that is by law NASA has to do. It would be really cool if the post office had to do that. Hey, in some neighborhoods you might need armor. Oh boy. All right, Thomas, let's see Mark II of the render. Let's take a look. Dude, that looks bamf. All right, that looks amazing. Hey, they press subdivide, poggers. See? The Rivian mail truck, the Rivian package truck should be a NASA Astrovan. It's the USPS. The selection statement should be available. Hellfish, what most likely is going on, dude, is that they released the contract solicitation for a new mail van, and Oshkosh was the only one that picked it up. Yeah, yeah. They probably did it nice and, hush hush, right? Yeah, we released the contract. Oh, we're gonna give it to Oshkosh. Yeah, nobody else bid on it. Funny how that works. This thing literally looks like your mom sat on it. It's ridiculous. It's a $6 billion contract. Dude, chat. Find that contract. Find the contract. Actually, you know what? Hold on. It is valued at up to $6 billion, building up to 160,000 vehicles we built at a new facility. Where's that? Let's see. From The Verge, USPS unveils next generation mail truck with electric truck. Dude. Okay. Has revealed this. When was this? 2021. The USPS has revealed its new mail truck after a years-long competition. The new truck will be built by Wisconsin-based defense contractor Oshkosh and can be fit. And don't get me wrong, I'm not hating on Oshkosh. Oshkosh makes awesome trucks. Really, they really do. But, all right. It won't hit the road until 2023. Oshkosh winning the contract is potentially a major blow to commercial electric vehicle startup Workhorse, which was one of the 3 remaining bidders. Company stock price plummeted following the announcement, and trading was halted multiple times. The USPS was looking to replace its fleet of existing mail trucks for years now, and it was starting to take solicitations for new designs back in 2015. The need for new trucks is urgent. Yeah, they're literally 30-year-old Chevy S10s. There were 4 companies vying for the contract. They could have bolstered an EV startup, but chose that instead. The switchover was supposed to start happening in 2018, but the program experienced multiple setbacks. Sorry, man. Let's see what we can... Just chin up, dude. See what we can do. The USPS repeatedly extended deadlines in the early going at the request of the bidding manufacturers, and then when they finally delivered the first prototypes, many of them were faulty, according to an IG report released last August. The program was hit with further delays once the pandemic hit. The new truck has more cargo space, better ergonomics, and yes, air conditioning. Yeah, post vans don't have that, by the way, guys, because they're based off 30-year-old Chevy S10s. They're actually 40-year-old at this point. It's also dotted with cameras that give a 360-degree view, helping power a front and rear collision avoidance system with visual and audio warnings as well as automatic braking. The big front windshield and the low hood should also give drivers a much better view of the road and pedestrians or cyclists, which is a big improvement for the safety of people outside of the vehicle. Oshkosh is still asked to finalize the design of the mail truck, which is part of the reason for the 2-year wait. The defense contractor is getting $482 million investment up front and is promising to make between 50 and 165,000 of the trucks over 10 years. Oshkosh has been working with Ford during the bidding process, but it's unclear whether Ford was still involved in the final product. Find it? Come on. Come on, Twitch. Geek, I like that. Now that's a mail truck. So, yeah, it's an RFP just like NASA. USPS, I want to finish this Verge article. The USPS and Oshkosh don't say exactly how many of the trucks will be gas-powered and how many will be electric. Just that the plan is to make both and that the vehicles will be designed in a way so that the powertrains can be switched to electric over time. The USPS says the gas engines will be fuel efficient, low emission, but did not specify what those terms mean. The president said in January that he wants to replace the entire government fleet to electric drivetrains, something I don't necessarily have a problem with. It makes sense with Post fans, just saying. Though that won't be possible without the USPS, which accounts for about a third of all government vehicles. It's disappointing that today's announcement does not immediately commit to electrifying one of our nation's largest fleet vehicles. This said Robbie Diamond, the CEO of nonprofit Securing America's Future Energy, said in a statement, "This contract is a golden opportunity to stimulate the domestic EV market and supply chain, and a commitment to electrifying the postal fleet would provide a clear incentive for further domestic EV industry development along with the entire supply chain from minerals to markets." Okay, good. It's good to know that I'm not completely insane. No, the post office shouldn't be helping bolster the American economy. It needs to make a profit. But NASA doesn't bolster the economy. It makes profits in other places. NASA operates at a loss. Anyway, Workhorse was the last remaining bidder pitching a fully electric vehicle and put a lot of effort into surviving as a business just to make it to the end of the process. The company sold off a small drone division, ostensibly spun out a new startup in Lordstown Motors to make an electric pickup truck without Workhorse's baggage, and it even paid $7 million to buy out its original partner in the bid, trucking manufacturer VT Hackney. Workhorse even tailored the fine print of a recent loan in such a way that it would pay less interest if it won the USPS contract. This is the RFP for, this is the RFP, guys, this is basically the requirements for the mail truck. And all the tray configurations, all the USPS mail tray configurations. And the USPS Scantron. Yeah, of course. Saw a section for a cup holder. It needs to have windshield wipers, too, and a windshield. What kind of vehicles are you guys driving around? Who? Yeah, Lloyd, I know the LLV windshield leaks. Yeah, I know. Lloyd, it probably has something to do with the fact that they're 40 years old. Just saying. Bing. Bing. Indeed, as part of the regular finance planning, the Postal Service has conducted sensitivity analysis forecasting cost across a wide range of possible scenarios. For example, the Postal Service has calculated the 20-year present values for 75,000 internal combustion next generation postal vehicle and 75,000 electric vehicle post vehicles using the 2021 prices of $2.70 a gallon and 11 cents per kilowatt hour as the baselines, and found total cost of operation increases to be 197,922,643 million and 2,316,298 dollars respectively, while the per gallon gas and per kilowatt hour utility prices are crucial variables in this model. They nowhere near approach overcoming the $2.3 billion net difference upfront investment cost of the electric NGVD and infrastructure pricing over the internal combustion engine. Is that why mine started smoking when I turned the wheel? Yeah, you probably blew a power steering line. So, Lloyd, would it be safe to say, as somebody with experience, that the postal vehicles aren't very well maintained? Would that be a safe assessment? And I'm sure it varies from town to town, but would that be a safe way to say that? I think the maintenance folks do their best, but they're just so old. Ah, okay. Okay. Maybe that's why they went with Oshkosh vehicles. They're built to last. But the RFP and the contract carries the expectation that they're going to start making internal combustion engine vehicles. And then when they scale up to be able to build electric versions of the exact same truck, they're going to take the internal combustion engine vehicles and literally EV swap 75,000 mail vans. And no one looked at this and said, yeah, that's never happening. Nobody? No one? Oh God, it is. It is Cyborg. Jeez. No one looked at that. No one saw, oh yeah, we're also going to drive 75,000 mail vans back to the factory and motor swap all of them. Almost anything is better than the Ram ProMaster and the Metris that they're buying right now. Bill, I had an interesting idea. You know those things that NASA uses? You kind of came in late on this. You know these vehicles that NASA uses, the canoe vehicles? And the whole reason NASA made a big deal about using canoe as their crew transport vehicles was to bolster a small business initiative. See those things? Don't get me wrong, those are cool. I don't mind those as the NASA crew transport vehicles. I really don't. Right? I think that's neat. Right? But also, if you go on Canoe's website, they have a variant of that, the Canoe like Prime, called the multi-purpose delivery vehicle. That literally ticks every single box. And what Canoo's whole mission statement is to build one chassis, one EV chassis. They're literally pulling a GM F body or G body. Make one chassis and put a bunch of different vehicles on it. Only make it a electric chassis. Make one chassis and make a postal truck, make a regular. Here, I'll show you. Make a regular passenger vehicle, a post van, a pickup truck, and yeah, one chassis to do all that, to make a bunch of different vehicles, one chassis. So their whole idea is centered around mass production of their EV chassis. This literally ticks every single box for a next generation mail van, but we chose not that. I think that looks good. We chose this. It's electric. Boogie, 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 boogie. And instead the USPS picked the platypus. Now, don't get me wrong. It's Oshkosh. I don't hate Oshkosh, but also that thing looks hideous. If I had to drive that thing around, I would just run towards the nearest living thing. And like, if that post van ever sees itself in the mirror, it's going to drive off a cliff on autopilot. Hopefully nobody's inside. That's a joke. Joking about people getting hurt is not cool. Only if it's me hitting myself in the face with a drive shaft, which is exactly what happened today. EPA claims that the Postal Service sustainability underestimated GHG emissions from its new internal combustion engine vehicles, while overestimating GHG emissions from BEVs. EPA further claims that the amount of gasoline consumption noted in the FEIS would emit 975,534 metric tons of CO2 a year when combusted, which is more than 3 times the value from the MOVES modeling. The emissions totals in the Postal Service's MOVES modeling imply a vehicle that achieves an efficiency of 29.9 M. It's terrible. It's terrible. I mean, Oshkosh built the Hemet. Yeah, no, I like Oshkosh, but seriously, what were you thinking? How did anyone ever look at this and be like, yep, it's not about how it looks. It's about what's under the hood. I tell you what. Yeah, the only people that say that or have cars that suck. (8.6 to 14.7 miles per gallon at best). Honestly, with world events as they are, I don't think it's so bad that giving tax funds to a military contractor are a bad thing. I mean, I guess, Phil. Yeah. But it looks horrible. It's just, I'm sorry, I'm hung up on it. It looks horrible. That should be a representation of, a feather in the cap of the federal government. It should be a feather in their cap. It should be representative of a postal service that's here for the long term, that's here to stay, that's here to uphold the U.S. mail, which is one of the oldest government institutions in the world. The U.S. mail industry is what bolstered the American aviation industry. Seriously, through commercial contracts and public-private partnerships for big airplane manufacturers like Boeing to move mail around. It should be it should be part of our national pride and national heritage, and you make that. Yes, Erudite. Okay. And it's not even that Oshkosh vehicle's probably great, to be honest. It's probably really good. Like, You think it looks cute? Midge, what about this? What do you think of that? That's cool. It's basically an electric K truck. That looks like a Lego set. I X'd out of a tab in this. I just read this right here. High maintenance costs are common with manual lock and ignition components. Remote key fobs are susceptible to water damage. Prototype vehicle design should consider remote lock and ignition components that demonstrate a level of durability and reliability, resulting in reduced maintenance. Is this RFP trying to tell me that a manual lock system needs more maintenance than an electric locking system? They're locking and unlocking at every stop. So build a better manual lock, for frick's sake. The USPS EV looks like that car you used to drown your kid. Midge, it's not even an EV. Midge, you want to hear something? You want to hear something ridiculous? The contract for that, we looked up the RFP, like what we would with NASA, right? The RFP for that mail van, the first 75,000 are all 2-liter Ford engines with an 8-speed transmission. And the contract calls for between 50 and 165,000 vehicles. And if it's 160,000, the first 75,000 will be internal combustion engine cars. And then the second 75,000 will be EVs only. And then the contract also states, this is the contract that was awarded now. The contract also states that Oshkosh, the people that made the vehicle, will take the first 75,000 vehicles produced, bring them back to the factory, and motor swap them over to electric vehicles because they made the chassis modular. I mean, you gotta plug a big one somehow. Dude, nowadays, I think electric locks have fewer moving parts than a key lock, and isn't exposed to the elements. Yeah, but Aqualux, I think the argument could be made for technology that is very low cost. Yeah, a manual locking system probably has more than an electric locking system at this point, but the manual locking system literally costs you nothing. A key is not nearly as expensive as a key fob. Just saying. Yeah, they're totally going to EV swap them, just like how NASA was going to be to Mars in 1978 after Apollo. Oh yeah, Ian, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Yeah, we'll eventually design a bigger upper stage for it. We'll only launch it in the Block 1 configuration for one mission. Weather is improving for the night's launch. Nice. Why aren't NASA's revolutionary rover wheels being used for cars on the road? Erudite, why aren't we using NASA's lunar rover wheels? There's a very, very quick and easy answer. We're not on the moon. Anyway. Yeah, Super. Cyborg already said that. I don't think electric locks are any more expensive than manual locks nowadays, but yeah, the fob is an issue. I'm going to read more of this. I'm just curious. Vehicle doors experience high cycles of opening and closing, which can result in stress-related failures if the door design is not rigid enough. Door components, i.e. locks and latches, that can withstand the rigors of postal duty cycle and are designed for easy replacement, should be considered in the prototype design. Similarly, windows experience a high duty cycle, which resulted in a retrofit of the window regulator on the existing fleet. Durable window components should be considered in the prototype. It went from 70% no-go to 50-50. All right. ProMaster rear doors stop working all the time under postal use. They will just fall off after a while. Bill, why don't you just design a better door? Am I missing something here? A car from the 50s, 60s, 70s, you could open and close the door a bajillion freaking times and it will never, ever, ever wear any component because they were engineered correctly. Am I wrong? I mean, heck, if you want to get more technical, look at Whistling Diesel. Whistling Diesel's a YouTuber and he beats the snot out of things just to see if they're as durable as everybody says. That guy literally opened and closed a Hilux door like 100,000 times, and it never failed to stop working. I don't know if it was 100,000 times. It was probably like, I don't know. I forget how much it was. It was an absurd number. And he has a tank now. That video is sick, dude. That Chieftain video is sweet. Did you see it roll through that bus? That was awesome. I was like, man, that's really cool. He also trashed a Ferrari. He didn't trash it, though. I don't think. Old cars were not made out of Chinesium. Yeah, see, it's funny to me that, they talk about the doors, high cycles of opening and closing, which can result in stress-related failures. If you engineer the door out of quality materials, it will literally last forever. Dude, why didn't they just buy a fleet of Ford Transits? They were used worldwide for this kind of thing and have been for decades. Even now, Deza, Ford has the electric Transit, man. Jim Farley rolled out with the electric Transit. Jackie Chan meme. Oh, why? What are you doing? This RFP is pretty funny, though. Vehicle desirability, lessons learned. Various vehicle usage and design issues have driven maintenance cost, reliability, and durability for the existing fleet, principally the LLVs. Various vehicle usage and design issues have driven maintenance cost, reliability, and durability. It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that the LLVs that the mail carriers use are 40 years old. No. Design issues. Quality materials are expensive. Do you want it to last or not? Yeah, I know, Tessa. It's funny as hell. Oh, Zay, that looks awesome. HLS, but it drank Mountain Dew. That's cool. Wait till they have the cost to replace the batteries in the new fleet. There is no way in hell that this... I've read enough about government solicitations and contracts that I can tell you straight face that there is no way in hell that this is going to cost what they say it's going to cost. There is not a chance in hell. No way, baby. No way. No way, dude. Yeah, geek. I don't know. And you know what? It's not even that Oshkosh is that I don't like Oshkosh. Oshkosh makes cool vehicles. I love Hemmets. I think Hemmets are sweet, but hey guys, well, why doesn't the United States Postal Service actually have a contract for 2 mail vans. Maybe Oshkosh can make the internal combustion ones. And then maybe an EV manufacturer can make all electric ones. And Oshkosh can make those in the interim time. And then maybe they can make them out of less quality vehicles because they're not really supposed to last very long. And we could save a lot of money that way. And that way they still make that ugly duckling of a freaking mail vehicle, and you bolster the EV market. The more I hear, the more it sounds like it was influenced by big oil. They would love 1/3 of the government fleet to be locked into internal combustion engines for the next 40 years. Dude, but what? Like, my thing is like, yeah, you know, Aquilus, you're not wrong. Like, I get it that, you know, oil, yeah, the oil's gonna do oil things. Why? Okay. If we're gonna do that, why not? You want to have an EV design, right? You want to have an EV design that's kind of an interim. So you want to have a hybrid. That's fine. Why don't they do something like the Chevy Volt, where you have a small gasoline engine that's designed to generate power and charge the batteries? So down the road, when you switch to all EV, you literally just remove the gasoline engine. That's ridiculous, Midge. That way, oil's happy because you use gas combustion engines. And if you have a post office that's out in the middle of nowhere in an unincorporated county, keeping the gasoline engine and retaining it for the life of the vehicle makes more sense because you have to drive longer ranges. And then, if you live in the city, you don't even need the gasoline engine anymore once we upgrade the grid. Is this hard? Reaper, I've come to show my support. I shall be lurking with no sound, but hope your stream is awesome. Thanks, man. Is it like, am I missing something here? You literally do what I said. It ticks all the boxes. Oil's happy. And a certain amount of the vehicles are literally locked into gasoline because it's the best application because distances. Am I missing something? Vehicle telematics. Features related to vehicle telematics and black box logging capability. Okay. I've had enough of the clown show for today, dudes. This is EJ's Space and Post Van Review. Vehicle to operator interface. The vehicle design should include an interface to provide the operator with information such as turn-by-turn directions, location, and mail delivery information by delivery point, vehicle failure warnings, messaging, etc. The interface should consider technologies such as visual heads-up display or voice prompt recognition systems. So, a smartphone with Google Maps. Yeah, okay. Good to know. Before and after. Let me see, Thomas. Yes, dude. Dude, even that, man, that's fine. Just look. Before, after. Yeah, see? Now we're talking, dude. See, that looks fine. That's fine. Just. That looks great. I don't mind that at all. That looks fantastic. Dude, heck, Thomas, even the raised hood with the high ceiling, that would look fine, dude. Oh, boy. They must have exactly the same voice that you use. Let me see. The body should be designed with integrated cabin cargo areas as referenced in section 3.1. The body and frame should provide a minimum life expectancy of 20 years. Based off of what? What? Where'd you pull that one out? Yeah, Thomas, it don't look too bad. That's okay. The body should be weather tight. The last time the government crammed this laundry list of requirements into a single local delivery vehicle. No. Pass this part, Bill. In fact, never mention this part again. Oh, it's got to have interior lighting. Yeah, no, we need that. What's human factors? The vehicle design should maximize visibility, control, and reach, and accessibility to operators ranging from the 5th percentile adult female through the 95th percentile adult male of the general U.S. population. Why such a low percentile for females? I'm confused. For maximum visibility, the design should consider innovative features. Okay, how about you just have an adjustable seat? Smallest women to the tallest man. Oh, okay. Yeah, I get it. That means I can't fit in it. That's good. Yeah, okay, all right. Yep. So, yeah, okay, that makes sense. So, you could do that with an adjustable seat. That's fine. The design should consider innovative features such as camera and sensing technologies. Additionally, all functional features of the cab should allow unobstructed passage of the operator from the cab to cargo area in a seated position. This just sounds like a van. The vehicle should be highly maneuverable with minimal turning radius and steering effort. Okay, power steering. That was invented a long time ago. Maintenance and servicing. The vehicle design objective is to minimize preventative and corrective maintenance activities and provide easy access to serviceable components. The vehicle design objective for each vehicle, when loaded to gross vehicle weight, it's to be capable of accelerating from 0 to 15 miles an hour within 5 seconds, 0 to 50 within 22 seconds, and from 0 to 60 within 35 seconds. $60 miles an hour is 100 kilometers an hour for the metric folks. The NGDVs will operate in a wide range of road environments, transiting between delivery operations. The vehicle design objective is for each vehicle, when loaded to gross vehicle weight, to be capable of maintaining a minimum sustained road speed of not less than 60 miles an hour when operating on smooth, hard surface roads on grades from 0 to 1% and altitudes up to 3,000 feet. Yeah, I know, Aqualux, I get it. Wait, so it needs easy access to serviceable components, but at the same time, you need to minimize work time on these serviceable components. I'm wondering if the person that wrote this RFP up has ever operated a motor vehicle. Yeah, I'm starting to wonder. I'm starting to wonder. I'm honestly, does the person that drafted this have their license? Because this sounds like an alien talking about how they think a modern vehicle should be described. Yeah, yeah. ChatGPT wrote this. ChatGPT wrote this. The vehicle's design objectives are to provide the most efficient and economical drivetrain practical with a minimum life expectancy of 12 years. What? Why 12 years? That's so arbitrary, man. That's what the Canoe MPDV is, Aqualux. It's basically an old school cab over van, dude. Nobody can tell me that thing's not gonna be good, that thing's not gonna be safe. It's got an electric chassis underneath it. Of course it's gonna be safe. The drivetrain needs to last 12 years and the vehicle needs to last 20 years. And serve. The people that came up with this don't drive. It's pretty obvious. Like, I'm not trying to be mean. The people that came up with this don't freaking operate a vehicle. They have people drive them around. It's pretty obvious. My idea for a while has been take an LLV body and swap it on a Tacoma. Well, Bill, what about a Ford Transit van? A Transit van, even the electric Transit van, that literally ticks all the boxes, and you don't need somebody to make a custom vehicle for it. You could just buy them from Ford. The objective is to design prototype vehicles that can be produced and delivered at a price point of $35,000 or less. Higher production prices will be considered if the total cost of ownership is comparable. Is there any car on the market nowadays that you can buy for 35 G's? Is there? Let me rephrase that. Is there any car that does everything, all of their requirements that you can buy for 35 G's? Oh, the new Dacias. Good call. Good call. This? I'm convinced the people that came up with this have never driven a car in their life. I'm almost sure you've never driven a car in your life. Like, I don't mean to be holier than thou, but this. With a mass purchase, you could get Ford Transits for 35 to 40K. This is also from 2015. Oh, all right. Yeah, it is. Well, just because it was revised in 2015 doesn't mean it's still not true. Striker, thank you for the 66 months resub. Dude. Okay, listen. I hate the people that go on about metric all day. It's not that you're wrong. It's that I just don't like hearing people talk about it. I get it. I get it. I was sold on it a long time ago. With that being said, who in God's name is doing any mechanical engineering in 2023 in Imperial? Not a chance. The ICPS DCSS is an Imperial. I said engineering something new, Vulcan. Who is engineer? Oh, okay, that's what I meant. I don't think I said new. Engineering something new. Also, EUS should have been on SLS for the start, and that should be engineered in metric. And I'm saying that as somebody that does not mind Imperial. Because the ICPS, frankly, is almost as idiotic as this RFP. Yeah, I said it. Stop reading this before you go postal. No, it's great entertainment. Here, let's go up here. Let's just start at the top. Let's start at the top so we can lose more brain cells. I know, Creation. Lovely, right? Did you see the new SpaceX launches? What do you mean? What do you mean, Kelta? New SpaceX launches? Axiom 1 launched on Sunday, and I did watch Starship blow up. That was pretty cool. About a month ago. SLS is engineered in metric, Vulcan. It's engineered in metric. So was the space shuttle. Sorry, pal. Space shuttle's engineered in metric, too. Apollo was engineered in metric, dude. Yeah. Sorry to burst your bubble. AX2. Pretty awesome mission, Kelta. It actually all pretty much tied the quickest time a Dragon's gone from launch to the space station. Pretty cool, though. What document does this belong to? This is the request for proposal for the post van. I didn't get to see it, but you saw it on Twitter. That's cool, Kelty. Yeah, no, hey, that's fine. The USPS operates over 20,000 vehicles in all areas of the United States and its territory. Approximately 163,000 of these are right-hand drive vehicles that are over 4 years old on average and are nearing their design useful life and need to be replaced with the next generation delivery vehicles. The potential also exists to replace 20,000 plus left-handed drive vehicles with NGDVs to meet new and growing delivery needs. I saw it, Creation, yeah. The vehicle design shall obviate safety hazards to people, property, and the mail. Systems and components that are inherently hazardous should be enclosed, guarded, or insulated as necessary. Where applicable, accident prevention and passenger protection technologies shall be considered in the design, such as crumple zones, side view cameras, and bumper. All right. The minimum daily driving range is 70 miles over an 8-hour continuous operating period with a minimum of 600 stops and starts. The desired vehicle availability objective is 16 hours per vehicle per day, 24-hour period. The daily driving range requirement must meet the stated metric with the vehicle fully loaded to gross vehicle weight rating. Heater or air conditioning systems operating at their maximum settings, and all accessories turned on in normal operating modes. 70 miles over an 8-hour period, so slow and steady, literally favors EVs. Like, You know, I'm starting to think with this that Oshkosh's design isn't exactly that bad. It's just with these requirements, it's almost inevitable that you're going to make a vehicle that looks ridiculous because these requirements are frankly ridiculous. It's no wonder that the vehicle that looks like it was designed by somebody that knows nothing about cars won the contract. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, there's yeah. I mean, Aglex, the EV is better in start and stop scenarios. Obviously. Why do you think subway trains are electrified, or just railroads in general? It's better because. Oh boy. Okay, that's enough of that. Next bit of news. Yes, we're going all the way to the launch with Space News because I decided. Because I like it. What's this? This one's coming from Mike Wall over at space.com. Let's see what we got here. All right. You okay, AJ? I can see smoke coming from your ears. Okay. Do we know what these new vehicles look like? Did no one say anything at any point of production? So that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying, dude. I'm like, no one stopped during production or design of this thing and said, wow, that looks horrible. No one. It's growing on you? No. All right, Mike Waltz. Okay, so let's see. I'm changing the subject. I'm changing it. Oh, yeah. Okay, Gaw. Of course, the workhorse one looks way better. I also like that one too, Tessa. Anyway. So, SpaceX is joining the FAA to fight environmental group's Starship lawsuit. Okay. Oh, more fun stuff for the day to increase your blood pressure. Here we go. Preemptive strike. SpaceX is joining the FAA to fight a lawsuit brought by environmental groups, according to media reports. That suit, which was filed on May 1st, claims that the FAA didn't properly assess the damage that SpaceX's gigantic Starship rocket could cause to the environmentally sensitive lands surrounding its South Texas launch site. The FAA approved 20 Starship launches annually for the next 5 years from Starbase. SpaceX's facility near Boca Chica Beach on Texas's Gulf Coast. The first of those flights lifted off on April 20th, aiming to send Starship's upper stage most of the way around our planet with a return to Earth in the Pacific Ocean near Hawaii. That didn't happen. The 120-meter tall, 394-foot tall Starship, the most powerful rocket ever built, that's awesome, by the way, notched a number of important milestones on the debut launch, eventually reaching a maximum altitude of 24 miles, 39 kilometers. But it suffered several problems that compelled SpaceX to send a self-destruct command, and the rocket exploded high over the Gulf of Mexico about 4 minutes after liftoff. That is awesome. Look at that thing. Environmental gloops. Yeah, I'm going to call him that from now on. Dude, that's so freaking cool. I was so impelled. Here's a full motion from CNBC. Yep, all right. The 33 Raptor engines on Starship's first stage booster, known as Super Heavy, kicked up a huge cloud of dust and other debris during the launch. Some of that material rained down on the surrounding area. Noted the lawsuit, which was filed by the Center for Biological Diversity, the American Bird Conservancy, and the Surfrider Foundation, Save RGV, and the Carrizo Comecrudo Nation of Texas. And that wasn't the only impact of the Boca Chica area, which is important to the Carrizo Comecrudo Nation and provides an important habitat for imperiled wildlife, including piping plovers, northern Aplomado falcons, Gulf Coast jaguarundi, ocelots, and the critically endangered sea turtles. Rocket launches and explosions cause significant harm through increased vehicle traffic and the intense heat, noise, and light pollution from construction and launch activities. Rocket explosions spread debris across the surrounding habitat and have caused brush fires. The FAA required SpaceX to perform more than 75 mitigating actions in order to launch Starship from Starbase, but did not file a full environmental impact statement, EIS. The lawsuit, which you can read here, calls on the FAA to perform the more complete review. Well, so, a little bit of context here. The FAA had to do an environmental impact report, okay? The environmental impact report concluded that if SpaceX carried out the 75 mitigating actions, that there would be no need for an EIS. That was the catch-22 of it. But requiring such a step would be likely harmful to SpaceX, according to the company, which filed a motion on Friday, May 19th, requesting to join the FAA as a defendant in the lawsuit. If the court were to rule in the plaintiff's favor, the FAA decision could be set aside and further licensing of the Starship Super Heavy program could be significantly delayed, causing severe injury to SpaceX business, SpaceX wrote in the filing. SpaceX filing also highlighted the potential damage to the national interest should the plaintiffs win, according to CNBC. For example, Starship is a key part of the United States' path back to the moon. NASA selected a huge vehicle as the first crewed lunar lander for its Artemis moon program. If all goes according to plan, Starship will put astronauts down near the moon's south pole in 2025 or thereabouts on the Artemis 3 mission. SpaceX has already invested more than $3 billion in the Starship program and the Starbase facility since 2014. The company's chief financial officer, Brett Johnson, wrote in a declaration submitted along with the SpaceX motion. Johnson also noted that Starship is vital to the company's plans for its Starlink satellite internet constellation, which serves around 1.5 million people around the world. Starship will be needed to launch the larger, more powerful Starlink V2 spacecraft, as the company founder and CEO Elon Musk has said. All right, where's this motion here? Yep. Isn't the FAA still doing the RCA on Starship's failure? So SpaceX have to wait. The launch license was for one launch, guys. The environmental impact study covered up to 20 launches. But launch license and impact study, basically the environmental impact of launching 20 times versus the permit to actually launch 20 times is two different things. Any reason why you called Starlink V2 a spacecraft and not a satellite? I'm not sure. Alright, let's see what we got here. I'm kind of trying to find the juicy stuff. The EIS only allows 5 Super Heavy launches annually. Currently, a new one would need to be done for the 16 to 20 annually required for HLS. Why not launch from the Cape? Launch HLS from Boca Chica and then launch the refueling missions from 39. Can you imagine the crater Starship is going to make on the moon when it lands? What do you mean? I mean, Foster, I've been reading threads on Twitter by a scientist named Dr. Phil Metzger, and he talks about lunar regolith ejecta, and he said that Starship is going to kick up a lot of dust, so to speak, but if it's assisted with vernier motors, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Yeah, that has been considered. There's no way SpaceX didn't consider something like that when trying to shoot 2,400 kilonewtons of thrust into lunar ejecta. You will literally launch a cloud of dust into space. KSC Beta is a long way out from signing off from KSC launches of Starship, especially following debris launched during the first flight that would have landed at Slickport. Vulcan, my question to you is this. Do you think that NASA would be willing to delay HLS development and thus risking the timeline on a lunar landing mission? Do you think they're willing to risk the Artemis timeline over something like that? Honestly, at this point, yes. They did that by picking SpaceX, so yes. So why not just wait until the Cape is operational? If it saves them $30 billion. Artemis 3 is already rumored to just be Gateway anyway. How many Raptor engines would Starship be using prior to landing on the moon? Say like 30 seconds prior. Probably 3, Pluto. 3. And then, I mean, it can land on 1. That would be a little bit difficult to do on the moon, which is why Starship is supposedly going to have some type of vernier engine for soft landing, but we don't know. The design is in flux. I'm not saying we shouldn't take care of nature, but do these environmental groups really care about these animals themselves? Is it because they just don't like Elon, or because they can get big bucks from a lawsuit against a big famous rocket launch site and company? Erudite, that certainly is a plausible motive to do it, but look, man, we're speaking litigation here. We're speaking lawyer speak. Plausible means dick unless you can prove it. So unless we can prove that, the motion as filed states the concerns in the lawsuit. If I said that right, I don't think I said that right. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. What are the surf riders? I have no idea. Why did they even let it build there if it was such a concern? Well, Roadrunners, it's actually really interesting. Boca Chica was supposed to be basically an overflow Falcon 9 launch pad because SpaceX wasn't sure if they could rely on the Cape's facilities to be able to launch once a week between the Cape and Vandenberg. So the idea is that they would have so many freaking Falcon 9s that they need to launch that they would want their own private spaceport to launch Falcon 9s basically on an overflow on need basis. Okay? So the original contract for SpaceX to build at Boca Chica basically allows for like maybe 5 Falcon 9 flights a year at best. It's literally just the overflow, the flights that they couldn't do. The flights that they couldn't do out of the Cape. Because at one time with Falcon 9, they wouldn't be allowed to launch if there was like a Delta IV sitting on the pad ready to go, or an Atlas sitting on the pad ready to go. NASA was concerned about RTLS. They didn't want the vehicles flying over vehicles that are poised on the pad ready to go, especially ones with national reconnaissance office payloads or, you know, any DoD stuff, right? Makes perfect sense. That's pretty fair, I guess. But then SpaceX basically proved, I mean, one, they do more drone ship landings nowadays than RTLS, and two, they basically proved that Falcon 9 will make it back to the landing site pretty much every time. And even if it doesn't land, it'll crash into the landing site or divert into water automatically. They basically proved it with numbers that you're at very, very low risk. They did it from flying a lot, right? Yeah, I know, John. It's kind of stupid, don't you think? It's really annoying, and we wonder why we're in the situation that we're in. The NRO is still not the biggest fan of Delta IV being flown over. Yeah, fair. So, Roadrunners, the original thing was the original environmental impact survey, which got approved, was for launching like maybe 5 to 10 Falcon 9s a year. And then SpaceX just started building Boca Chica. They just started buying up all the land under shell companies and then just started building out Starship. And they started using that, basically that land that was designed for orbital flights of a rocket that had an EIR done on it that is completely different than Starship. Like orbital flights, right? They started going from orbital flights to basically testing Starship and having Starship crash around the testing site and whatnot. And, you know, basically not doing what the original environmental impact survey called for. So the FAA basically put the hold on it in 2020. They said, stop doing this. We have to do another EIS to make sure. We have to do another environmental impact, or EIR. They have to do another EIR to make sure that your changed operations aren't going to screw up the environment in the same way. And the FAA basically came to the conclusion that no, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's fine. Even if they crash, it's minimal environmental impact. I mean, the most environmental impact is all the freaking trucks and stuff that go down that road. But even then, that's not that big of a deal. I mean, like, you know, it's not like the trucks are just dumping liquid fuel or petroleum or whatever into the Rio Grande Valley, you know. And SpaceX has been pretty damn careful about cleaning up after themselves, especially after SN11, right? So the FAA approved the redone or the modified environmental impact report and said that a further environmental impact study doesn't need to be done because at the end of the day, every single type of rocket is loud. Every single type of rocket, if it malfunctions, is going to cause a big explosion. And every single type of rocket, if it's coming back down to land, Falcon 9, Starship, is going to make a sonic boom that doesn't really change in decibel too much, you know what I mean? So that's why they said it was fine. And I still think they're right. Like, it's like saying, well, we cleared this airport for 737s. You can't land 747s here. We're going to have to do an impact report. It's like, one of those planes is not any louder than the other. Just because you have more jet engines doesn't mean it's louder. Well, we got to do it anyway. Like, it's like, okay. I guess the point of the suit is that SpaceX and the FAA did not account for the possibility to ejecta from pad damage. The lawsuit was already waiting to go. The failure just allowed them to add some stuff. Someone who's driven down the road, the trucks definitely have an effect on that road. Yeah, but Vulcan, the road isn't the environment that they're advocating for. But isn't any kind of rocket launch anywhere going to affect nature wherever it is? Wildlife is everywhere. Well, the Rio Grande Valley is a very biologically diverse river estuary. There is a lot of endangered species down there. Like, I'm not even going to sit here and pretend like that's not a thing, you know? The lawsuit is about nothing but getting money from SpaceX or hurting them in some way because they don't like them. Yeah, geek, I mean, it ain't what you know, it's what you can prove. Right? Especially in the court of law, you got to be careful about that stuff. But, I mean, I don't know, man. I'm not going to say that these people don't have a case in one way or another. What I'm telling you, or if they just, I don't like Elon, but I don't know. I'm not going to say one way or the other because I don't know. Nah, it's cool. I didn't know this was smack bang in the middle of a preserve. Wolfie, the interesting thing is that the Cape Canaveral, is smack dab in the Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge, and wildlife is actually flourished around the Cape because they don't want people building their house near a rocket launch pad for obvious reasons, right? The wildlife has actually flourished because of the rocket launch pads there. That area would have been encroached on, and it would have been built up like the rest of the Florida coast had NASA not come in and said, let's make this a wildlife refuge. So it's interesting that these people are making the opposite argument of that. I don't think that... I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that these environmental groups haven't taken this into account. They probably absolutely have. But having that rocket launch site there basically guarantees that no one is ever going to build anything else there except for the launch pad. That's it. Jim, my sister is like this. When she saw Delta Force, she later ranted about how much dirty white clouds come out of the back. So, Jack, does your sister understand that Delta 4 uses hydrogen and water vapor is coming out of the back? Does she understand that? I mean, yeah, that's the other thing. No one's gonna build anything because technically the federal government, another thing to take into account, dudes. The border between the United States and Mexico, right? The federal government owns a strip of land between Texas and Mexico. That way, the federal government is basically on the border. Every border state, every state that borders, that touches land to another country, Canada, Mexico, that's pretty much it. There's a strip of federal land there, and no, you're never going to build anything on that land. That land is technically owned by the federal government. And also because they're extremely meticulous with how they manage the wildlife. Every single build decision for the pads is extremely well analyzed to make sure they don't screw up the wildlife any more than they already have. The argument in the lawsuit is that SpaceX was not held to these same standards despite building right on an already existing wildlife preserve. The whale, and I know what you meant, Vulcan. The only claim to environmental damage that Delta 4 Heavy has is that water vapor in the upper atmosphere can act as a greenhouse gas, but not for long because it diffuses quickly. Yeah, it does this thing when it gets heated up. Yeah. Nope, but after I cleared it up, she ranted about how much resources get wasted and how much CO2 get created when constructing the rocket. Jack, at this point, I would just stop talking to this person, but you can't because they're your sibling. At this point, I would just stop talking. I wouldn't laugh. I'd just be like, okay. Yep. Jack, can I ask you an honest question? Can I ask you an honest question? And if you don't know the answer, that's fine. What kind of phone does your sister use? What launch is happening? We have ArabSat 8 launching in about an hour, so. What type of phone does your sister use? If at all. Like, I don't know, have you never seen it? I mean, like, my sister uses an iPhone. She has an iPhone. Just out of curiosity. You don't know? Is it a smartphone? Is it something that looks like this? Like that? Yeah, tertiary question, Buck. That's a good one. Because, Jack, like, here's the thing. Look, it's your sibling. You're going to argue with your sibling. And your sibling, trust me, I have an older sister. You're never going to win the argument with an older sister. It's just never going to happen. Even if you are 100% right. Because, or any older sibling for that matter. It doesn't have to be a girl or a boy. It doesn't matter. You're never going to win a fight with your sibling. You're just going to end up fighting with each other. Believe me. Long story short, Jack, like, what I'm getting at is that I'm interested if your sister understands that the car that she drives around in, the phone that she uses, the house that she lives in, all the electronics that's used from on a day-to-day basis, all of those were made that have a CO2 output. You know what I mean? All of them. Does she understand that? You understand that you exist because of CO2 emissions. Your life as it is because of carbon emissions. The convenience, the unprecedented convenience that you have is because of this. See what I'm saying? Like, that's why I'm just like genuinely curious. Does she understand that? Yeah, exactly. Well, she produces CO2. She probably produces more CO2 than Delta 4 does during a launch. Just saying. Because you can't produce carbon emissions when your rocket propellant doesn't have carbon in it. It's all stuff to consider, you know? Like, I honestly find it very strange that that people that are like strong environmentalists, and don't get me wrong, the intentions are good. Like, I understand that. The people that are strong environmentalists are very selective about what they do and do not like when it comes to polluting. Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to make a blanket statement, but it very much seems like they don't seem to mind polluting the atmosphere with CO2 when it's convenient to them. And something that they have no strings attached to, like a rocket, if you're not a spaceflight fan, it's easy to say, nah, that's stupid. You know what I mean? Hello, my fellow carbon emissions. You know, somebody said it already. It's low-hanging fruit. There's such a strong sentiment in this country. I live close to a new rail project that is supposed to drastically increase how much freight gets moved by electric rail and not by trucks. But locally, there are constant protest groups coming up with a new reason to block it every time. Yeah, Green, like I said. It is what it is, dudes. I mean, the best thing we can do is educate people on this stuff. You know what I mean? That's the best way you can do it, educating people on it. If you say, like, you know, oh, imagine how much energy it took to make that rocket. Okay. How much energy did it take to make the car you drive around in? The cell phone that you use? The TV that you watch? The house that you live in? Where are we drawing the line as for what's okay and what's not? Like, it's like I said, it tends to be very selective. I don't like that. It's not very logical. Captain, not very logical of you. But I don't know. How much energy does the sun give off in a single second? Now, see, Chow Dubs, the interesting thing is that the simultaneous flip of that is I think that we should find ways to be able to more efficiently generate energy. Solar, wind, nuclear, hydro, we can use all those and be totally fine. Personally, I think we should save the oil for making stuff like plastics, but That's just me, you know. just saying. just saying, you know. But hey, like, see, that's what I mean. That's why, you know, guys, like, I don't necessarily get annoyed with this stuff. The best thing that we can do is try to educate people on how engineering works. All right. You're really worried about carbon emissions? Stop using a smartphone. Walk to work. Ride a bike. Use an electric vehicle. That'll lower your personal carbon footprint. I mean, I understand that the EV, you need energy to make stuff. The EV offsets in other areas. I understand that. But, you know, you see people that are annoyed about this stuff. All right, what are you doing to change that? Oftentimes the answer is nothing. Okay? Geek, that thing, that's really cool, but it's $120,000 for a 61 F100. People actually concerned with the environment, which I admit I am, would be much more concerned with reducing oil and preventing the restriction of repair. It's the exactly. It's the selectivity of it that just is aggravating. It's very aggravating. You know? It's aggravating. Okay, you want to make a difference? Don't buy another iPhone. Want to make a difference? Don't spend time on social media. Simple as that. You're using power doing that. You're using energy. It's carbon emissions right there. Walk to work. Walk to work then. Ride your bike. Step 1, ban all cruise ship use. It's not cruise ships. Want to talk about an environmental disaster waiting to happen? It's legal for any ship to dump the bilge in international waters. I walk to work, that's right. Hey, Spark, what's going on? Cruise ships are huge polluters. Ian, you're not wrong. But see, you're inadvertently doing what I'm talking about. How many cruise ships are out there on the water? 100 total all over the world? Like big cruise ships. I'm talking the big mothers. How many of those are all over the world? There can't be that much. 70, 100 ships maybe. Like, and I'm talking like the big blue water cruise ships. I'm not talking about like a little river cruising ship. I'm talking about like the big diesel ships. Okay? How many of those you think? 100? And don't get me wrong, you are not wrong. They absolutely do pollute, of course. How many container ships are out there? Tens of thousands of container ships all over the world. Guess what? Those don't pollute any more or less than a damn cruise ship does. And once again, for the people that don't understand what dumping the bilge in international waters means, ships have a bilge built into them. You know, when a ship is out on the ocean, it gets a wave crashing over it, right? And water basically trickles down through the hull. The bilge is at the very bottom of the ship. It's like basically below the lowest deck. It's basically an area down there. That's where that water that trickles down through the ship tends to end up. And that water mixes with all the oils and stuff that are used to make the ship go forward. It leaks into fuel tanks. It leaks into the engine room. It leaks everywhere. So you get this nice oily mixture of toxic sludge. And you can't dump it. You can't dump it when you're in any country's waters. But when you hit international waters, they literally dump them overboard. Along with any trash or anything like that. See what I mean? Saying that, oh, well, cruise ships pollute. We should start with getting rid of cruise ships. That is literally doing exactly what I'm talking about. That's being selective. Okay. You want to get rid of cruise ships? Guess what? Container ships pollute way more than cruise ships do. Okay. So your iPhone that got shipped here on a container ship, stop using that. See what I mean? How much stuff do you own that was made overseas and shipped here on a container ship? See what I'm talking about? Pretty sure they don't dump any trash. Because someone's going to admit to doing that, geek? Okay. See what I mean? Be careful about that. Bandits Link, what's up? Honda confirms that it will now stay in F1 and partner with Aston Martin starting in 2026. Interesting. Military ships 100% dump trash. See what I mean? It's hard to be like, oh, we should stop with this, we should stop with this. Well, where does that end? You know, because if we get rid of all the cruise ships, right? We say, oh, we can't do that. Okay, well, you just killed a lot of jobs and you killed a multi-million-dollar industry on top of doing that. All right, fine. Okay, say our economy can take it. That's fine. All right. So now, after that, what, you know, okay, are we going to go after military ships? Well, no, we can't go after military ships. Defense is defense. We can't get rid of that. That is vital. Right? Okay. So now you go after container ships. Nobody ship anything here. You don't think that that would screw up the economy? Or are we just going to be selective about what we're outraged about? See what I mean? They always go for the low-hanging fruit. That's no good. Would absolutely be worth a watch on stream. What's that, Ark? Cool. What is this? It's absolutely worth a watch on stream. Do we have... Say that there are 100 big cruise ships in the world. There's 5 times as many in the U.S. Navy alone. Yeah, exactly. Oh, no, I can tell you that ships absolutely dump their trash. To shred all the food waste, dump it with the sewage, pitch anything that'll sink overboard, and everything else will be compressed into waste cans dense enough to sink. I know. When I was working in Daytona Beach, my oiler found a beer can that was last made in '93. Why did F1 think an F1 team football charity match was a good idea? Both the Ferrari drivers hurt themselves in the charity football match. I love it. See what I mean, guys? Where are we? Like, don't get me wrong. I'll save the environment too, just as much as the next person. You know, it would be prudent of us to be good environmental stewards so we can pay it forward to the next generation. Abso-freaking-lutely. Which is why I don't necessarily have a problem with environmental groups filing a motion. Because one, if they file a motion and it gets shot down, that means, well, should have made a better case. But also, if it goes through, yeah, it's going to delay SpaceX, and that does suck, right? That does suck, but you know good and well that Elon's just going to be like, all right, fine, I'm moving to the Cape, bye. In which case, great, they get their bird sanctuary, but they lose out on the potential for billions of tax dollars in the forms of all the people that are going to come down to see SpaceX launches. And last time I checked, that actually, I'm not 100% sure if Starbase is on federal land. I'm not 100% on that one. It's a federal lawsuit, Journey, because they're suing if the FAA is a defendant. They're basically suing the federal government, and SpaceX has stepped in as a defendant. You can't spray debris all over protected wetlands without there being repercussions. Sure. Of course. Shouldn't the repercussions be to make sure that it doesn't happen again? Should SpaceX pay a penalty for this? Like, quick note about tonight's launch. It will be the quickest pad turnaround for Pad 40 at a whopping 4 days, 21 hours, and 5 minutes. And yes, I was counting. Cool. Starbase is so amazing. I went down there and spent greenbacks. Wouldn't have ever gone there otherwise. Sure. Yeah, Snooch. I mean, great. You saved an endangered species, but now all the locals and all the local businesses get screwed because of this. You can be damn sure that they're going to take that into account. SpaceX will absolutely make that case. Absolutely. Why do you think they joined as a defendant? Did you see that the LRO captured images of Hakuto R? Yes, Green. I looked at them on stream. It looks like it soft landed, like didn't hit the ground going like 150 miles an hour, but hit it going like 20 to 30 miles an hour. There's no impact crater, dude, which means it kind of just plopped down. There's a state park all around Boca Chica. The only thing that isn't is the road that cuts through it. They have federal court districts where you file decides the initial outcome. Well, where was this filed? In the United States District Court for the District of Columbia. So it was filed in D.C. I think they should pay a fee or something. They had reason to believe that the concrete would not hold up, and the fact that they are already engineering the steel plate doesn't look good. Nuclear, you're presuming guilt, which is not how a court system works. Presuming guilt is the opposite of what the court system is supposed to do. Just because they're building out a steel plate doesn't mean that they launched it with malevolent purpose to the environment. Maybe they thought, maybe it was an honest mistake. Maybe they thought the concrete was going to hold up. Elon did say that on Twitter. He said that before the lawsuit was filed, if I'm recalling my chronological events correctly. Be careful with that when we're talking about legal stuff, dudes. You don't presume guilt, you presume innocence, and you have to prove it. Not vice versa. Vice versa is not freedom. You know what I mean? I feel like there's a lot of panic surrounding this launch. In my opinion, nothing was too bad. I'm not sure how people forgot that rockets are hard. Snoochlet, that's kind of where I'm coming across. I don't think Elon is sitting there thinking that what Starship did to the surrounding environment was some kind of negligible thing. Or negligent thing, I'm not sure he's like, well, it's going to screw up everything, whatever. I'm pretty sure SpaceX wasn't expecting that result. Because I think it would be, Nuclear, I wouldn't presume that the steel plate doesn't look good, but what I would kind of surmise, if you put yourself in SpaceX's point of view, is that they can be dang sure they know what spewing concrete and everything out into the wetlands is. They know damn sure how that would look. There's no way that they said, well, this has the potential to ruin the launch pad and blow concrete and debris and all this crap all over the wetlands. There's no way they saw it and said, like, yeah, that's likely going to happen. Let's launch it anyway. There's not a chance in hell. That's not how engineering works. Now, don't get me wrong. SpaceX has said just send it in the past. SN11 was kind of a good example of that. They literally launched SN11 just to get off the pad. It exploded because of a hard start case and literally rained debris all over the wetlands. SpaceX should have to pay to clean up all of it, and they did. Like I said, guys, SpaceX isn't just some crazy... It's not Ferngully, for Christ's sake. They're very environmentally cognizant. Better than most. We got lightning at the house right now. Lee. The burden of proof is on the accuser. Bingo. They acknowledge that something like this could happen. If I'm remembering right, the test they did against the concrete wasn't at the full power of the engines. They knew what would happen if it blew up because they already blew something up before. You guys aren't too good at this litigation stuff, huh? Nice Ferngully reference. I'm not sure the kids know that one. Golden Goose, the only reason I liked Ferngully as a kid is because I thought the sawing machine was really, really cool, and I got really annoyed when it got wrecked. I'm like, wow, that's dumb. This movie sucks. And guess what? I still think that to this day. I thought that the logging machine was freaking dope, dude. I'm like, I want one of those. And I'm like, oh, great, some mystical mud monster took the sewing machine. Oh, yeah. Civilization bad. Return to monkey good. Oh, great. It's safe to say that don't let Twitch chat ever represent you in court. Yeah, you guys got to get better at this lawsuit stuff. I just watch Rocket go and learn from you how it go. Anything beyond that, I keep my mouth shut. Lawyer, GPT, at your service. Mm-hmm. Hey, Leo, what's going on, buddy? How are you? I hated Ferngully as a kid, and I still hate it now. Damn hippies. Just kidding. But not really. Just messing around, really. Yeah. And you've been testing steel plates at McGregor, so I know what's going to happen with the next launch. Okay. Cool. We need a Reddit lawyer versus Twitch lawyer case. Smirks, that would be hilarious, actually. We'll start a subreddit called Our Battle of the Internet Lawyers and make that subreddit, you post a case and people have to make the case. Oh, God. Dude, that would be such a dumpster fire. Oh, God, let me get my popcorn, man. That would be awesome. What a great idea. It would never, dude, it would never work. The case would never work. And that's the funny part. It would be horrible. Yes. Yes. Oh, my God. Oh, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. Oh, that would be sweet. That would really make me happy. Wait a minute. What is this part? The argument. SpaceX has standing to intervene. Party seeking to intervene under Rule 24A must show its standing under Article 3 of the Constitution. Town of Chester, New York versus LaRoe Estates Incorporated, 581 U.S. 433-439, 2017. Crossroads Grassroots Strategies versus Federal Election Commission, 788 F.3D 312-316, D.C. Circuit, 2015. So, okay. What this means in lawyer speak is that there is legal precedent in Town of Chester, New York versus LaRoe Estates and Crossroads Grassroots Poly Strategies versus the Federal Election Commission. There is two precedents here that SpaceX has the right to intervene if a party brings a lawsuit against the government for something that has to do with the defendant, so SpaceX. They said basically because you're suing the FAA because of our launch site, so we are allowed to defend ourselves. That's what that says. SpaceX is entitled to intervene as of right. Party must meet 4 requirements to intervene as of right under Rule 24A2. 1. The application must be timely. 2. The applicant must have a legally protected interest in the action. Bingo. There's your precedent right there. The action must threaten to impair the applicant's interest. I think the case has been made there. The applicant's interest must not be adequately represented by existing parties. Karsner versus Lothian, 532 Fed 3D 876 885 DC Court Circuit 2008. Courts construe these requirements broadly in favor of intervention. These are basically all the legal precedents saying that they're allowed to say we can defend ourselves here. You guys are full of crap. Yeah. SpaceX motion is timely. SpaceX has legally protected interest in the subject matter of this litigation that an unfavorable outcome would repair. It would screw the Starship development program with another environmental impact survey. This one is interesting. The FAA does not adequately represent SpaceX's interests. A proposed intervener's burden to show inadequate representation is minimal. It is enough that an existing party's representation may be inadequate. Turbovich versus the United Mine Workers of America, 404 U.S. Code 528, 538 N10, 1972. Internal quotation marks omitted. Even when parties appear to have a common legal goal, intervention is appropriate when the proposed intervener's interests differ from the interest of the existing party. Basically, what SpaceX is saying is that even though the environmental groups are suing the FAA because of their lax things for SpaceX, SpaceX is saying that the FAA is not representing their best interests, even though they said that they're okay to launch. Basically, they're saying they have legal precedent to intervene in this case because the FAA doesn't represent the same interests that SpaceX does. SpaceX's interests are to launch more Starships to eventually get the human landing system up and running and make Starship a fully reusable working rocket vehicle. That's not necessarily in the FAA's interest. The FAA's interest is to do all of that safely. Hey, Linux, thanks for the raid. The FAA does not care about Starship profitability. Yes. Conclusion. For the reasons explained above, SpaceX respectfully asks the court to grant SpaceX's motion to intervene in this case, challenging review and approval of SpaceX's license to conduct launch operations of Starship Super Heavy at Boca Chica. There you go. That's all this legal document is. It doesn't actually talk about legal precedents that are... it doesn't actually talk about the meat and potatoes of the case. This is just SpaceX's motion to... It is a memorandum in support of Space Exploration Technology Corporation's motion to intervene. That's what it is. This is basically SpaceX saying in legal speak, it's like, hey, we should have something to say about this. You're suing the FAA because of our launch site. Screw you. We can defend ourselves in this case. And here is the legal court cases that say that we can. That's what this is. Do you have a link to this document? Sure. Good to see you. You're doing KSP later this evening. I've been doing space news basically this entire time, Linux. We'll probably play some KSP tomorrow. I had to get caught up, dude. I haven't been keeping up with space news in a little while. So we covered a lot of ground today. And now we're going to cap it off with a SpaceX launch. Hopefully. Arabsat 8 is supposed to be launching on Falcon 9 in about 45 minutes. Badir 8 Arabsat 7B is what it's called. Yeah, that should be launching at about 12:30. It says 11:25. Nope, it's midnight. It pushed. It delayed literally as I was explaining that. Nice. It's delayed till midnight. Oh boy. 25% chance of go. Do you have the original lawsuit document? I do not. It wasn't linked to me. Basically, the original case that's being made against the FAA is that their environmental impact report wasn't comprehensive enough. And that additional environmental impact surveys need to be done to see what the real environmental effects of Starship launching in Boca Chica will do. To be 100% honest with you guys, I don't think this case holds water. And keep in mind, this is my personal opinion, and I'm trying to be as unbiased as possible. I don't think this case holds water. I think this is obfuscation, just for the sake of doing it, to try and delay SpaceX from launching more rockets. Your background's awesome. Thanks, Demon. Right on. I appreciate it. I don't think this case holds water for multiple reasons. The original environmental impact survey, which was done with Falcon 9, basically is pretty much comprehensive enough. That's what the FAA concluded, that it's pretty good. No additional environmental impact surveys are going to need to be required. Some of the things that the case cites as potentially damaging environmental things are brush fires and whatnot. Every rocket makes brush fires. Delta IV makes huge brush fires every time it launches. Most rockets do. So there's kind of... Remember, this is not to say that brush fires are bad. You have to understand the context of this, of the case that they're trying to make. The case that they're trying to make is that Falcon 9's environmental impact survey basically just being carried over and used for Starship testing is not good enough. That's the case being made. Okay? That's important to understand. That doesn't hold any water because Falcon 9 would create brush fires too. In that particular aspect. Of course it would. Brush fires are also normal in Boca Chica. Yep. I did not know that, Journey, but yeah, cool. I think it falls in both content and jurisdiction. They want the court to act as the Environmental Protection Agency. No, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. How do you do 12 hours? I work at the desk too, but I'm tired after like 8. I love what I do, Iron Spark. That has a lot to do with it. If they find that the survey done by the FAA was not good enough for Starship, then that means the conclusions that the FAA found out are wrong or just estimates, so every survey done by them is null. Yeah, but you got to remember that evaluating space launch complexes for commercial use nuclear is a very new thing, which is why they filed this case. The argument that they're trying to make is that we don't truly know what the environmental impact of a fully commercial spaceport is going to be on the local wildlife, particularly in Boca Chica. Because the FAA doesn't know what to evaluate for because this is the first commercial spaceport. That's the argument they're trying to make. I think that, like I said, guys, I think it's a fair argument to make, right? Sure. I don't think they're going to win, but I think it's a fair argument to make. This is legit. That's a concern that should be brought up. Now, here's the thing. There's a reason why I think it should be brought up, okay? The reason why it should be brought up is because the sooner we get this the sooner we get this precedent out of the way, the better, right? Say they go and they do a thorough legal proceeding about the environmental impacts and everything, and basically the judge and the jury basically rules in SpaceX's favor. SpaceX is pretty damn good lawyers, just saying, right? Say that's what happens. That basically sets the precedent. That sets the precedent, the legal precedent, that their environmental impact survey is good enough. What are they going to do? Just file another one saying, well, no, I disagree. They could file an appeal after a ruling gets done. That's totally doable. The appeal is basically to say, well, hey, it's basically like challenging in football. You'd be like, nah, I'm challenging the ruling. That's what an appeal in court is. And an appeal will raise it to a higher circuit of the federal court. And if they keep appealing, or there's a hung jury, it will keep elevating up the circuits in D.C. So it'll go 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. And I think that's how that works. And then if they keep appealing, it'll go to the highest court in the land, which is the Supreme Court. Now, you can keep doing that, but a lot of times legal battles nowadays are basically a fight of attrition. Not everybody can afford to go through 20 court cases or 9 court cases arguing over the same thing in 9 different districts of federal court. Not everybody has the money to do stuff like that. That costs lots of money because you're basically going to have to keep your legal team on a retainer. Okay? Keeping your legal team on a retainer is basically saying, well, I need you guys to be on this case for the next 5 years. So you pay a yearly retainer to them to make sure that they just work on your legal case, and that's it. That ends up getting very expensive. Hey, Trent, what's going on? How often does the FAA do these surveys? They do surveys like this for literally every airport that's on the map. The thing is that, one could make the argument that a rocket is not an airplane. And like I said, that's the argument they're trying to make. Good, man. I'm such a good software engineer. I made a fancy program at work today. It does very epic stuff. Wow, that's very cash money of you. Circuits are numbered by area. There aren't that many steps between a circuit court and the Supreme Court. Yeah, sorry. Like I said, yeah, you're right. I knew I didn't say that right. That's why I was like, nah, that's probably wrong. But yeah, you basically elevate through the higher courts, and the highest court in the land in the U.S. is the Supreme Court. It would go to the D.C. Court of Appeals. Yeah, that's it. D.C. has its own circuit, and then to scapegoat is if a writ of certiorari was granted, which it probably wouldn't be. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You type in your first name, last name, birthday, and it spits out your age. Oh, wow, look at you, man. Look at you. You're a legend. Just kidding, it's something more epic. Supreme Court would probably back SpaceX. Guys, not to sound like a complete dick, but if it ends up getting that out of hand, if this legal case ends up getting that out of hand, I think that the feds will still rule in favor of SpaceX. Why do I think that? SpaceX has a lot of defense contracts. I mean, if we're going to be real about this, SpaceX has a lot of defense contracts. The Department of Defense doesn't like it when people ruffle their feathers, especially in a legal proceeding. They really don't like that. You know what I mean? That, once again, that's just my opinion. I don't know. I ain't no lawyer. I have no idea. I'm just a Twitch streamer. There are a lot of government entities that are counting on Starship to launch the next generation Starlink satellites for various defense projects. The FAA might just make it so that every time an engine gets updated, a new survey has to be done to see what the effect will be. Nuclear, just because you have more rocket engines doesn't necessarily going to mean it's that much louder. If you have 33 Raptor engines, it's not going to be 33 times as loud. Same reason Oshkosh got the mail truck contract. Starshield. Bingo. I think that there's no way that they would forego the defensive capability of Starlink to save some frogs. That doesn't sound like the Fed to me. Kaiser, we were just talking about it, dude. What a stupid contract that is. 75,000 internal combustion engine vehicles. And then once that contract is finished, 75,000 electric vehicles. And then the option to convert all internal combustion engine vehicles, all 75,000 of them, to EVs over the next 10 years. Yeah, the hell that's going to cost $6 billion. Dude, whoever's falling for that hook, line, and sinker is a moron. Unfrickin' believable, dude. Are you kidding me? There is no way that's going to cost that amount of money. It's going to cost at least 3 times as much. Multiply by pi if you want the true budget numbers, man. Yeah, right, Ben? For real, dude. No, forget. They want to be green, so they're going to convert. They're going to engine swap. The post office is going to engine swap 75,000 post vans. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Anyway, I'm over it. Sounds like new Fast and Furious movies. Environmentally friendly family. Muskie, you remember when those movies were about racing cars? Hey, they have that big of a mechanic force? Brand, they had the gall to say in the request for proposal that the average per unit cost of a post van should be $35,000. What car costs $35,000 today? Brand new. And then they also said in the RFP that serviceability should be maximized and longevity should be maximized too. It should be easy to service. And then right below that, they should say it should basically have a life of 12 years. Easy to service. 12-year lifespan. That's short for an automobile. I'm pretty sure whoever wrote the request for proposal for that thing literally has never driven a car in their life. Yep. Yep. It became Carfu. Nice. Small Iridium update. All 5 of the spares got picked up by our ground stations right away. We now have 80 in orbit with 66 in mission. That's kick-ass, you know. Really cool. Sounds like the government should start up a car development division. Yeah, they got a word for that nuclear. It's called General Motors. The upside, in a few years, there's going to be 75,000 go-kart motors up for auction as surplus. Yeah, right? Nice, friend. Muskie, I'm pretty sure the request for proposal for the mail van was written by somebody who doesn't have their license and has never operated an automobile. Ever. Brand, let me put it to you like this way. RB would do a better job. Yeah. And he has never driven an automobile. He could do a better job than that. Dude, I'm telling you, the RFP is... Dude, I was putting the drive shaft in my truck this morning on stream, and it slipped out of my hand, and it kind of fell sideways and hit me off the top of the head. See that? See this going on right here? I literally lost more brain cells reading that RFP than getting hit in the face with a blunt metal object. Say I had a Bremo for you? All right, Linux, will do. I'm fairly confident, yeah. Cheap and easy service equals isn't going to last long. I know, Creation. That's what I mean. It's really funny. Check this out later when you have a few minutes. This was talking about cruise ship trash.
The Eagle has landed.
Hey, Phantasmer, what's going on? EG, I assume SpaceX would start the broadcast when they're... yeah, they usually go about... It's usually 10 to 15 minutes out, Smoke. Yep. Mm-hmm. The only problem I draw with your assessment on the SpaceX case is the idea that the court would rule one way or another based off of the DoD's interest. Unless SpaceX specifically brought that as evidence, though it's not evident that the claim that the FAA's assessment was adequate. Yep, that's right, Green. Mm-hmm. Or at the least never had to worry about cost. That RFP has the same energy as that news segment that had rich people estimating food prices. Dude, like I said, I literally would rather get hit over the head with a blunt metal object. I'd probably lose less brain cells. Seriously, the truck was up in the air. The thing slipped out of my hand. It was a foot above me and hit me off the dome piece, man. It freaking hurt, man. I was like, okay, that was my face. I'll take concussions for 500, Alex.
Discovery.
Hey, Zeno. Thanks, man. Thanks for the 10 subs. I appreciate it, dude. This is great, too. What's that, T-Man? Oh, yeah, the Lego Mars rover. Very cool. Green Dragon news article I just saw. Kentucky man arrested after attacking roommate who ate last Hot Pocket. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. It's my birthday, so I thought I would be generous. Dude. I appreciate it, Zeno. Thank you. But can you guys please not gift me subs on your birthday? Like, I appreciate it, and it's far from me to complain, but please, it's the worst feeling ever. It's the worst feeling ever. Like, that's my birthday, I'm going to give you a present. I'm like, what the? Stop! Stop it. Don't do that. Zeno, with that being said, thank you very much, dude. Oh, my goodness. Don't feel bad. Be happy I made money with satellites. There you go. Loki asking for subs on my birthday. I don't stream on my birthday for that specific reason, Aqualux. That's not what I saw happen. I saw 4 grizzly bears, 1 polar bear,
Discovery,
and Mike
go
Tyson
and
try to insult the state of the truck. Yeah, Contra, that's what happened. Yeah, you know, that gorilla that escaped from the zoo and punched me in the face. Ted, don't tell me it's your birthday too, man. I swear. Today's my anniversary.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Guys, they're live from the better timeline where UPS makes the right choice. Ugh, don't show me that. Happy birthday. It's not my birthday. That's right, Green. Got 2 of these bad boys for... Oh, we've reached that point in the stream where we're up to... Oh, JT9. JT9. Weren't you happy as a kid when it was someone's birthday and the class stopped for 5 minutes for a snack? Yeah. It's a JT9D. Old 747 engine. Serial number 9176. One Jetfreb. Nice location. Palmdale. Guys, these... NASA Armstrong Flight Research Center is getting rid of them. Yeah. I'm looking for something. Now targeting 12:30 a.m. Weather's not cooperating. They keep moving it out because they think that's when the weather's going to be open. Global Hawk. Another Global Hawk. A couple of old FA-18s. Alright, let me check something. They're waiting for you to end a stream. Yeah, that's absolutely what's going on. Yep. Those are Sophia's engines, guys. I'm pretty damn sure. Yeah. Those are Sophia's engines. Those are the engines off Sophia. Yeah, pretty damn sure. Or her spares. Well, Aqualex, actually, if they're the spares, then they're the JT8s from a certain 747-100. November 905, November Alpha. Look up the tail number. I know the exact 747 that this was pulled from. Sophia's spares were taken off of the shuttle carrier aircrafts. Yeah. Don't ask me why I know that. I couldn't tell you. I mean, yeah, if you want to go trace the serial number, JT9D7J, that's JT9D7, serial number 9176, basically coincides with 747, no, it's 695 768. Model 747. All these numbers basically jive with early 747 motors. So if it's a JT9D-7, that's 747-100s. This new target puts it 65 minutes into the 127-minute launch window. Yep. Same thing. Dude, I'm not going to lie to you. If I had, like, Whistling Diesel money, I would do this. I would buy this stuff. And I would just have a warehouse full of ridiculous things. Like that. Like how Whistling did that video with the tank. That was hilarious, by the way. The Chieftain. Really, really funny. Alright, Linux. Have a good night. Like a tank? I'm telling you, I'd buy an M88, Ren. I'd buy an M88. Because tanks with guns are cool, but if I buy one, I'm not going to be able to use the gun. You can use a tank with a crane on it. Does streaming make you a billionaire? Not me. Yeah, Tree. Whistling's pretty funny. Cody's a funny guy, dude. I'd love to meet that dude one time. Dude, I'll be honest, fellas. At first, I didn't get it. I was like, why are you wrecking this stuff? That's kind of stupid. And then it kind of makes sense after a while. Like, oh, okay, I get what you're doing. I see the point you're trying to make. All right, man. All right. The dry humor tears me apart every time, and people fall for it. Exactly, Beryl. He's doing that to get people to get people. Don't you know that I could have used that part? What are you doing? I get it. I get it. And I'll be honest, every single Whistling video I have to watch, I'll be like, oh man, you just destroyed that school bus. That's got a really nice Caterpillar engine in it. I guess it doesn't now. Like, I have to remind myself, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm watching Cody. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You can pick up way more chicks with a crane. That's right. Literally. You can pick up more chicks with a tank that has a crane on it than a tank with a gun on it. It's true. I detect no faults with your statement. Squatted vehicles, though, they deserve it. Bran, you know what would be really good automotive content? Really good automotive content would be buying squatted vehicles and then fixing them. Yeah, I bought this thing, look at it, and then literally returning it to stock. I bet you could make more money. I bet you could make money buying squatted vehicles and then converting them back to stock, and then like just literally just flipping it, changing it back to stock, flipping it, and selling it. That's actually not a bad idea, dude. Oh my god, that would be funny as hell. Yeah, I can't bad for real. You should buy an EV and stream breaking it down, putting it back together for science. I don't know. Shut up and unsquat it. Yep. I like ripping out the little boats people ruin perfectly good bottles with. What? What? Yeah, no, you know, I get it. It's just, all right. Yeah, that took me a second. I'm like, why does that? All right. When launched, it got pushed back, dude. The cost to fix EVs right now is insane. Good business to get into. Yeah. I think that buying junk Teslas and parting them out, you could probably make a good amount of money doing that, believe it or not. Trying to sell my Jeep, and some guy just said he's interested in the one owner and cleanliness. He's interested in the one owner and cleanliness and all the mods added, but wants a discount. Battleship Texas is 1/7 the way done. Cool. Very cool. What kind of Jeep is it, Manda? Sister-in-law's EV has been in the shop for 2 months because of a minor fender bender. Okay. It's a Rubicon Recon. JK? Cool, man. 4 doors or 2? Well, Rubicon. I don't think they made 4-door Rubicons. Body shop lead times are so long because of parts. JK 2-door. Good man. Good man. I'm pretty sure people that drive 4-door Jeeps have no idea how to operate a motor vehicle. Now, hey, don't get mad at me if you have a 4-door Jeep, all right? Don't get mad at me. Let me revise that statement. People in Massachusetts that drive those things have no idea how to operate a motor vehicle. That's because I live on the Cape and everybody has one of those. It's really funny to see them fail to understand how that vehicle works. It's pretty funny. I don't hate Jeeps. Jeeps are cool. Seriously, I see people trying to do 3-point turns in Jeep Gladiators. And they just bonk, 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 bonk. Go. What about 0-door Jeeps? It's a Jeep thing. You wouldn't understand. Give them a long wheelbase and you're doomed. Are you prepared for Hamilton at Ferrari? You know what? Gabe, I'm going to be 100% honest with you. There was a time where that would have bothered the heck out of me. But honestly, yeah, that would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. I mean, that would certainly be one hell of a challenge with Lewis. Dude, I used to hate Lewis Hamilton. I really did. I really used to hate him. And it was for literally no reason more than he doesn't drive for my team and he's a damn good driver. I mean, don't get me wrong, his attitude toward things is kind of like... But dude, when you have the spotlight constantly in your face 100% of the freaking time, I can understand how that would get really freaking annoying. And eventually you just get to the point where you just say whatever the hell you want. Doesn't really matter. Right? But the guy never, he's a good driver, man. You'd be foolish to say that he isn't. So, there was a time where I really didn't like him, but I don't know, man. Maybe I'm just getting older and I'm not trying to be that much of a dingbat about things. Seeing him in Ferrari would be really funny, actually. That would probably piss off Hamilton fans, and it would probably piss off Ferrari fans, too. It would piss off Ferrari fans up until the point where he starts winning races, and then they'll all be the biggest Lewis Hamilton fans of all time, and it'll be really funny to watch, actually. Yeah. Do they drop Leclerc or feed the drama? I'm not sure. We built it for rock climbing and daily driving, and it's in great condition. How much did the guy... Okay, so... Amanda, how much did he lowball you by? What's your asking price? And what did he say? What do you think of this generation? What is this? 12.5 for a 79. 460. It's got a C6 in it. New fuel lines, brake lines, gas tank, distributor plugs and wires. 36-inch tires. New shocks. Interior needs to be finished. Bed floor is rusted out. Driver's side fender lip is rusted underneath. Okay, so it's right there. It's not perfect, but it's something to start with. Truck runs, but it's not running right. Lost interest in it. It just sits in the garage. Would need it trailered. Let me take a look. It's got a 460 in it. That's the engine you want, and it's obviously 4x4. It's pretty damn clean, dude. Okay. That's not worth 12.5, dude. It's not worth 12.5. And you know, I know it's not worth 12.5 because a truck like this would go really, really quickly for the right price. This thing was listed 5 weeks ago, and the reason why it's been up on the reason why the listing has been here for 5 weeks is because he's asking 12.5 for a pretty fair condition. Actually, it's pretty decent condition. 79 F250. We're asking 35K, but he wanted it for 29. Amanda, what's your lower margin, dude? Yeah, no, it's a nice truck. I'm not sure if it's worth 12. I probably wouldn't pay more than like 8. That's my favorite generation of F-Series Fords. I mean, Geek, if you're feeling limber, I can really look over it if you want. It doesn't look bad at face value, but I know what to look for with this stuff. This is the kind of stuff I'm good at. So there's a lot of what looks to be sand in there. There's a lot of sand in the floorboards, which is interesting. That means this guy's taken this thing to a beach, which means it's been near water. Now, don't get me wrong, he's in Reynoldsville, Pennsylvania, and I'm fairly confident that yeah, there's sand dunes up here, isn't there? In fact, it says Sandy right there, so that reads correctly. I'm just going to go ahead and assume that's a national park there or something that has a lot of sand. I'm not looking at that truck specifically. I just wanted your opinion of this generation of truck. Awesome truck. It's got a 460 in it. 460's nice. That's not the stock distributor, I don't think. But the guy did say that he did. Yeah, see, distributor, plugs, wires. Okay. It's got power brakes. Nice. You got front discs. You got twin reservoir. It has the Dura Spark, which is a piece of Dura but whatever. There's voltage reg. There's the external solenoid. Dude, it's basically this. See, Geek, this is what I mean. You can put a 460 in there. External solenoid. Just hook the starter motor up. Easy peasy. Starter motor and coil. Doesn't matter if it's a 302, 460, whatever. That's why I chose to keep it on the 59. My grandfather had one of these and they sold it when he passed. Was before I knew what it was and a dumb kid, or I would have kept it. Yep. Bed is rusted out. Fender rusted out. Frame might be tweaked. Figgity, that's what I was getting to. Look at the bed right there. Okay. Look at the bed relative to the cab of the truck. The bed is kind of like up a little bit, which means that either the bed wasn't shimmed right or it's rusted out. It's definitely, that line is definitely curved, which means it's definitely low over here, which kind of points to the frame being bent or rusty. This doesn't look too bad in here. The engine looks fine. That's just a 460. It looks okay to me. I mean, I'd have to hear it run, but I mean, it's a nice truck. It's just not worth 12 G's. Because, see, the bed's riding low here. Look at the accent line. It's just slightly low, which means the bed's slightly crooked, Which means, I mean, that most likely means that it's, I mean, the guy said it's rusted out. So it's probably what's going on. Or it means that when they put the bed on last, they didn't shim it right, which is, that does happen. It does have a little bit of sun damage on the paint right there. So that tells me that it was parked outside for a long time. The paint job seems to be okay, but this is definitely a respray. I'm pretty dang sure. The reason how I can tell it's a respray is because if you look at the floorboards right here, you look at the rocker panels just above my head, that is not that color up there. That's a faded version of that. So it was resprayed, but it was resprayed with a factory color. See the door jamb? This thing has been repainted multiple times. See two different colors right there? So if it's been repainted multiple times and it has rust, what's going on here? Was it repainted with rust? Did they polish a turd here? What's going on? Well, Tessa, that just could be that it's not shimmed correctly. But it also kind of looks like it's like this, almost. The rear bumper gap is, yeah, that's a little bit off, which means, you know, like I said, the bed is probably rusted out. But if I don't understand why you would repaint a truck with a rusty bed unless they painted it and then drove the piss out of the thing, right? And the bed rusted out. In which case, why did the bed rust out? Once again, all that sand in the floorboards will tell you something. This guy's been taking it off-road. He's been taking it through a lot of sand dunes, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? But that means this truck has done work. I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just all this stuff, the bed being rusted out, a little bit of rust behind the fender, clearly was stored outside. It clearly has been repainted, right? All that stuff is it should be knocking this price down. I wouldn't pay more than $8 for this thing. Maybe $9. It's a nice car. Or a nice truck. It's a really nice truck. Like, I'm not trying to dump on it, but yeah, I mean, like, guys, if you're gonna buy an old car, I could look at it and probably tell you if it's a piece of junk or not. I like doing that kind of stuff. It's fun. But yeah, Geek, that thing's not worth $12.5. It's $9, maybe. I mean, what I'd have to see what bed floor rusted out means, because yeah, you might be able to buy a reproduction of that. I don't know. Or it means the owner worked at a place that has a dirt parking lot, fills up your car with sand real quick. I don't think working in a dirt parking lot is going to fill up the passenger side footwell with sand. I'm just putting it out there, dude. Agreed, probably less. 9 would be my upper limit for this thing. I would not pay any more than that. And Manda, counter offer that guy at 33 or 32.5 and see what he does. Why would one take a photo of sand? Willie, in this day and age, there's no problem with being an honest seller, but that right there is. It seems like the guy that owns this truck seems like a pretty honest dude. It seems like this trucks get used. That's good. It's a truck. It should be used as one. All right. I'm fairly confident he put the 12.5 in there to deter away people that are going to be like, oh, that's a 79. You want 12.5 for it? Hey, do you think $5,000 is good? The guy put that 12.5 on there to scare away non-serious buyers. Thanks, bro. We'll let him know. Go back at 32.5, man, and see what he does. You're getting lowball. That's just wheeling and dealing, dude. I'm good at this. I don't know why. Maybe it's working too much customer service. I'm pretty good. Pretty good at wheeling and dealing. Was it sand? It looked like Bondo. Have you seen the Underappreciated Survivors Facebook page? Tons of great stuff off there. Suddenly missing my old 77 F-150. Trucks are amazing, dudes. I love trucks. They're great because they're super useful. It's an actual utility vehicle. unlike what we call utility vehicles nowadays. It's an actual utilitarian piece of equipment. Like, I love my F-250. I love that thing. It's so freaking useful. It's so freaking useful. I could put a freaking couch in the bed if I need to, right? But don't get me wrong, I don't daily drive the thing, because you don't need to daily drive a truck with 410 gears in the back, right? You don't need to daily drive that every day. Daily drive Mustang or something. You know? Here's one for you. All right, geek. Let's see what we got. I'm shocked with the prices on used trucks. I know, Willie. It's kind of absurd, man. Considering that like a 79 F-250, you go back 5 years ago, $5,000. COVID, dude. I'm going to change up the title to EJ's Vehicle and Automobile Review. Sure, why not? We'll start a new segment just now called the Automobile Review, where we sit here and we look at Facebook Marketplace. Oh, God, we're scraping the bottom of the barrel here with content. What I hate is seeing old trucks not do work. Yep. Yeah, maybe, Gaw. So this is a 52 F-150 short box. Okay, something right here in the name, fellas. And don't get me wrong, this is not me trying to be a jerk. It's just, you notice things. The seller doesn't even know the name of the vehicle that they have. But if I look down here, right? They marked it as an F-150 short box because it has a 1991 Ford 300 inline 6 that's been freshened. And it has an M50D. It has an M50D 5-speed manual gearbox. And it's running a dated 44 with 411 gears. It was not called the F100 in 1952. It was called the F1. From 1948 to 1952, it was the Ford F1, F2, F3, F4, F5. They switched in 1953 to the F100, and then the F250, 350, 450, 550, 650, 750. Actually, in the mid-50s, it was 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600. And then by the end of that decade, it was 250, 350, 450. You get the idea. Don't forget to plug your OnlyFans. Okay, so this truck has a... What the frick? Cool 300. That's neat. What? Is that a Ford Ranger bed with wood in? I love the side exhaust. The side exhaust is baller. It's a Ford Ranger bed. Dudes, am I crazy, or does that actually not look too bad? Now, don't get me wrong. It's a 90s Ford Ranger bed on a 52 F100 or an F1, but the curviness matches the curviness of the cab. It's not the worst bed that I've seen. Like, if you're going to go with a bed that's not from 1952, that's not the worst conversion I've seen. I'm not even kidding. Like, that's not the worst. Like, it doesn't look too bad. I'm not even kidding. Like, if you look at it from this angle, that looks right. It actually fits the aesthetic of the truck, interestingly enough. The tailgate doesn't look right at all? Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah, no, that's completely wrong. But from certain angles, I don't necessarily hate it. And it's got a 300 inline 6 with a 5-speed. That's actually kind of cool. I don't know if I'd pay $13,500 for it, but it is pretty neat. Truck was completed a couple of years ago. Lots of new parts. Frame off resto. Any questions, just ask. I mean, once again, the high price there is to deter people that are going to come in here and be like, oh, that's a $2,000 truck. It has the Ranger bed on it. Nobody wants that. You know, it's not the worst I've seen. That's actually kind of cool. I'm not sure what the Harley Davidson thing is about, but whatever. It's got a pretty cool rake to it too. My truck does that. My truck has a rake like that. The front is down a little bit lower than the back. It's called a rake. Not bad. Like, I don't know. It looks like they took the Ranger seats too. They took the Ranger brakes as well. That's the power brakes from a Ford Ranger. Oh yeah, they took the power brakes too. Actually, that probably is from if I'm guessing, it's either from a Ranger or a 91 F-150, like the motor is too. How do you know you got a good truck? You gotta look. You gotta look around. You gotta replace the grill of the F-100? No. I hadn't planned on it. Geek, it's not bad, dude. I wouldn't pay $13.5 for it. That's not really my style, but I do respect it. It is cool. Alright. Spoon. So once again, guys, the SpaceX launch got pushed back. I was trying to end space news, you know, in time for the launch. The launch should have happened already, but they did push it back a little ways, so we're kind of just in a holding pattern. So we have the EJ's vehicle and automobile review. Haha! All right. All right, so Brandon, this is the first one. This is a 41 fire truck. It's a Chevy. 41 to 43 Chevy fire truck would make an amazing restoration project. Don't buy this unless you have a lot of time. That's going to take some time to get it nice and drivable. But it is... Oh, stove bolt. Yeah, that should be easy to get running. I mean, Brent, this is cool. It's a fire truck. That's actually pretty dope. But what are you going to use this for? As your daily? I mean, you could. That'd be pretty neat. It's not really in bad shape. It's in the high desert. This is in Idaho. A high desert. Well, it's not Idaho. Idaho isn't really the high desert. I understand that, but this is high altitude, so it's not. Stuff does survive up there, up in the Rockies, like as long as it's not driven too much. That ain't bad. It's really not in bad condition. This thing has just been sitting for a long time, dude. That's the thing. It's probably been sitting for God knows how long. But that's a stove bolt, stove bolt Chevy. Yeah, it's Chevy's inline six. They made that basically from World War II all the way into the 60s and even into the 70s. It's a stove bolt inline six. That's the slang term for it. The reason why it's called a stove bolt is because it looks like it belonged. Dude, look at it. It looks like a gas range. I mean, that's pretty cool. Hauling stuff, and it is the high desert. Oh, okay, cool. I was right. Yeah, stuff doesn't rust up there because it's the desert. It's generally really dry, even in the winter. If there's snow on the ground, that means it's super dry, because that means it's cold enough to condense water, which basically removes all humidity from the atmosphere. Ask any place where it snows. It's super dry in the winter. 29 to 62, if I remember right. Yeah, that sounds right, Spoon. Yeah, so stuff doesn't rust up there too bad. Like I said, Brand, this thing has just been sitting for a long time. It is pretty cool. That is pretty neat, dude. And this looks like it was used as an airport fire truck, if I'm looking at this right. If it was a fire truck that was used by a fire department, it would have some kind of logo. You would see some kind of logo here, and some kind of logo would be kind of like faded off on there. But this just has kind of like a serial number, and it looks like it says airport right there. I think this was probably an old airport fire truck. Yep. Take a look, man. Spoon, I have the thing that you linked teed up over here. Driver's fender is dented to piss. I'm going to guess that Pocatello has an airport near it. This is a ex-military base. All the gridded area next to the tarmac. This is an ex-Air Force base. Most likely military airport fire truck that got turned into a drag strip that's abandoned now, is your guess. That airport's still used, dude. Unless there's something else here that I'm missing. By Tailings Ponds. Am I stupid? Dude, there was a roundhouse there. Damn. Simple. What's up, Doom? How you doing? I can't find it. Pocatello used to be big-time UP turf. Oh, yeah? You could buy this truck for the bed. It's $3,000. It's in Tolleson. Actually, I'd probably fix that thing, Bandit. That thing is in really good condition. It has less rust than my stupid truck. I'd probably buy it and just make another runner. Either that or take the step side off mine, put it on that thing, and then put the fleet side on mine. That's actually really nice. That truck's in really good condition. I'll put it up on Facebook in a moment here. Let's just zip that down. So yeah, Brand, I'm pretty sure that was an airport truck. Ish, that was still a UP yard. And Ish, I saw what you said about federal cases before. I read it, but I literally don't have enough bandwidth in my mouth. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Good man, hope you've been alright. Been lurking here busy with work lately. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. Hello, what you doing? This is my Facebook Marketplace car review. If you have a car that you're looking to buy on Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist or something, link it up and I will look at it and I'll probably be able to tell you what's wrong with it. Yeah, man. She got a little bit of rust on the door right there. You have 90% of the parts brand new still in the box from bushings, fuel lines, brake lines, interior, fuel tank, weather strips, and much more. I don't have time on this project and need it gone. Damn it! Why can't any of this stuff be near me? Core support's in pretty good condition. Hood looks good. Steering column with the turn signals and the column shifter. Yep, 3 on the tree. Just like that's what mine was. There's the manifold. Dude, yeah, that's everything. That's a good amount of it. Not the right air cleaner for that year. Not the right carburetor for that year. 290 though. Maybe he means 289. That's a 1960 grill. Not, yeah, okay. There's the grill for the truck. He has it. It is near you. Just take the 97 in the trailer. Wow, he dynamatted all this. That's really nice, man. And it's got the clutch pedal. Gauges look good. Back end has seen some action. It's definitely been run into. This was definitely a work truck. Yeah, you redid the firewall. It's got the stock tray from 60. Mine doesn't have the stock tray, but it's got the port for the clutch and everything. Dude, that's mint. That's freaking mint. $3,000. But I would clear coat it and just build it stock. That's definitely what this guy was doing, dude. He fixed the interior, cleaned the interior, made it look nice, and yeah, see the interior, see how clean the work is in there? But he kept the outside like that on purpose. It's supposed to look junky on the outside. It's got patina. Panda, you got space? One of the 20 homologated chassis that Ford made back in the Group B era. Oh, my beloved Storm. All right, Spoon, what did you link up here? I'm going to hold on to this, actually. I wish. Do you have a place to store it, Bandit? You wish you had a place to store it? Okay. This is a 64 Galaxy for $32,500. For $32,500, this Galaxy better be immaculate matching numbers in a 4-speed car. Because if it's not worth $32,000. I wish I had a place to store it. All right. Need a website for this content. See if Car Hub is available. Yeah, right. Fly, can I have it teed up? All right, what do we got? My buddy is looking into buying this. All right, let's take a look. Where is it? It's in Berkeley. Okay. All right, cool. 64 Galaxy 500, 394-speed manual car, has upgraded front suspension, power disc brakes, upgraded radiator with an electric fan, runs and drives great, updated exhaust, air ride rear suspension, with adjustable ride height, all original trim and glass. A great car that you don't see very often. Oh, yeah, that's nice. Very nice. Oh, yeah. Oh, 4 buckets, baby. Yeah, the front bumper is something a little wonky is going on with that front bumper. I saw it, Methos, yeah. I'm just kind of looking over everything else. But it doesn't look wonky in that picture. Ooh, that. Oh, yep, that's a 390 motor. That is period correct for for 64. Yeah, FE motors have this big coolant reservoir right there. Yeah. 4 on the floor. So that means it's got a top loader behind it, that's a good transmission. Yep. Upgraded power brakes right there. He has the upgraded proportioning valve and the brake switch, so that's done right. Power steering reservoir looks period correct. Starter solenoid is over there. That looks right. I mean, that's obviously been replaced, but that looks right. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, this is nice. That's the same master cylinder that's in the 59. It's the same one. Same proportioning valve too. That's a Delco master cylinder from a Corvette. It's got a 9-inch rear end. Exhaust looks clean. Trunk looks good. He showed the pans. Very nice. Looks like the suspension, the lower control arms have been powder coated, but the upper ones have not. Spindle looks to be stock. I mean, I don't know why you'd say upgraded suspension and not upgrade the upper control arms. It's double wishbone, but it does have a sway bar. That's cool. Bushings were done. Ball joints were done. Not bad. Are you an off-roader? I like everything pale. Yeah. Oh, what the frick? Reminds me of something the Blues Brothers would drive. The Blues Brothers don't drive Fords, man. The Blues Brothers drove Dodge. So, it's interesting. Why is this part of the floorboards back here? That's all rhino lined, and the e-brake looks to be original. The exhaust was definitely done. He has the 9-inch with the red center section. That's just like that's how it came from the factory. That's cool. That looks just like mine. Upgrade, new drive shaft in there. What the hell's going on right here? What's this about? Interesting. Also, there are some bumps in the oil pan. There's some dents. What's that? Why are there dents in the oil pan? Unless that's the paint dripping. In which case, did you paint the engine when it was in it? Something was bouncing around in that pan to dent it from the inside out. Yep. It's got a C... no, that's top loader. I was going to say it's a C4 output shaft. No, that's top loader because it's a 4-speed. Looks good. Drive shaft looks nice. See all this? This is all immaculate down here. This is all perfect. That's really, really nice. What the heck happened to the front of this thing? And if I'm remembering right, I mean, Methos, you said new front cross member. That's what the bumper was mounted to. I mean, this was restored. It's very nice. This is all clean under here. But... what the frick? Yeah, remember a second ago when I said it's all clean under here? No. What happened to the SpaceX launch? It got pushed back, dude. It looks like there was some frame repair done here. Yeah, a lot of spatter with that weld. And the leaf spring shackle is rusted to all hell. Interesting. Yeah, Methos, you see that? This was I need this working right now because I need this car running and driving. That's probably from the car's life pre-resto, if I had to guess. Because looking at all this, where somebody went ham with the grinding disc right there, and then just it looks like it rode around over here and then came back. They didn't even bother to clean off their own welds. This was definitely done before they cleaned everything else up on the car. Those welds have been there for a while. I don't think that's the guy that owned this thing didn't do that. Yeah, but cut it out and replace it. I guess he didn't see the need to. Yeah, see? Look at the bumper mount on this side. And look at the bumper mount on the other side. This thing was rear-ended, guys. It was rear-ended. The bumper, that's the bumper bracket to hold it on that side. It has all been re-welded. This thing has been, it's been hit. Look at the difference. See how clean that bracket is? And see it's all bent steel. And that's basically just some angle iron right there. This thing has been rear-ended. Need another cornet. Update on the launch time. Now targeting 12:45. Okay. Are we going to watch launch? Yeah, of course. I'll tee it up, Bren. I mean, just because it's been in an accident doesn't mean that the title won't be messed up. If you didn't report the accident, didn't report it to insurance and just fixed it yourself, then there you go. My buddy is negotiating the dude. We're trying to get it for under 30K. Plan would be to fix those parts of the frame. Frame to us seems straight, so we felt fairly safe with it. Yeah, what the hell's that about, dude? I'd be wondering. I'd ask the guy, what's going on with the driver's side rear frame? Everything else looks really nice under here, I'll be honest with you. This looks great. But the reason why I'm going over everything with a fine-tooth comb is because the mother trucker wants 32 grand for this car. You want 32 G's for this thing? It better be immaculate, like I said. This is definitely not immaculate. It is cool, don't get me wrong. I don't think it's 32 G's cool. This... It's spooned at 20, 25, 25, 25 on a good day. I mean, it's nice, don't get me wrong. And don't get me wrong, the guy would probably tell me to go frick myself if I offered him 25 G's. I would not go over 25 for this. This car's been rear-ended. Something weird is going on with that bumper. Don't get me wrong, it's probably nothing. But that is concerning. Why wouldn't you... Everything else, the entire underneath of the frame has been immaculately restored, and then you leave the front crossmember like that? What the hell's that about? And why is the bumper sagging in that other picture? And why is it not? It's not sagging in. It's sagging in that picture, but it's not sagging in the next picture of the bumper. So what's going on here? Like, once again, as if you're gonna go and you're gonna just go this car, you like, even if it's like your favorite car, like, don't get me wrong, dude, a 64 Galaxy 394 speed, that's a really freaking cool car. I would drive the hell out of this thing. Not for 32 Gs. Not in the condition that that's in. It's tweaked up for sure, Mythos. Yeah. 25, dude. 25. If the guy doesn't wiggle on that 32, and you offer 25 and he says, like, well, 30, 25, do not, tell your buddy, don't pay over 25 Gs for that thing. No way. Not a chance. And the top wishbone. Yeah, so, yeah, that's it. Yeah, exactly. Dustura, the guy restored the lower control arms, but not the upper control arms, and then it says has all upgraded front suspension. What's upgraded? You replace the control arm with a new one. That's the stock control arm. It's just painted. Unless I'm not looking at this right, that looks like a stamped piece of steel to me. That's not upgraded at all. Boy, you put a new spring in? Great. Yeah. Upgraded suspension. Okay, next. Next, Flykin, what's this? You have a 1955 M52A2, deuce and a half, with a fifth wheel on it. He's wiggling a bit. We initially offered 24, so we're kind of thinking maxed out at 26. Yeah, if you're feeling limber, yeah, sure, go to 26. I wouldn't pay more than that. All right, let me go over here. All right, Flykin, what's this? Looks not too good. This is an M52A2 multi-fuel truck, runs and drives. No, multi-fuel. Diesel. Okay. I don't know the mileage on it. It was used to jockey log trailers around. Bought another one to use. Don't really use this one anymore. Asking $5,000. Yeah, that's worth 5 Gs. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's worth 5 Gs. That's cool. Worth 5 Gs all day. Absolutely. It's a deuce and a half. It ain't breaking. It's got a Detroit diesel in it. It's not breaking. Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. If I was looking for a tractor trailer like this is an off-road tractor trailer. That's cool. Also, I want that Dodge that's in the background. Looks like he redid the saddlebag. The saddlebag. The saddlebag? Oh. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see the fuel tank there. Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, dude, this is worth 5 Gs all day. That's a cool truck, man. You know what I'd do with this thing? I'd take the fifth wheel off and put a flatbed back on it, because I don't need it to haul. But it looks like this logging company buys mill surplus vehicles because you need an off-road truck to haul logs around, which makes sense. This is a pretty honest sale. But yeah, 5 Gs, dude, worth. Absolutely. That's cool, man. It's a cool truck for $5,000. If you needed something like this, sure, absolutely. The seats definitely need some love. I mean, so you might be able to have some wiggle room, Flykin, but then again, deuce and a halfs. Yeah, deuce and a halfs is. It's not like you can't find or make seats for that thing. I mean, yeah, dude, this is cool. Cool for what it is. I mean, maybe you could get some wiggle room because the interior is completely shot, but I'm pretty sure the guy won't wiggle because he has a bunch of them. Look at, he has like 3 of them back there. It does, dude. That thing is cool. It's definitely worth 5 Gs for what it is, man. Even for those beefy freaking 1-ton axles. Man, that's cool. Look at how chunky that damn frame is. That's cool, man. Yeah, I saw the 5-ton over there. There's another deuce right there. But that's definitely a 5-ton back there, for sure. Cool. That's really cool, man. I think those are 1-ton axles. They might be more. They might be 2.5-ton axles. Go figure. That's beefy, dude. Look at the leaf spring on that thing. That thing's cool, man. Rims have the tire pressurization system. Those alone are $5K. Yeah, Flykin, that's worth it. If I was looking for a truck, I would absolutely buy it. If I needed a truck like that, that's a pretty damn good deal. That guy just wants to get rid of it. Yeah. All right. Brand, what do you got? Ooh. Ooh, 72 Coronet. '72 Coronet. It's the Ferndale from My Summer Car. That's in Pocatello as well. Driven 7,700 miles. X to doubt. 72 Coronet sedan, driven 7,735 miles an hour. Selling my 72 Coronet, not running, just needs a battery. What's a battery ignition? I don't know what that means. And master cylinder, I'm sure you get new oils for it. It would start up and run. Dude, that's legit, Brand. You should buy this right now. You should buy it. Yeah, the interior is pretty shot. But the guy's asking $1,500 for it. So it's got a 3-speed auto in it. It's an automatic transmission. Dude, factory AC. That's cool, man. Hang on, let me take a look. Yep, it's a 318. Yeah, it's just a 318. Oh, dude, he did the scoop flip. Nice. Did the auto roll over? I'll have to check. There's no way this car has 7,700 miles on it. Factory AC car, though. That's pretty neat. The battery tray rusts right there. Mine's rusted right there, too. But, dude, yeah, the AC condenser. That's cool, man. This is a cool car. Doesn't seem to be too rusty. Up. Carburetor's in the front seat. Not a good sign. Learned that from Vice Grip. But there is another carburetor on it. Doesn't look to be too rusty, dudes. It's been sitting outside in the sun, and the sun ruined the dash. Dude. No, coolin'. The rocket launch is in about an hour. Brand, honestly, buy it. Like right now. I'm serious. Buy it. That's a cool car. It doesn't even matter if it has 70, like, dude, who cares? If the auto's probably rolled over. It's most likely 107,735 miles. The odometers on these old cars, they're not even muscle cars. The odometers on the old cars only went to 100,000 miles. I'm sorry. The manufacturers were not expecting them to last that long. They were made very cheap. Methos, I dig it though. Look at this. It's just big 70s presence, man. It's a freaking 72 Coronet, dude. Look at it. It's a freaking boat. I love it. It has a 318 in it though. It could be a 360. It's hard to say. How big is that trunk? 7-body trunk all day, dude. Factory AC car though. That's really cool, man. Brand, honestly, I would buy this. I would buy this and I would just clean it up, fix the carburetor, battery tray. They make plenty of parts for B-body Coronets, and it does not seem rusty, dude. This thing has no rust, and you can get reproduction interior parts for these things, no problem. My summer car. Check the radiator. The radiator looks fine to me, dude. Drum brakes. Brand, she's running 411 Mopar 11-inch drums. There's no power brakes here. Yeah, you're running drums. Might not be the radiator. That's the AC condenser, and it looks fine. Like no one's touched it. It's got a little bit of bends in the cooling vanes there, but whatever. cool, man. This is cool. Interior is not a... Dude, I'm serious. Buy it. This thing doesn't... I mean, you should probably... Like, if you were serious about this, like... If you're serious about it, dude... Yeah, caps are still on. All right, let's look around here. Let's look around. Let's look around. Let's look around. Houses, houses, houses. Houses, houses. Trailer. Oh, Methos, I would tool it. I would daily that thing all day. I have a 69 Coronet, man. It's a Coronet sedan just like that. I daily the hell out of that thing. I did daily my 69 in the summer, a couple summers ago. But right now the carburetor's gummed up because I left ethanol gas in it like a friggin' putz. Nope, nope, not that one. Does it count as stocking? I don't know. Nope. Yeah, Meadows. I'm sure we can find it, dude. I'm positive. There's only so many trailer parks. Pocatello is small, man. I'll bet you it was over in that cluster. I don't see any other trailer parks around here. And it doesn't even look like there's, it's like a trailer park. It looks like that they're just double wide. They're lots for double wides, which is fine, whatever. There's nothing wrong with a double wide. I don't judge, Too many people from my state do that anyway. I freaking hate them for it. And we have a reputation for being douchebags because of it. I mean, we kind of are, so kind of works out. Brandon, you should buy it, dude. I'm serious. Go buy it. Yeah, Tim. Yeah, you ain't kidding, man. Can you see any house numbers in the picture? Nah, Flykin, I'm not showing house numbers on stream, dude. Only problem is finding a place to store it. Could offer $12.50. I'm tempted to take the money Pulse gave me today and just do it, but Brimo would literally kill me. Like she'd be like, "Why did you do that?" Hang on. I think I got it. Yeah, I found it. No, we're not showing that. Yeah, I found it. Nope, not showing that. Let's just zoom back out. There we go. Plenty of storage lots, but that's paying to store. Well, Brent, you gotta think, dude. Okay. You have to find a place to store it. So I assume you're in an apartment. That means you can't store it at your apartment. So you pay for a storage lot. But you gotta remember, you paid $1,500 for this car. $1,500. You fix the interior, make it a running and driving car. A car's worth $5,000 all day. Heck, you put some Spanish blankets over the interior. Fix it, make it run, make it drive, so do the brakes, fix the engine, fix the carburetor. The thing looks to be straight. You fix it and make it run and drive. The car's now your $1,500 is $5,000, and it's not going to cost $3,500 to fix everything on there. I know that because I literally did exactly what I'm describing. I know from experience. I bought my Coronet for $1,400. I'm in that car maybe $3,000. Car's worth $5,000. $3,000 including the price, and I did pay to store it too. If we include storage payments, I'm still $1,000 into the black. I found that blue trailer. Falcon 9 now sits at $1,255. Nah, it has to be a Beetle. Fixing the dash would be rather expensive. I found the blue trailer, guys. That's a blue trailer, and the trees are a dead giveaway. All right. The push to 1255 puts it 90 minutes into the window. 37 minutes window remains. Okay. It was a question, not a statement. Yeah, I know, 619, and I'm trying to answer your question. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think it would be too bad. Message you the location. It's in Pocatello, dude. You do that on your own. Just call. Just shoot the guy a message. That's all. Classic Industries is where I get parts for the Coronet from. They have all kinds of good stuff. 71 to 74 Charger Coronet Roadrunner Satellite padded dash. It's $400. Not bad considering. '71 to '74 Coronet, Coronet Custom, Coronet Broham, Coronet Crestwood. Yep. Mm-hmm. Easy peasy. And dude, yeah, I mean, you replace the dash, like, that's just, the 619, the reason why I knew it wasn't going to be too expensive is because there's a metal dash with that dash pad on it. You just replacing the dash pad. There's no way the metal rusted out. Not with a car like this, man. Brent, seriously, go find a storage lot or a storage unit and just put it in there. The storage unit isn't going to cost more than a couple $100 a month. No way. Not out. I mean, don't get me wrong. Forgive me for presuming, but judging by the price of this car, you know how much a 72 Coronet would go for out here? Probably about $5-6 grand in that condition. So that tells me that, I mean, it is out in the middle of Idaho. Pocatello isn't exactly a hot spot from what I can tell here. Where the heck are we? Yeah, we're in southeast Idaho. I'm pretty dang sure that a storage area would not be expensive. I wonder what the heck was here, dude. Something gnarly with the trains was here, like a factory or something. Ooh, junkyard. Oh, nice. 77 F-250 right there. Yes, I can tell. Shut up. You get good at this if you do it for long enough. I wonder what this yard was here. See if we can bounce back a little ways. Whoa. What is this? Oh, railroad maintenance facility. Not anymore. Service yards used to be one of the main hubs for UP until the city ran them out. The what? The city. Why? Why would you? I just got here and thought you were looking at a potato peeler. Nice. Why would someone do that? I don't understand. I'm failing to understand why would you want to do that? I mean, isn't UP like employing a lot of people? Like why would someone do that? Noise? I mean, it's not exactly a bull market out there for jobs in Pocatello, if I had to guess. Once again, I'm presuming, and I might be a dick for doing it, so. But also, because Idaho likes potatoes more than trains. Yeah, Aiden, I understand that, but you can farm all the potatoes in the world that you want. How the heck do you get them to people? Hey, Moto, gifted a sub to Ivo. Thank you very much. Where's my alerter? Like, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm just, you know. UP has been scaling back their workforce for over... Yeah, I know. It's stupid. We should use trains to move more freight and not trucks. It's idiotic moving freight by trucks, especially over long distances. But what do I know? I might be biased. I do like trains. You work for a Methos? Oh, hey, they restored 4014. That's pretty cool. I actually covered that here on the stream. Like, I covered the restoration. Anytime the UP Resto crew posted a new video, I usually showed it in here because 4014 is... I've loved that locomotive since I was a kid. Hang on. Are they selling trains on Facebook? I don't think people sell locomotives on Facebook. I think locomotives have to be sold to a broker just because it's a locomotive. I mean, it's not like you can go bring a trailer and pick it up. I mean, you could. There are some more steam restos in the works. Yep, cool. You have to go in... You have to go to Intertrains one of these years in Germany. So much cool stuff. Yep. They still do use the hump yard in Pocky. Oh, that's cool. But yeah, Bren, I mean, message that dude. 1500 is not bad, man. Running and driving car. You fix that thing up, get some running and driving wheels, man. Car's worth way more when it runs. It's not going to take much to get that thing fixed. And then, you know, you don't want it, I'll buy it. Whatever. I don't know how I'm going to get it here, but... I mean, actually, moving it from Idaho to here, actually, I don't know, probably costs like another $2,000, maybe $2,500. So, $1,500 car, $2,500 to move it here, right? So, that means you're in $4,000. And once again... Wouldn't take me very much to get that thing running and driving. It wouldn't take very much for me. I could probably put $500 into it and get it running and driving, no problem. And then I'm still in the black $500. See what I'm talking about? NSF is live. Cool. I mean, you should fix it though, dude. Fix the sucker, man. That thing, dude, even the insurance for a car like that is going to be super cheap because on paper it's just a sedan. And one other thing that I actually did notice, I was looking at it. Just an interesting thing here. So let me just look here real quick. Let me take a peek. The weather is still yikes. So that's definitely an LA engine. So an LA engine from 1972 can refer to 3 different types of motors. It can refer to a 318, a 340, or a 360. But, you know, I was thinking, there's a carburetor in the front seat here. But the carburetor that's there is a Carter. That's a Carter 4-barrel, interestingly enough. That is not the carburetor that they put on 318s. I know, because I have a 318. That's definitely not the carburetor that comes on a 318. So I don't think that's a 318. It could be a 360. It's possible. Let's go here. 1972 Dodge Coronet. Also, Bren, it's literally the car from my summer car, and that's awesome. 6th generation. 6th generation came with a 225, 318, 383. Okay, it is a 318, but it's a 318 Magnum? Question mark? Question? Because that's definitely not that. I don't think that's a 383. Because 383s have the distributor up front. That motor has the distributor in the back, so it's definitely an LA motor. I'm just wondering if it has a 4-barrel on it. Alright, Twisted, I'll check it out in a second. Curious, I'll have to poke around. It's off some other car. You think need those? Because once again, that's a Carter. And Carter... Wait a minute, hold on. What is that doing in there? Radar's not good, so I say scrub. It's not a Carter. That's a Quadrajet. What the hell is a Quadrajet doing in a 72 Coronet? That's a GM carburetor. Well, it's technically a Rochester carburetor. Interesting. I need to read a little bit. Okay. It's got a square intake with a front insignia on it. Let me look at that. It's definitely not... Yeah, okay. Interesting. Nope. That's the carburetor that comes with the 318. It's a Carter 2-barrel. It's not a thermoquad, dude. The reservoirs are in the wrong spot. It's a Quadrajet. Yeah, that's the carburetor that I have to rebuild. See that right there? That's the 2-barrel carburetor. But they may have upgraded it in the 70s. The engine would have been painted corporate blue like that. That's the paint code for it. Chrysler engines up until 1970 were painted orange. And then in 1970, they switched to corporate blue. It's like a pastel sky blue thingamajigger going on. Car noob here. When did carburetors stop being widely used in cars? Early 1980s. I'm trying to see if I could. I'm trying to find a picture of one with no carb on it, like that. Or one with no air cleaner on it, so I can see where the positive crankcase lines are going, PCV vents and stuff. All of these suck. Weather's definitely not gonna cooperate. Tomorrow's definitely not better. Okay. Yeah. Okay. If it's a 2-barrel brand, these things are easy to replace. Anyway, Brand, that's definitely cool. You should absolutely buy this. This thing is not going to take much work. Put some Spanish blankets over the seats, vacuum it out, put an ozone killer in there, and whatnot. Put some Spanish blankets over the seats. Like I said, maybe an ozone machine in there because it probably smells awful in there. And yeah, maybe fix the dash, get it running and driving, and then drive the sucker, man. It's cool. That's a cool car, dude. It like I said, does not seem to have much rust, dude. The paint's still got some shine on it, which is unbelievable. Yeah, get some fuzzy dice and just cruise, dude. For $1,500, man. You're gonna get your kicks in an old car. $1,500, you can't lose, man. Don't get it right, get it running, indeed. Did you watch the Smarter Everyday video? There's some neat shots. This is the carburetor video, isn't it? Atomization, man. Doom, a rocket engine does that. Only it does it with 2 liquids instead of liquid and air. Unless it's a space shuttle engine, in which case it literally does the exact same thing. But it turns the fuel into gas and combines it with liquid oxidizer. Cool, huh? I wish Chevelles went at that price. New T0 110. Got it. Okay, Geek, what's up? What do you got here? What you think of the one I've been looking at? I have one more, and then the one you were checking out. Oh, that's cool, man. Here, let me check out this thing. All right, so this is 65 GTO. Driven 3,000 miles with a manual transmission. Okay, so that means it's got a Muncie behind it. 454 4-speed 12-bolt Posi 355. Engine and rear completely. 454s never came in a GTO. Yeah. 65, it would have been a 389. Yeah, 389. Yeah, nope. Big block Chevys never found their way into Pontiacs. Yeah, not the right engine. But 454 4-speed 12-bolt, I mean, who cares? Like, if it's clean under there, whatever. I mean, the guy's asking 32 G's for that, but... The 450, I mean, don't get me wrong, you... Guys, this thing will roll. What's Posi traction? Limited slip differential. Even power distribution between left and rear tires. It's got a 12-bolt Posi with 355. That's cool. That's the final drive ratio. So it's streetable with 355s in it. Nice. Very nice car. Dude, that's cool, man. Could it be a 455? Didn't Pontiac make one of those? Not in 1965. The 455 didn't come in until later. I think the first year for the 455 was 1968, if I'm remembering right. Could be wrong. I'm disappointed you didn't go into... It's a limited slip differential that allows power to be distributed evenly between the left and right tire. What is a posit traction? These marks were made by a 1962 Pontiac Tempest. Yeah, I really wish I'd like to see a picture of the engine. Could it be a punched out 389? How's the head feeling? Oh, I still got a headache. Don't you worry. This is a really clean car. It looks like it was frame off restoed, but frame off restoed with drum brakes is a little strange, but whatever. I would like to see a picture of the engine. I mean, Ewok Geek was looking at this. If Geek pays 32 G's for this car, you should kick him square in the junk. I don't know what's under the hood. There's really not enough information here. Don't get me wrong. She is super clean. That thing doesn't look to have any rust on it. It's obviously been repainted. This orange is not a factory color for 1965. I know that for a fact. Well, I'm pretty sure. The headliner's been redone. This car has been body off restoed. I mean, it's pretty damn clean. Yeah, we need to see under. Yeah, we need to see underneath it. It looks right. I mean, it's definitely got a 12 bolt in there. And she has a rear sway bar, but I can't really tell much more. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you if it's 32 grand. Cue it up. All right, Twisted. That's cool. All right, Twisted, what do you got for me? 455 came out in 70. Thanks, Donnie. Yeah, I knew it was 68, 69, or 70. 76 Trans Am for 18 G's. 30,000 miles, manual transmission. It's got the fire chicken on it, baby. 76 Trans Am 455 4-speed manual transmission. Now, they did make a 455 in 76 with a 4-speed, if I'm remembering correctly. They didn't make the 455 for much longer after this, though. Never raced one owner, I know what I have. Car's been parked in the garage since 93, but it still runs. Okay. Price also includes 4 Pontiac factory rims with tires on it. Alright, let's take a look. Parked since 93? That doesn't necessarily mean anything wrong. Oh, that's cool, dude. Yeah, that's cool. I like that Sierra back there, too. That's nice. Dude, this thing is bitchin'. Yep. Okay. Yeah, she's definitely been parked. Absolutely. But this dude, everything's there. Got a aftermarket stereo. Oh, what is this? Yep, Muncie 4-speed. Behind it, there's your factory Pontiac mags. Very cool. Is that a Citizens band? I wanted a white one of those with a blue bird on the hood. That's cool, man. Yeah, dude, this is a mullet and freaking Pabst Blue Ribbon, baby. Yeah, nice. Something's wrong with the brakes. The master cylinder is caked in brake fluid. Something's wrong with the brakes, dude. But that's to be expected with a car that hasn't run in literally 30 years. TA 6.6, yeah, it's 455. Wait, 450. Yeah. Rant though, yeah. This 6.6 is a 400 block. It's a 400 small block, and it has a 455 big block in it. But the guy put the TA scoop on it, which is funny as hell. Yeah. Is it a big block? That's not a big block at all. Unless it's a punched out 400. That's a small block Chevy. The exhaust is a dead giveaway. You guys seeing what I'm seeing? It's got the factory headers on. There's no way that's a 455. It could be an old 403. Yeah, I'm not the best with BOP stuff. I know Ford and Mopar, but yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right. That's a Pontiac 400. That's sweet, Geek. Countdown is in the hold again. Yep. That's cool, man. That's a cool car. I'd be a little bit wondering about the engine. I mean, the engine's painted the right color, and it's definitely been in there for a while, but this car looks like it's been hooned. I mean, a 455... They did make 455s in 76, if I'm understanding this right, but it's got a 6.6 scoop, which is a 400. Buick, Oldsmobile, Pontiac, flanking. Yeah, Jay, I'm with you on that one. Yeah, it's definitely... I mean, Rantha's right. Like, Pontiac didn't have big and small block. That's Chevy. But Pontiac did have a 400, which is interesting because Chevy had a 400 small block. And Ranth is actually the guy that just taught me that, I'll be honest with you. The exhaust is wrong. Here, let's take a look. Let me take a look at a 455. GM guys, help me out here. That has twin collectors like a Chevy small block. The Pontiac 400. Yeah. Huh. Okay, I'm learning something here. New ETA. Chevy 400 was used in trucks. Team is resetting the countdown clock to the end of the launch window, 122. Got it. I did not know that the Pontiac engines actually have the 2 and 3 inline cylinder here coming out next to each other like that. I thought Pontiac was, exhaust port, spark plug, exhaust port, spark plug. I don't care. It's not a big deal. It's interesting. So, okay, Pontiac folks. So that could be a 455, but it's unlikely that it's a 455 because it has a TA66 scoop. So I'm guessing that that's a 400, and the guy just doesn't know the difference. Am I right in assuming that? That's definitely a Pontiac block. Absolutely. I thought it was a small block, but I didn't know that Pontiac's engine. I knew that Pontiac's engines were different, but I didn't. At some point, they just started putting Chevy engines in them. I thought that it would have been this early, but it's not. That's still a Pontiac 400 block, but it's got a 6. It's the scoop says 6.6, but it's definitely not. I mean, it could be. Would you be able to rebore a 403 to 455? Yes. I don't know, Twisted. 389 to 455 blocks are all the same. Thanks, Rentho. The sides of the heads are a 400. Yeah. Might be a descendant selling the property of a past relative, just repeating what they think they remember from the past. Yeah, Hank, I'm saying that's probably likely. Yeah, okay, Kaiser, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's cool, Twisted. I don't know if I'd pay 18 G's for it, but once again, everybody's highballing on Facebook nowadays because these people are going to sell a car. They have to deal with idiots that are like, "Oh, I know you have it listed for 18, but you know, would you take 5 grand for it?" Like they have to deal with idiots like that. Trans Am is a racing series, forlorn. Don't get confused. It could like I know it's like 3,500. Would you take 3,500? No, no. This car's pretty good. It's a pretty good condition, man. I wouldn't even paint this thing. I'd get it running and driving, and honestly, a car like this, I'd start screwing around with the motor. I'd start making it go faster because this car deserves to go fast, man. It's got the fire chicken on it, baby. Looks pretty solid to me, dude. Yeah, I mean, yeah, looks pretty solid to me. It's see all this kind of grittiness that's on the steering wheel and stuff. That's me. That means it's been sitting. Because once you start getting like rust on the steering wheel and stuff like that, it means it's been sitting. So that it's basically exactly as the guy said. Everything is there. It's got an aftermarket radio, and then whatever the heck that thing is. I think that's a tape deck, but that might be a tape deck. I'm not sure what that is. Got to repaint it black. Dude, nobody cares about the paint. Nobody cares about the paint. They just want to see the fire chicken. They want to see it roast tires. No, not yet, Pop. The launch got pushed back. Got pulled away on an on-call call. Anything else found out about the corn beside the odd carburetor? That's a Chevy carburetor on the seat, Bran, and I'm not sure if it's a 2-barrel or a 4-barrel. It's definitely an LA engine. I'm gonna guess it's probably a 318. Yeah. Also, you should buy it. Hey, Mick, what's going on? 28-month resub. How you doing, man? We're doing the EJ's vehicle and automotive review. We're looking at cars on Facebook Marketplace while we're waiting for a SpaceX launch. You guys know my buddy Mick. Speaking of cars, he wrenches on cars all stream, and probably doesn't drop drive shafts on his head like an idiot and bruise your face trying to put the drive shaft back in. Mick's much better at working on cars than I am. If you want to see a dedicated wrenching stream, Mick's your guy. Mad Ford Engineering, man. He's working on some LRDP Land Rovers right now. If you know what that means, you know what that means. LRDP Land Rovers. Very cool. You see my SAS Pink Panther build now? You told me about it last time I popped in the stream, dude, but I haven't seen it. I was going to make 13.5 offer and then negotiate from there. Not more than 15. Yep, that's right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I used my head to make sure my drive shaft wouldn't hit the concrete floor in my shop today. Check out the Instagram. All right. Let me see. Oh, dude. That's kick-ass, man. Oh, that's beautiful. Beautiful. I think I scrolled too far, but I'm still scrolling, Mick. I just won't stop. Those are hand grenades. Use the Instagram app to continue. Nope. How about you shut up, Mark? I'm keeping my eyes open for a 69 Vet, one of my favorite looking cars of all time. Nice. Yeah, that's killer, man. Yeah, dude. That frame's in really good condition, dude. Is that a... Ah. Yeah. Nice FN. That's so Mick, we call that a 240 Bravo, but I know that's not what the Brits don't call it a 240 Bravo. It's like an FN something or other. General purpose machine gun 7.62. Yeah, that's nice. FN mag. Yeah, that's cool, man. Oh, that's fucking killer, dude. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. Yeah. That's freaking sick, dude. Yeah, that's kick-ass, man. Yeah. Yeah, nice. Nice. Oh, wow, dude. You really went hard on this thing. Oh, dude, it looks great. Oh, this is kick-ass, man. That's some LRDP stuff, bro. That's really cool. I mean, I don't think LRDP had GPMGs on them. Check out the intercooler. Let me see. Oh, that's stealth as frick, dude. Nice, nice, nice. But does that GPMG actually fire? I don't know. You'd have to ask. Looks like you put shielding over the steering box, yeah? Honda item that's been messed with. Nice, dude. Nice, nice. This is killer, man. Man, that is a beefy shackle, dude. That's beefier than the ones on my truck, man. Holy crap, dude. That's got some beef to it. No, sir, it doesn't. Damn it. That's a shame. Here's another one of your favorites. I would never pay this, but it's a sick cruiser. 65 Lincoln. My cousin has a Lincoln like that on bags that looks exactly like that, dude. Yeah. That's cool. What is it? The steering box is from P38 Range Rover. Yeah, okay. So you had to make some room for it. Gotcha. That dude, guys, Mick does some serious hot rodding. That's sick. This is really good. Some serious fettling being done here. This is a 68 2A 109. That's cool. Dude, it's freaking beefy, dude. That thing's beefy under there. Look at that thing. What motor is that, Mick? Is that the motor that came in it? Dude, I don't know too much about Land Rovers, to be honest with you. I mean, obviously, it's got an intercooler in it, and so, you know. Check out Cars and Motorsports for an interesting Mach 1. What do you got, SVO? Nice. The black toolbox under the hood is going to be the airbox. Cool. The engine is from a 98 Discovery. I was going to say, dude, that looks like to be a much newer motor. It's a motor from a Disco, huh? That's cool, dude. Yeah, this is a cool little resto mod. That's awesome. Is the steering column... That's obviously not factory. Mission control is online. It's a ZF HP22 automatic box. I got a ZF in my 97, man. I have a ZF 547, dude. It's got its first gear on that transmission in my 97, man, is like 5-to-1 or something, and then I got 410 gears out back, so it's like a 9-to-1 reduction in first gear. You can pull tree stumps, man. V8. The V8 governor now, but Reb. Yep. All right. This is killer, man. These are the what are those things called? The Allies used these things to make airports and stuff. They laid down tons of them to make a prepared surface for airplanes. I forget what they're called, dude. A friend of mine is a 6.0 LSX, newer ZF 6-speed in an 86 Monte Carlo. I don't hate that. Albuquerque's Unser Racing Museum is leaving New Mexico. Interesting. 471s. I have it teed up, Flykin. Here, let me see if we can go back over here. See if we can look at more albums. Hold on. I need to look at this thing. Nice. New tank. You make that yourself? Get the bead roller out? Yeah, Flykin, we'll check it in a moment. I have it still teed up, the 48 F1. Here, let me put it over here. I'll put it in front of the 73. No, so you bought them? I was gonna say, get the bead roller out. No, that's cool, man. Yeah, very nice, very nice. What is this thing? With the threaded rod on it, Mick. I don't know what that is. Yeah, I mean, it's not, dude, that's definitely something. I just don't know what it is. HSD to add the return lines. Yep, I got you. Weather's clearing up. That holds the sand ladders on. Machine from solid billet. Cool. Oh, dude, this thing is trick, man. Yeah, there's the steering box. Yeah, I got you. You got the smokes on it. That's cool, man. Also, cats, obviously. You use two of the fuel taps, one for the feed, one for the return. Yeah, you got it with the disco motor, right? So yeah, nice, man. The cat has to be aftermarket. Put in line for review. Okay. Okay. Kuro, have I seen your last? It's got twin tank. Wait, you're putting a second tank on? Is there gonna be one on either side? Kuro, I do not see your last. I don't see it. It's nice, man. That's cool. Running dual tank setup. Sweet. Mick, do the dual tanks go into like a catch can, or are you just using straight pressurized system with like a solenoid to switch it? Cape continues to be in phase 1. Might like the shifter? Yeah. Prop load is starting. Trying to find a shifter, see if I can find a shot. I think it was maybe in the other one. Wait a minute. What am I looking at here? Hold on. Is that a pistol grip? You got a pistol grip shifter in this thing? No, the tap swapped the tanks. Got it. You passed it? Is it? What? Looking at it right there? The grips? Wait a minute, what did I miss here? Hey, you know what? Hey, if it needs to move if that's gonna move the forks around, that moves the forks around. Screw it. Whatever. It's just for moving it around the shop. That's fine. This work is cherry though, man. Really nice. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't expect anything less from you, dude. That's freaking killer, man. That's killer, dude. That's really cool. Guys, if you want to see Mick work on these things, Mad Ford Engineering, dude. Click on him. Go give him a follow. Mods, if you're here, give him a shout out. Trust me. Good stuff, dude. Guy's a freaking wizard when it comes to this stuff. I had to rebuild the bulkhead, was toast. Yeah, I could definitely see. Yeah, you definitely see it, dude. She's got some grot. She had some grot on it. Not anymore though. Yeah, dude. Definitely putting in the time. It's gonna be badass when it's finished, man. It's gonna be freaking badass. That's cool. Very cool, man. I'll have to pop in and check, dude. She going pink? Nice. Dude, what is... Mick, what's that thing? I know the name of that damn thing. I just forget what it is. What you got there? L85? Have you heard about the trip she's going on in October? Yeah. 101 forward control. Cool. Are you going to eat something? Oh, it's an SA-80. Okay, cool. And there's your GPMG down there. That's killer, man. That's freaking sick, dude. Oh, man. Dude. Blast it out. Thing looks brand freaking new, man. Very nice, my friend. Very nice. Yeah, you're gonna do an LRDP mission with that thing. Greg, he's Remy. I was RAEME. I have no idea what that means, dude, but that's cool. I know what the A means in that, but that's cool. You're gonna go do some LRDP stuff out there. Just don't do a Jock Campbell on me, okay? Please. And yes, Mick, I know what that is. I know what LRDP is, and I know the story behind it, and that's really freaking cool, man. Rusty Engineering made easy. I will try not to, sir. Yeah, okay. Don't get strafed by an enemy aircraft, okay? Probably not going to end well. Google. So, okay, guys, let me give some backstory. Long Range Desert Patrol. LRDP is one of the components, one of basically the founding components that is what would become the British SAS. Yeah, is Special Air Service. So, Special Air Service was born out of a need during the North African campaign in World War II to basically drop airmen behind enemy lines and conduct basically guerrilla tactic hits on their military bases. Jock Campbell is one of the founding members of the SAS. Unfortunately, he got a Stuka bullet up his tailpipe during the fighting, which blows. But the SAS, basically when they would drop, right? Like this is the early missions when they would the first couple of airdrops for the SAS were literally a disaster. They dropped into a sandstorm, and that ends about as well as you think it's going to. So LRDP stands for Long Range Desert Patrol. Long Range Desert Patrol were basically guys that would do exactly as the name implies. They would literally go out into the desert and they would patrol the desert, scouting around. They're basically reconnaissance. They would go look for troop movements. These guys were rolling around, and it literally looks like something out of Mad Max. They had Land Rovers, they had Willys Jeeps, and yeah, they basically went out and patrolled for to scout out for German bases and German troop movements and stuff. The LR Long Range Desert Group would find you a pencil in 1,000 square miles of desert in a storm and at night. Yeah, exactly. These guys, because they did so much patrolling out in the desert, they knew the desert like the back of their hand. They come to basically live in it, right? So that whenever the SAS would drop and do a mission, the LRDP would come pick them up. And the Long Range Desert Patrol, basically this formula worked so damn well. These special air missions, they worked so damn well to push the British line forward in North Africa that the three founding members, Jock, Patty, and I forget the main dude's name because I'm an idiot. I forget the third guy's name. They basically pushed to make it its own special operations group. You've had the pleasure of meeting the last survivor? You freaking legend. David Sterling, that's the guy's name. Yeah. So, yes, David Sterling, Patty Main, and Jock Campbell, if I'm remembering right. I think those are the three. I forgot Sterling. But yeah, Sterling and Patty basically pushed to absorb the LRDP into a special operations group called the Special Air Service. The story of how the SAS actually came to be a thing it's awesome. It's some really cool stuff. If you guys want a condensed version that actually drives the point across pretty well, watch there's a show, there's a series out there called SAS Rogue Heroes. Awesome. Very good. Jock Lewis. Yeah, not Jock Campbell. I was thinking of something else. Yeah, I shouldn't do disrespect by getting these dudes' names wrong. Sorry, wasn't planning on talking about a long-range desert group today, but there you go. But yeah, that's really cool, man. That's really cool. Dude, those guys had balls of steel with some of the missions that they went on. You gotta be kidding me. Like, these guys would go out, and in one night, they would drop out behind, like, way behind enemy lines, and they would split up. And these guys would literally just, like, you think the drive-by is like something you see in GTA San Andreas or something that's like from South Central? No, hell no. These guys would get on the runway with Jeeps and Land Rovers and they'd just drive by the planes and just mow everybody down and just keep going. It's some wild stuff, dude. Like, straight up, go in, just drive onto the airfield, no lights on. They wouldn't hear you coming. It's the desert. Guys just pop out of the maintenance hangars. They just shoot up all the freaking planes. I mean, sometimes the pilots got caught in the crossfire, but that's what they did. It's some real hardcore stuff. Read about the early SAS. It's awesome. These guys are absolutely out of their minds in a good way. Like, dude, they'd go sneak onto bases and just put, like, sticky bombs on the fuel tanks at the airports, just blow up and just drive away. It's freaking nuts, dude. And then, like, there was a couple of missions where they dressed up as German soldiers, or German and Italian soldiers, and then, like, went into Tunisia and stuff and took out like convoys and stuff. Like, oh, they sank ships like in the heart. These guys are absolutely insane. Yeah, it's like Just Cause in real life. Dude, it sounds like something. It sounds made up. All right, that's how nuts it is. It's these guys had such balls of steel that if you like, seriously, SAS Rogue Heroes, the show that's based off of these guys, they have to make it over the top and ridiculous, because if it was like a true story, you would call it propaganda, because it's just too ridiculous. It was a whole new thing for the British. Wasn't liked by the Dome officers. It wasn't thought of as very gentlemanlike. Yeah, the old guard didn't like it. And then they saw the results, Mick, and they were like, oh. Oh, yeah, keep doing that. Keep doing that. In fact, we're going to give you more money. You know, shit's got real when the Brits call it ungentlemanly warfare. Dude, Sterling actually talked to Winston Churchill himself, and that's part of how he got the SAS on the books, dude. He talked to Winston Churchill straight up when he was visiting Egypt. North Africa was the gentleman's war, dude. Ain't nothing gentlemanly about fighting in a sandbox, man. That's not fun at all. Not that any type of fighting is fun, you know. But yeah, Mick, that's awesome, dude. That's awesome. That's so cool that you're gonna go do the LRDG stuff. You said, if I remember last time we talked, you said you were gonna go find some aircraft, right? They had no funding. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the SAS didn't have any funding. I forgot about that, Mick. Yeah, David Sterling would just walk up in some random air base that had a bunch of Jeeps, and he'd be like, I'm requisitioning this for the Special Air Service. And they'd be like, what? What's that? And he'd be like, it's classified. And they'd just take the damn Land Rovers. That's awesome, man. It's so funny, dude. Like, oh, man. So good. I'm requisitioning this for the Special Air Service. The hell's a Special Air Service, mate? Never heard of that. That's right. Yeah, Brent, read about it. Read about the founding of the SAS. Those guys are nuts, dude. It's so good. You're just like, yeah, okay. We are looking for 7 vehicles that came under fire and then were left there, and they're still there. What types of vehicles are we talking about here? Any Willys? I like Willys Jeeps because most Willys Jeeps are actually Fords. I'm sure you knew that, though. Sounds like an Australian thing more than British. Actually, if I'm remembering correctly, I mean, this was in the SAS Rogue Heroes kind of documentary thing. Yeah. Some Australians are like, oh, your logo looks stupid to the SAS guys. And the SAS guys were so crazy that they actually started a bar fight in Cairo when they were on R&R with some Australian troops and literally beat the snot out of them. Yep. We were hoping to take a Jeep and a Chevy truck to the museum in Dawes. Cool, man. Yeah. The Australians started giving them shit and said their logo looked stupid. The original SAS logo was kind of weird. Like their original uniform looked a little strange. Because literally they had somebody like kind of throw it together. It's supposed to look, yeah, it didn't have any funding, so they had to kind of make the uniform themselves, and then they got so much crap for it, like the beret and stuff, the side beret that they have and whatnot. But dude, these guys literally opened up the front. They won straight up. They won the Brits the war in North Africa. Like without these guys taking out all the German and Axis airfields and stuff, they wouldn't have. The Brits would have stalled in El Alamein, pretty much. I mean, you were fighting against Rommel. It's not like that guy was a crappy general or something. "20-minute vent. Wind has changed directions visually from here. Clouds that were offshore moving back inland." Yeah, see? These, like, straight up. That's them, dude. Close-up of heavily armed patrol at L detachment. Yep. These guys are absolutely nuts. Yeah, their original uniforms are a little strange looking, but, yeah, these guys, dude, completely crazy. Phase 1 is lifted. All right, looks like we're going to get a launch here, dudes. Yeah, they had a weird hat or weird cover and stuff. It's called SAS Rogue Heroes, Tankenheimer, and it's awesome. If you guys like, okay, anybody here ever watch The Boys on Amazon? The SAS is literally the real life incarnation of The Boys. Or vice versa. The Boys that's basically how those dudes rolled. They were absolutely insane. Like David Sterling's literally like, now that I'm thinking about it, it's kind of a lot like yeah. What's the name of the main character from The Boys that No, not Homelander. No. They're not like that. They're like the Boys. Butcher. That's his name. Sorry. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, no, seriously that. It was that. Like, dude, these dudes rolled around in Willie's Jeeps and stuff and Land Rovers. Just seriously, they just drive by the airfield and just freaking let loose. Just mowing down freaking people in planes. It was absolutely nutty behavior. No, Liquidator, I haven't seen that. What was your favorite? What's my favorite battle from World War II? Naval combat or infantry? Let's just say, what do I think's the craziest battle? Okay. Patty Main was borderline nuts. Dude, yeah, Nick, that guy was crazy. Like, dude, literally the definition of no fucks given. Like, I mean, after he lost his boy, he was just like, I'm just gonna kill every single one of these motherfuckers. And if you try and stop me, I'll probably kill you too. It's like, oh, okay. SpaceX live stream has started. Cool. Yeah, I mean, you had to be to do LRDG stuff. Those guys were absolutely bananas. Navy battle, fellas, I would probably say the Battle of Samar, because it's absolutely ridiculous. The Battle of Samar is awesome. If you go and read about it. I'm surprised no one's made a movie about it. Midway was pretty decisive, but that's what everybody says. Nobody knows about the Battle of Samar. The USS Johnston literally held off like Taffy 3. Taffy 3 was literally 3 destroyers and a crappy escort carrier, and they held off the entire Japanese fleet. Pretty ballsy stuff. Read about the USS Johnston. Unfreaking believable. Once again, that's another story. That's just... It's another story that you read about it, you're just like, this actually happened. Okay. Sure. Taffy 3, baby. That's probably my favorite naval battle. Or like one of the absolute crazies. Seriously. The Johnston, a little freaking destroyer, fought off the entire Japanese main fleet. Yep. And they prevented the main fleet from intercepting the U.S. carriers. And they literally held off an invasion near Samar. Unbelievable. Yeah. No, go read about the USS Johnston. Literally one of the most hardcore fighting ships in the U.S. Navy by a long shot. Yep. Dude, the commander of the Johnston was an absolute Chad. Like, this guy was the Chadliest of Chads. He literally was like, look, I'm the captain of the ship. This is a fighting ship. Anybody that doesn't want to fight, get the hell off my ship. Seriously. He said that in the ship's commencement. He's like, this is going to be a fighting ship. If you're going to be a pussy, get the hell off my ship. And, dude, that guy literally went down swinging against a battleship. It was awesome. Just absolutely crazy. If you don't want to fight, I mean, he's like at Taffy 3, the Battle of Samar, he's like, look, we're probably going to die. We're probably going to die, but we need to hold off the fleet. Anybody that doesn't feel like fighting can get the fuck out of here. He said it exactly like that. It's absolutely insane. It's some real, like, dude, it should be a movie.
One is transonic. Landing legs have deployed.
We found our next project car.
And Falcon 9 has landed.
Hang on.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the webcast for the Arabsat Beta 8 mission. Today's launch will mark SpaceX's 35th launch of the year and 234th overall mission to date. All
right, let's watch a launch.
And I'm an avionics reliability engineer here at SpaceX, joining you from our headquarters in Hawthorne, California.
Let's roll, dudes.
As we follow Falcon 9, taking the Arabsat Beta 8 payload to
Geek, I'll check that out in a moment.
Florida's Space Launch Complex 40. Now, as you may have guessed by the name of the mission, our customer today is Arabsat. Arabsat is a satellite operator and leading satellite services provider, carrying over 650 TV channels, 245 radio stations, and pay TV networks in more than 60 countries.
It's absolutely awesome.
The payload on board our second stage today, Beta 8, was built by Airbus and will provide connectivity over Europe, the Middle East, Africa, and Central Asia, and features Airbus's innovative space demonstrator Teleo to provide space-to-ground optical communications at gigabit speeds. Today's launch marks SpaceX's second launch with Arabsat, most recently having launched Arabsat 6A on our Falcon Heavy vehicle in 2019. And we'll have more information from our customer
a little bit of a freedom thing going on here, man. What's that?
At T-minus 11 minutes and 52 seconds, the vehicle and spacecraft are healthy.
Okay.
And while range is...
Prepare to fast forward. Preparing to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. Fast forwarding. This is not launching from California. This is Slick 40. This is down at the Cape. We will run ads here momentarily when we're up to speed.
High view of our two-stage Falcon 9 rocket that stands at about 230 feet tall.
Guys, I'm going to run ads
now,
so nobody gets ads during the launch.
Of the rocket, we have the payload fairing, which is about 40 feet tall and 17 feet in diameter. Now, to put that size into perspective,
I don't know,
an average fire truck is about 40 feet long and 12 feet wide. So a fire truck would fit very comfortably inside of
the guy talking is in California. He's at SpaceX Mission Control,
to protect the payload from aerothermal loads, heating, and contamination during ascent.
Why can't I open
And both
this?
fairing halves supporting today's mission are flight proven, with one half flying for its
in the
8th
shadow
time
of space
and the other flying for its 9th. Now, once we reach the vacuum of space, we will jettison the fairing as the second stage will continue on its journey to orbit. And after separation from the second stage, both fairing halves will be recovered again with the help of our recovery vessel, Bob.
There we go.
Now, below the payload...
We're back. Let me just get water. I've been talking for a little while. In the shadows, in Turg, with 36er. Thanks, man. I'll be right back.
Not only does SpaceX's second stage look similar to the first stage, which is the larger stage below, it also has the same diameter, uses the same metal in its tanks, has the same onboard computer, uses the same propellants, and has nearly the same engine. And this allows us to use similar tooling, design, and systems to essentially build two rockets that are more reliable. Now, the first and second stages are connected by the interstage, which has pneumatic pushers that allow stage separation during flight. The interstage also houses the 10th engine connected to the second stage, and that is called the Merlin Vacuum Engine, or MVAC engine. The bottom two-thirds of the Falcon 9 vehicle is the first stage and is the primary part of the rocket that gets reused multiple times. On the very bottom of the first stage are the 9 Merlin M1D engines that accelerate the vehicle through the Earth's atmosphere and into various orbits in space. Now, the first stage supporting today's mission is no stranger to space travel and is flying for its 14th time, having previously supported GPS-3, Space Vehicle 4 and 5, Inspiration 4, Axiom 1, Nilesat 301, OneWeb Launch 17, and 7 Starlink missions. For today's launch, we will be attempting to recover the booster using our drone ship Just Read the Instructions, which is currently stationed in the Atlantic Ocean. Now, with liftoff currently set at 1:22 a.m. Eastern Time, here are a few words from the President and CEO of Arabsat.
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings and welcome to the Arabsat Beta 8 satellite launch. I'm thrilled to be here today to celebrate this momentous occasion with all of you. I'd like to express my gratitude to Airbus, our satellite manufacturer, for providing us with the latest technology and expertise, and for our standing relationship that has spanned over 25 years. Their contribution has been crucial to the success of this project, and we couldn't have done it without them. I would like to thank SpaceX for their valuable contribution to this project. Their expertise in launch services has been instrumental in bringing the Badr 8 satellite to its designated orbit today. And we are honored to have them as our partners. The Badr 8 satellite is a state-of-the-art addition to Arabsat orbital position 26 degrees east. It offers a wide range of services for satellite communications, television broadcasting, and information exchange in C and Ku frequency bands. Badr 8 will be joining our Badr satellite network at Arabsat 26 East hotspot and bringing advanced technologies and extended coverage with multiple bands to enable broadcasting partners to get their content to their audience in MENA, Central Asia, and North and West Africa effectively. This new satellite enhances our capabilities and capacities to meet the modern and advanced solutions our customers expect. And we are excited about the opportunities that it will bring. Our leading role in the Middle East and North Africa regions for satellite broadcasting and communications will also be strengthened. The launch is one of Arabsat's most strategic projects, making significant milestones for our organization and the Arab world. This launch is one of Arabsat's most strategic projects, making a significant milestone for our organization and the Arab world. We are proud of our achievements, and we look forward to continuing to provide innovative and reliable satellite solutions to our customers. Thank you for joining us to this journey, and we are excited about what the future holds for Arabsat and our partners.
Shukran.
Today's launch actually marks SpaceX's 125th launch from the pad you see on your screen.
Stage 1, fuel load complete.
Located at the north end of Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida, Space Launch Complex 40, also referred to as Slick 40, previously supported Titan launches by the U.S. Air Force between 1965 to 2005. The launch complex was then leased to SpaceX in 2007, and since then, we've had 189 total launches from Florida, with 124 of those launches lifting off from Pad 40. And Slick 40 is indeed home to a handful of SpaceX firsts. From this pad, we've seen the first flight of Falcon 9 and Dragon, the initial COTS, or Commercial Orbital Transportation Services flights that began in December 2010, the beginning of the Commercial Resupply Services, or CRS flights, with CRS-1 having flown in October 2012, and even the first flights of the landing legs and grid fins all happened from Space Launch Complex 40 in December of 2015. Now, 124 missions later, and riding on the coattails of the most recent Axiom 2 mission that launched just a few days ago, SpaceX is planning on building a crew tower at Slick 40 to be able to launch future crew and cargo from this pad in addition to 39A. And this will bring us one step closer to making humanity multiplanetary.
Dude, they admitted it. You hear
now,
that?
at T-minus 5 minutes until liftoff, we should be seeing the transporter erector clamp arms beginning to open from beneath the fairing.
Yeah, Slick 40
and we
is
should see that in about 40 seconds
right
from
here.
now. When the clamp arms fully open,
pressurizing for strongback retract.
When the clamp arms fully open beneath the fairing, the TE, or transporter erector, will begin to pull away from the rocket slightly.
Yeah.
The transporter erector is the truss structure next to the rocket that is used for rollout and to route propellants and electric.
Guys, I just want to point out that this pad literally launched a rocket 5 days ago. Just in case you were wondering. Thank you, TMN, for that fun fact.
So watch on your screen for those clamp arms that'll open just below the payload fairing there.
Yeah, just in case you were wondering.
And there you can see those clamp arms opening.
How far is the drone ship? About 600 kilometers downrange.
Now, the first stage is connected to a launch mount at the base of the transporter erector, but the structure is hinged and will retract away from the vehicle in preparation for launch.
Strongback's going to move
now,
back
while you may hear it referred to as the strongback from the launch team, but transporter erector is also used to refer to this structure.
4 days, 25 minutes, and 4 seconds. I rounded up to me.
So we should be seeing that strongback beginning to recline here momentarily.
Nice, Art. There we go. There you go, Utball.
At this point in the countdown, both the first and second stages are nearly fully loaded with 1 million pounds of kerosene fuel and liquid oxygen. Both first stage and second stage should finish loading propellant about a minute.
Hold.
Oh, balls. You gotta hold over
board
the
running.
hold over
And
the
as you may have
countdown net.
heard, there was a hold called out over the nets. Give us a few moments, and we're going to check in with the team, listen in on the nets, and see if we can get some additional information to share with you.
Hold at 322 is before auto sequencer starts, so most likely it's weather. New booster? Nah, this is the 14th flight for this booster. Yeah, that's kind of an arbitrary point to hold the count, guys. I.e., they didn't try to turn the booster on and the Falcon 9's computer tell them that something was wrong. Weather, most likely. Nothing immolated. Yeah. It's strong back. It's a little bit after strong back retract, but yeah, Kuro. It's awesome, isn't it? My money is on Lightning. Surface Electric. It's possible. What was the percentage chance? It was 50-50 on this launch, and they did move to the end of the window to improve those odds. Alright, let's take a look. If you hear ticking noise, that's the thing that I have going on here. Let's see a side by side. So the pad is like right here, right where my mouse cursor is.
As I mentioned earlier, weather was a launch item for today's launch, and we are going to be standing down. The vehicle and payload remain in good health, so please check our social media accounts for our next launch opportunity. And as always, thank you for watching, and we hope to see everyone back here for our next attempt.
All right, guys. Well, unfortunately, we ended the night in a scrub. Sorry about that, dudes. I've literally been here for like 15 hours straight. Hey, whatever. Here's the weather for tomorrow. Get some rest? Well, there were still 3 more cars that chat wanted me to look at, so we can continue the space and vehicle review real quick. Real quick, okay? Real quick. All right. Flykin, what do you got here? 48 Ford F1 for 22 Gs. It's a original truck, original flathead 6 motor. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's cool. Very nice. Very clean little truck. New fuel tank. Guy has the original bed. Cool, but I think that thing looks baller with the stake bed. That looks really cool. A 58. We had to wait longer for one launch. This is great. I know, Tanky. Can you believe they launch like once a week? It's great, man. I'm all about that life, dude. Why don't they just attach a lightning rod to the rocket with a cable to the ground as it flies through the air? Good. I'm glad I saw the cap at the end of that bellum. I was about to get mad at you. I don't know if it's worth 22 Gs, Flykin, but I would say that's pretty damn close to what this truck is worth. I'd probably go 15. I'd say 15, see where the guy goes from there. It's very nice, very clean truck. Not very rusty. And considering if the bed is any indication of how this thing looked when the guy got it, yeah, that's nice, dude. Very nice. That means it's pretty damn clean. That's the original steering wheel. It still has the cracks in it. The steering wheel's crack over time. The material dries out. I was gonna say 17. I'd go in at 15. The guy would probably try to argue me up from there. I wouldn't spend more than I wouldn't spend more than 15, dude, to be honest with you. It's a cool truck. Don't get me wrong. It's awesome. But these aren't really sought after too much, you know? They aren't really sought after, but this is a cool truck, I would say. Like, the guy will probably end up getting 20 for it all day. It's, I don't know if it's Bakelite. It might be Bakelite. But there is some really nice work here. Really, really nice. All right. SVO Fanatic linked this one up. It's a 73 Mach 1 for 10 G's. It's got a 5-liter in it. Selling a 73 Mach 1. It's got a 302. Motorcraft 2-barrel. Runs and drives. It's been in my family since 2001. It's time to part ways. Title in hand. Will not respond to is this available. Adds up if it's available. All right. See you, T-Man. Did I miss the launch? It's scrubbed. High Vise. Is there no room between the frame rails for a fuel cell on that truck? No, you could do that, Lord Gugu. Sure. Why not? That guy just chose... There are kits that you can get for it. But, yeah, that guy just chose to put in a new factory original. Yeah, this thing's worth 10 all day. But I wouldn't tell this guy this. I would go at him and say, like, 8. I would say 8. But if he insisted on 10, I'd probably buy it. That's a really friggin' cool Mustang. It's a 73 fastback with a 5-liter in it. That car, you could have a lot of fun in a car like this. Why is that Mach 1 so cheap? 73s aren't too sought after, Mick. To be honest with you, they're not really sought after. The price is going up, but everybody wants 67 fastbacks because of Gone in 60 Seconds, and 68 fastbacks because of Bullet, and 69 fastbacks. 67, 68, 69, 70 are the most sought after. Now, the funny thing is that Mustang, the 73, is on the same exact chassis. It's the same chassis. That's still technically a Gen 1 Mustang. They refresh Ford. I mean, Mick, I'm sure you know, but Ford refreshes the Mustang. They do a little bit of a fascia refresh every 2 years, right? And then every 4 they start screwing with the chassis. But the Mustang sold so well that they kind of kept this Ford Falcon chassis basically until 1973. 73 was the last year for the Mustang on its original chassis, and then they switched to the Pinto chassis or the Mustang 2. Those didn't sell very well. I don't think I need to say why. Those didn't sell very well. Yeah. In the UK that'd be 50K. Yeah, I mean 10K is fair. That's fair for this. What was the Mustang supposed to be? Was it meant to be a casual American street car? Well, Flykin, the Mustang was developed principally by one guy. I mean, the whole brainchild behind the Mustang was a automotive salesman that worked at Ford by the name of Lee Iacocca. Lee Iacocca basically picked up on the fact that the children of World War II veterans were finally old enough to buy a car. And the kind of crazy fin, like cars with crazy fins on them, these big boat cars weren't really something that kids wanted to drive around. They even want to drive your daddy's car. So the kids that came of age in the mid-1960s are baby boomers, right? They're basically the result of all the soldiers coming home from World War II and all having kids around 1945, 1946, 1947, 48, 49, even into the 50s, right? So Lee Iacocca knew, dude, Lee Iacocca was one of the gnarliest automotive salesmen of all time. Honestly, he's one of my personal heroes. So he knew that kids wanted a car that was affordable, very simple, very fun to drive. Just a cool car that you can drive around. But the Mustang, oh yeah, Mick, the Mustang 2 is absolutely atrocious. Like no one wanted those. Nobody still wants those, dude. To this day, they're junk. They're caca. They're terrible cars. Except for the 79 Cobra Jet. 79 Cobra. That's a cool car. Everything else is poop. So, well, Iacocca worked with Shelby, believe it or not. Yeah, Iacocca worked with Shelby on the GT40. Yeah. The Le Mans, Ford versus Ferrari. Yeah, that was Lee Iacocca, Carroll Shelby, a bunch of British engineers from Ford's European division. And, you know, Ken Miles and stuff like that. That's a kick-ass story, dudes. But yeah, Iacocca knew that all the baby boomers were coming of age, and he knew that they wanted a car that was not their dad's, not your, oh, this ain't your dad's car. So they offered the Mustang, they rolled out with the Mustang in 1964 at the Detroit Auto Show. And the Mustang had a couple of different variants. There was a coupe, there was a convertible, and then there was the fastback variant. The fastback was like the performance variant, and the coupe is like just a everyday car. Convertible obviously needs no explanation. And dude, people ate it. People bought it up. It was genius. Stroke of freaking genius. In 1965 they sold 300,000 of them. That is absurd production numbers for any car in 1 year. That's absurd. 300,000 Mustangs. That's crazy. They did the variations after they saw the sales. Yeah, Mythos. That's important to understand. Did you see that they found an original GT40 in a garage covered in junk? Not sure when or where. It's just a clip I saw. No, I didn't. But Mick, I was at the Henry Ford in Detroit relatively recently, about a month ago, and I saw the GT40 Mark IV, the real one. It was awesome, dude. My favorite car is an AMC Gremlin. My dad used to have one of those. That's a Richard Teague design, Dunpeel. Yeah, same guy that made the Jeep Cherokee XJ and the Rambler. Richard Teague's another great automotive engineer. Yeah. Yeah, the real Mark IV. And you know what it was next to, Mick? It was next to the 2016 GT that won Le Mans in 2016 for the 50th anniversary of Ken Miles of the Triple Fords in 1966 with the Mark III GT. Really good stuff, man. Really good stuff. Yeah. They were right nose to nose. It was freaking sick. I'm like, ooh, 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 ooh. You know, it's bad when I stop speaking English and I just make funny noises. Like, ooh, 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 whoa. You know? In 1997, I think at the height of the SUV era, Jeep was building 200,000 per plant and had 2 plants and everyone was buying SUVs. Yeah, Fanuel. He sold it when I was 5, but I heard stories about it. Gremlins are cool, Dunfield. Have you been in the Shelby garage in Vegas? I was actually just there. My bachelor party was in Vegas, and I went there, Mick. And I saw a Shelby Cobra, a real Shelby Cobra, with a 427 sock motor in it, and twin Pro Chargers on each bank in a car that probably weighs like 2,500 pounds. And I'm like, this is literally a go-kart with like 600 horsepower. I'm in. Sounds good to me, man. I think Shelby has a Mark III he has a Mark III GT in there, if I'm remembering right. I did see one in there, but that twin Pro Charger freaking Cobra, I'm like, what the hell? Yo, do you have a death wish? Yeah, awesome, man. Anyway, so yeah, the Mustang. Lee Iacocca came up with the idea for the Mustang, and they sold millions of the Gen 1. 65 and 66, they sold bajillions of them. 67, 68, they sold even more. Mustangs sold like hotcakes basically until the early 1970s. Even the 73, you know, 71, 72, 73, they were really nice cars, but what happened was in 1970, Richard Nixon established the Environmental Protection Agency, and they started putting in emissions laws. And the emissions laws started basically choking off the cars. The cars didn't have as much power. So 71, 72, you start to see detuned V8s, and then in 73 the oil crisis comes around, and all this stupid emissions laws take full effect, right? And a car that was brand new from the factory in 1970 makes like 3 times the horsepower as a car that's brand new in 1974. That's literally the reason why the Mustang II was trash. Nobody wanted one. It was a great chassis, but like, you guys ever watch Top Gear? You know how Jeremy Clarkson basically wonders how you could have a V8, like a 5-liter V8, and make 100 horsepower out of it? Emissions laws literally choked them off. That's what happened. So, yeah. The reason they sold so many cars is that driver's ed finally spread to more schools. Over 13,000 schools graduated over 1.7 million kids with shiny new licenses. Yep. That's what makes Lee Iacocca so damn good at what he does, dude. Or what he did. When he passed away, I was really upset, man. Lee Iacocca, I know this is going to sound really stupid, but think about this in today's day and age. Lee Iacocca had his finger on the pulse for what car America needed all the time. All the time. 91 IROC had an air pump just to pump clean air into the exhaust. Yeah, my 97 has F250 has a stupid air pump on it and smog manifold. And get rid of that crap. It's a California truck. You don't need that crap here. Yeah. So, yeah, cars like Mustangs that were making, 200-300 horsepower, 125, 110. Same with Camaros, same with everything else. And certain automotive companies called, the fuel crisis a fad and just kept making gas-guzzling cars, and then they promptly went out of business. They went belly up in the late 1970s. Chrysler did. Yeah, crazy. But interesting postscript there if you want to learn some automotive history, right? That guy Lee Iacocca that I told you about. Lee Iacocca started at Ford Motor Company in 1956 at a dealership in Pennsylvania. Flykin, he was from Pennsylvania, dude. Yeah, I forget which part, but he's from PA. You sleep well, bro. I'm off to open up the shop. All right, man. Have a good morning. See you, Mick. Good talking with you, dude. We got to chill and talk about LRDP more, dude. We got to do that. I gotta brush up. I was a little rusty. So, Lee Iacocca, he started at he didn't want to work in his dad's restaurant. He's the son of Italian immigrants, and his dad is, hey, we have a restaurant. So he didn't want to work in the restaurant business. So he started working at a Ford dealership, right? And he started coming up with these crazy deals. Like from what Lee learned in his dad's restaurant about selling food, right? What he had learned, he used that to sell cars. And he ended up selling tons of cars. He was so damn good at selling cars that by the time the early 1960s rolled around, this is 56, 57, 58, he was so good, he's worked his way up, joined Ford corporate, and was like chief of marketing for Ford by the early 1960s because he busted ass, man. Right? Oh, I have an LRGG Series 1 Land Rover coming in soon. We'll FaceTime you when it's in the shop. It's scrub def. Right? So, by the time 60, 61, 62 rolled around, hold on. I gotta read real quick. I'm just reading. Let me see. Here it is. On November 10th, 1960, Iacocca was named vice president and general manager of the Ford division. In January 65, he was named Ford's vice president of the car and truck group, and in 1967, executive vice president, and then he became president of Ford Motor Company in 1970. He ran Ford in the early 70s. I know, Al, we're good. No. Yeah, no, it's all good. So Lee was amazing. Yeah, see, he's from A-Town. So a little ways away from you, but not that far. Hey, Antares, good morning. So he worked his way up Ford Motor Company, and he's the reason why he's so good is because he knew what people wanted. He knew what cars to sell what people. He knew what Americans needed as a whole. He had this crazy gift of just knowing what freaking car to make. Like, here you go. Oh, they need a Mustang. Dude, it was his brainchild. The funny thing is that the Mustang isn't anything special. Really, it's not. It's not anything special. It's a Ford Falcon with 2 doors. Not a lot of people know that. Ford Mustang, at least the first generation of Mustang, is basically a spiffed up Ford Falcon with a cooler looking front fascia and 2 doors and a convertible top. It's literally a Ford Falcon. It's Ford Falcon's underpinnings. Right? Well, the Mustang 2 is a Pinto 619. That comes a little bit later. It's simple. And the Ford Falcon was an economy car that was built in the 1960s. America made a compact car in the 1960s. The Falcon was the brainchild of a guy by the name of Robert McNamara, who was the president of Ford in the early 1960s. He ended up leaving Ford to join President Kennedy's cabinet. Yeah. Kennedy poached him. Funny story. Pretty sure my great-grandfather bought a car from him when they lived in A-Town, from what your grandfather says. That's awesome, Eddie. Tell your average Mustang owner there's nothing special about it. See how that works out for you. I own a Mustang. And now they have to try to sell the same car to everyone instead of creating the car people want. Bingo, Cyan. Yeah. If you read Lee Iacocca's books that he wrote before he passed away, yeah. He's basically like, why the frick don't these car makers make a car that people fricking want? Right? Kennedy, like JFK. Robert McNamara was the president of Ford. Yeah, and he left. He's the one that invented the Ford Falcon. And he left Ford in the early 1960s to join JFK's presidential cabinet when he did, I think it was 1961, if I'm remembering right. So, the Mustang is just basically a spiffed up Falcon. That's it. That's all it is. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's just a spiffed up Falcon. It's what people wanted to buy. That is very important and very, very difficult for some car makers to understand nowadays. I don't get why. But, so, he was so successful. Lee Iacocca was so damn successful with making the Mustang. That's basically what the Mustang is. It's designed for baby boomers. It's a cool, affordable car. It didn't cost a lot to make it. It's based off of a Ford chassis, based off of a Ford Falcon chassis, so it was already engineered. It was already good to go. All the engineering was already done. You just gave it a nicer looking body and gave it a bigger engine, and that's it. That's all. They put a 289 in it. They put a 4.8 liter V8 in it, made it go fast enough, and they sold them like hotcakes. Like I said, 65, they sold 300,000 of them. In 66, it was even more. The first-gen Ford Mustang is still, to this day, one of the all-time greatest selling automobiles of all time. Redundant statements are redundant. Sorry, I've been streaming for 16 hours straight. Forgive me. So, yeah, and probably got us into Vietnam. Yeah, McNamara was kind of a... Yeah. Moving on. So, yeah, he was the Secretary of Defense. That's right, yeah. So, it's interesting because the Mustang, you ask why was the Mustang made? The Mustang was made because Lee Iacocca sensed what Americans needed, what they needed. Now, here's the thing. In 1968, Lee, once again, with this insane foresight, and I don't know how he saw this in 1968, because I mean, I wasn't alive during that time, but 1968 and 1972, despite only being 4 years apart, are completely different. It's like looking at the United States in 2019 versus 2023, completely different place because of COVID, right? Now, like, don't get me wrong, but Vietnam kind of, and you have McNamara to kind of thank for that one also. So, I don't know how he did it, but he foresaw the need to build a small, fuel-efficient vehicle. So he rolled out the Pinto. Believe it or not, McNamara had the molds for the SR-71 destroyed. Dick. Right? So he built out the Pinto. The Pinto, once again. Now, here's the thing. I say Ford Pinto, and anybody that was around during that time knows, oh, that thing was a piece of junk. Absolutely not. The Ford Pinto sold amazing. It was actually a really good car. It just has a bad reputation because some bonehead rear-ended it going like, how God knows how fast, and the car caught on fire. So there was this huge kind of stain on the Pinto because the gas tank was like in the back, right? It was in the back of the like behind the rear bumper, and if you rear-ended it on a certain variant of the Pinto in the exact certain way, the car would blow up, right? But what people don't understand is that, dude, the Pinto, that thing sold like hotcakes. It was a nice fuel-efficient vehicle. It's a subcompact, fuel-efficient vehicle, and they sold a crap ton of them. Look at these numbers. 300,000 for 71. 480,000 cars in 1972. Almost 500,000 in 73. 544 in 74. That is absurd. You do not see numbers like that with modern cars. Not even Tesla has come that close. No way. That is insane. 540,000 cars in 1 year. That's an absurd amount of cars. Rocket Science, listen. So, once again, the Pinto, amazing automobile. There's one variant of the Pinto that does have a little bit of a problem, and if you rear-end it in just the right way, it blows up. But, dude, they made all different variants of the Pinto. There's a two-door wagon, which, you know what, man? You know what? You can say whatever you want about the Pinto. That's cool. I like that. That's cool. I would drive one. Two-door wagon? That's cool. I like that. Two-door wagon variants. They had the coupe variants. They had all kinds of good stuff. Right? Look, dude, look. They even had a panel van version. Yeah. Don't worry about it. That thing's junk. So the Pinto was an amazing car, and it sold really well, even into the late 1970s. But that stupid damn lawsuit from some stupid moron that, you know, decided to sue Ford gave the Pinto a really, really bad reputation in the late 70s, which really sucks. And that ended up opening up a can of worms. The feds got involved. I'm reading this off Wikipedia, so this part, not any part up until this point. But in 77, there were allegations that the Pinto structural design allowed its fuel tank filler neck to break off and the fuel tank to be punctured in a rear-end collision, resulting in deadly fires. In 1978, all 71 to 76 Pintos were recalled and had safety shielding reinforcements installed to protect the fuel tank. Because actually it wasn't one, it was like 2 or 3 people. If you hit the fuel tank in just the right spot, the car explodes. E.g., coffee is hot. Correct. And that ruined the reputation, and it ruined his reputation at Ford. He got into a big argument with Henry Ford II. They ended up not liking each other, and he left Ford in 1978. So, here's what's crazy. Yeah, tank just leaks, then some moron places a road flare down. The Pinto is not a bad car. I will say this too. I will go I'll take this with me all the way to the end. The Pinto's not a bad car. It's a great car. 500,000. That numbers don't lie. It's a good car. But it had a crappy reputation, and that ended up being why he left. Yes, he eventually became president of Ford Motor Company, but he clashed with Henry Ford II, and he was fired on July 13th, 1978. Henry Ford II was a dick. He was just looking for an excuse. Even though the company posted a $2 billion profit for the year. Yeah, he was looking for an excuse, so he got rid of him. And then Lee went to Chrysler in 1978. Anybody that was alive during the time knows that Chrysler was not doing well. I said a little bit earlier that during the fuel crisis, Chrysler basically thought that the fuel crisis was a fad, that we would go back to gas-guzzling cars eventually, so just keep running the course, everything is fine. What happened is that, let's see. There was some guy that was running the company, and the company was pretty profitable into the mid-1970s. And then, I forget the name of the CEO that was there. I think he croaked or something. Basically, the guy that was running Chrysler into the mid-1970s, he left the company or whatever, right? And there was like twin CEOs that ran it in like 76, 77, and 78. And those guys did so ridiculously bad at their jobs that the Chrysler board was like, Lee, I know you just got fired. Please, for the love of God, help us. We are screwed. We're screwed. Those two boneheads ran it into the ground. I forget what their names were. So Lee Iacocca came in and basically said what he always had said. Well, they're like, why are we doing so bad? He goes, well, it's pretty simple. Your cars are shit. You sell shit. These cars are trash. No one wants these. Why do you keep making them? Stop fucking making these cars. They suck. Stop making them. So he started to kind of retool things, but it was too late. He started to retool things, started to turn things around. He started selling off Chrysler's useless assets. So basically plants that were still making gas guzzlers. He's like, why the fuck do we need that? Get rid of it. It's wasting you money. So he got rid of it. But by 1980, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. Chrysler filed for bankruptcy in 1980. They went belly up. I need to get my notes back up. And Lee did something that no one had ever done before. You're getting closer to pure EJ. You need sleep. I'll be right. Let me finish. All right. So Chrysler was toast. They were toast. They filed for bankruptcy in 1980, and the company was basically going to dissolve. So Lee did something, dude. Hey, this is what sales and marketing is all about. You have to. If you get dealt a shitty hand, you got to figure it out. You got to figure it out. So that's what he did. So he did something nobody has ever done before. He went to Washington D.C. and made a bid in front of Congress. Basically, this is a condensed version, and this is not verbatim. He basically went in front of Congress and he said, please, I need an investor. If you invest in this company, I will save you thousands of jobs, and I will pay back my loans in interest. Guaranteed. Hey, Atal, what's going on? What's going on, Raiders? We're talking about the history of, we're talking about an automotive executive named Lee Iacocca. We're talking about his reputation in the American car industry. If you like the history of Ford, Chevy, and Dodge, you might like this. Anyway, Atal, what are you up to? Stay hydrated. Don't die a gamer death. Okay. How can you have this much energy 15 hours in? just do it, man. I couldn't take coffee. Lots of coffee. I've had like, I mean, this is a big mug. 2 of these is like 5 cups of coffee or something. That probably has something to do with it. I'm not even gonna sit here and pretend like that's healthy, but also here we are. So we were talking about how Lee Iacocca, who's an automotive executive that worked at Ford for like 20 years, and he worked his way up from being a salesman in a dealership to being president of Ford Motor Company, and then eventually getting into an argument with Henry Ford II and then getting fired in 1978. How he went to Chrysler and tried to fix Chrysler, and by 1980 Chrysler went bankrupt. So he went to Congress and he actually asked Congress to bail out the automotive companies. And he said, look, you bail me out, I will have this paid back with interest on time, guaranteed. And they did. They actually did it. He's like, please, I need like $10 million. I'll have it paid back with interest in full, guaranteed. You look at my reputation. I can sell cars and I know what people want. I'll do it. And the Rule 8 people bought it. They were like, all right. We finished a you finished a playthrough of Diablo from 96 tonight. First time playing through it. Whoa! Your first time? Holy crap, dude. You were in for a treat. What'd you think? Yeah, Mythos, that's right. Well, Etel's typing that up. He took the loan from Congress. Congress gave Chrysler a cash infusion. And basically, Lee Iacocca looked at the early 1980s and he said, well, what do people want? And he rolled out with something called the K platform. Not K-E-I like Japan, just K, like the letter K, the K car. And the K car was a front-wheel drive transverse chassis that you could make a bunch of different types of cars off of one type of chassis, the K chassis. So they made coupes, 4-doors, sedans, compact cars, minivans. Yes, Lee Iacocca invented the minivan. That's correct. Pause for a second. It's out. Oh man, it was amazing. We nearly had a no-death warrior run. Got killed once in hell by a blood knight. Went for the canon ending so we could play D2, D3 in D3 before Diablo 4 comes out. We got a long road to go. Love the game. Holds up super well. It's classic, man. Classic era PC gaming, dude. That's awesome. Awesome, man. That's really cool. Thanks for the raid. Guys, if you like Diablo, Etel's doing a classic playthrough. I would probably go give him a follow. That's pretty sweet. Trust me. Go do it. So, hang on. I forget how to do the shout out, man, but not all my mods are asleep. All my mods are asleep. That's how, dude, professional streamer moment. You know what? We'll just do this. We'll just do it this way, guys. Go. I'm going to paste the link for Etel's stream in chat. Go give him a follow. And maybe we'll do the shout out. Alex is an awesome streamer. I really actually enjoy lurking in the stream. Etel, thanks for the raid, dude. I do appreciate it. You just finished D1 tonight? Yeah, Hypo, that's what he was telling me. Thank you, Hibbit. Go give him a follow, dudes. He's starting D2 tomorrow afternoon. And Hypo, he was telling me he hasn't played through it before. Oh, you're in for a treat. You're in for a treat. Thanks, sir. Anyway, just woke up here in Europe. Did they scrub Arabsat? Weather, angry German. Yep. So, going back over to it, he started making the K car. Now, the K cars don't look like much, but just like the Mustang of the past, it doesn't frigging matter. It's not supposed to be much. It's supposed to be something that you can use. And guess what? Iacocca went to U.S. Congress in 1980. By 1983, he had paid back the loans and Chrysler was profitable. In 3 years, he turned a company that was completely in the toilet, like dead, to one of the most profitable automakers in the States in the 1980s. Yep. Now, K cars aren't anything special, guys. They're really not. They're not anything special. That same car that I just showed you, they decided to make a smaller van chassis on it because that's what Americans needed. That thing isn't anything special. It's a piece of junk, but it's not supposed to be anything special. It's supposed to be something that you need, that you use. It's a car that you want. It's a car that you need. It's a car that's super useful at what it does. It's not anything particularly special. Don't get me wrong. It ain't no Mustang or anything, right? Right? Is the New Yorker built off the K platform? No, the New Yorker's a B platform, if I'm remembering right. It's an M platform. The M platform is the successor to it, I think. But even then, he redid the front engine rear wheel drive chassis, made it into a car that people actually wanted. And now they did roll out with some problems in the beginning. The K cars weren't exactly good in the beginning, but guess what? Doesn't matter. He fixed the quality very, very quickly, and once again, he literally saved Chrysler. Yeah, Lord Gugu, the first K cars that they made were caca. He had that company profitable by 1983. Unfreaking real. He took that company from being like $1.5 billion in the hole to profitable in 3 years. That is absurd. You think Elon Musk is a good salesman? Lee is better. Way better. Right? So with him, it wasn't necessarily about making the craziest car. It's about making a car that people want. Okay? It's making a car that people want. Right? And he invented the freaking minivan, dude. Like I said, not necessarily anything cool, but it's something that you want. That's something that's useful, right? And that's the name of the game when you make cars. You want something that people want, that's useful, that people can use. Now, right now, Elon Musk is kind of taking a page out of Lee's book by making Teslas because Teslas are what people want. Because EV, right? So he ended up turning Chrysler completely around. Just basically, as his kind of swan song, he just saved Chrysler. Literally saved it. And he basically ran that sucker basically into the late 1980s. He ran Chrysler stayed profitable into the late 1980s and even into the 90s. And then Lee Iacocca, even in the mid-80s, invited his old buddy Carroll Shelby to make variants of the Dodge Omni and the Plymouth Horizon called the GLH, which is Shelby's motto. It stands for Go Like Hell. They were making little turbo four-banger front-wheel drive cars, basically Honda Civics before Honda Civics, right? And then, to keep costs down, he partnered with Mitsubishi, and they brought over some Mitsubishi chassis like the Starion. And they started selling those. I forget the name of the Dodge version of the Mitsubishi Starion. I think it's a Horizon. No, it's not a Horizon. I forget the name. And then he basically capped off. He basically capped off in the late 1980s. He capped off Chrysler. Chrysler had gotten so ridiculously profitable by the late 1980s that he ended up buying up Jeep. He bought AMC, and AMC merged with Chrysler. AMC was absorbed by Chrysler in 1987. I had to read that. 3000 GT and Dodge Stealth. Bingo. That was him. Yeah, that was him, dude. 3000 GTs and Dodge Stealths are pretty cool cars. Just saying. This is what I mean, man. Cars that people want. It's very interesting because nowadays you don't see that much. It seems like nowadays car makers make something that, you know, they put out something that's okay and people kind of like, oh yeah, all right, cool. But it's not the kind of craze that you see like with Tesla. You know what I'm saying? Yep. The only car I know with an actual muffler bearing. So, Chrysler was basically totally profitable into the early 90s. And in 1992, he retired as president, CEO, and chairman of Chrysler. He had worked in the automotive industry basically from 1956 to 1992. He said, that's enough. I fixed this place enough. I'm good, right? What would be the car that people want nowadays? I'll get to that. And basically, if I'm remembering right, a guy by the name of Bob Lutz took over Chrysler after that and ruined it. Yeah, he ruined it completely. I think it was Bob Lutz. I'm not sure. Basically, Chrysler, you know, after he left, right? Some pencil neck took over after he left in 92 and basically started running the company like, well, if we take certain parts and make them a little bit thinner metal, you know, we could sell a bajillion more cars and save the unit cost of blah, blah. Basically a freaking pencil neck. I think it was Bob Lutz, but I don't remember. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say anything bad about Bob Lutz. But basically, that guy's legacy, right? No, it's scrubbed, Ivo. That guy's legacy, I mean, that guy basically ruined Chrysler. He ruined Chrysler. Ruined it. MBAs are the downfall of many great companies. Yeah. So, Mythos, what was the guy's name? What was the guy's name that took over after Lee left? I forget the dude's name. But basically, he ran Chrysler into the ground so much that he thought it was a good business move to merge Chrysler with Daimler. A German manufacturer. Do you guys remember? Anybody remember the Prime Minister of the UK? Neville Chamberlain. What is Neville Chamberlain known for? I have here a signature from me and the German Chancellor saying it will be peace for our time. So the guy that replaced Lee after he left merged with Daimler. And he basically said, oh, it's a merger of equals. We're equal. Chrysler's on equal footing with Daimler. It's a merger of equals, and we will merge the two companies together, and we will make this awesome, crazy, big automotive conglomerate. It's standard 90s penny-pinching garbage, right? And the Germans said, what? No, we are not equal, sir. We are not the same. We are Daimler. We are the oldest automotive company in the world. You are Chrysler. We are not the same. And Daimler basically took over Chrysler after that. And that started Chrysler's journey as one of the most profitable car companies from the 1980s into basically a German brand. Basically a German subsidiary. And it started Chrysler down the path of not being owned by Americans. Right? Eaton was his name? Scientist? And Daimler did not give a frick about Dodge. They didn't care. They just said, oh, good, this opens up the American market to our Mercedes. And that's exactly what happened. And they basically used Daimler to get a foothold with more Mercedes in the United States. Don't get me wrong, they already did, but they wanted more. Nope. And don't get me wrong. I'm not saying Daimler and the Germans are bad here. I'm saying that guy's an idiot for selling it to them, right? And then, guess what? The Germans put Chrysler on life support and they went belly up in 2009. Again, because of being run by idiots. Because the Germans didn't care about making a car that Americans want. No launch. Got scrubbed, Harvest. Yeah, they made stuff like the PT Cruiser. I actually didn't realize Chrysler still existed. Never seen a dealer in forever. Do they only make 3 models now? Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram is what you'd see a dealership for, BT Stats. And the Prowler, which they said would have a V8, and then they put a freaking crappy V6 in it. And then the Germans shelved that project and made the Chrysler Crossfire instead, which is basically a Mercedes SLK with a Chrysler logo on it. And Chrysler rolled out with the 300C. It's literally a Mercedes E-Class with a Chrysler logo on it. So Chrysler went from making these cars that people want to basically making rebadged versions of basically off-brand Mercedes. And guess what? That didn't sell too well with Americans. And then in 2009 or 2008, the recession hits and Chrysler goes belly up, and the Germans say, "Nope, nope. Auf Wiedersehen, mein Freund. Tschüss." Personal Transport Flatgate is what PT stands for. Fortunately, just like before, the government bailed out Chrysler. They bailed them out. Chrysler still hasn't paid back those loans. Straight bailout. They basically just said, here, have money, stop being idiots. And the Germans basically put Chrysler up for sale after that. And Fiat bought them. A very, very good automotive executive named Sergio Marchionne decided to buy Chrysler and use it as a foothold to get Fiats sold in the United States. Sergio Marchionne was the CEO of Fiat Group. So Fiat is like Fiat, Lancia, Alfa Romeo, Ferrari. And he basically used that to get Fiat a foothold in the United States. But see, Sergio Marchionne's not an idiot like that guy that ran Chrysler and merged it with Daimler. Sergio Marchionne was actually an insanely good automotive executive. One of the best. He's up there in the Hall of Fame with Lee, in my opinion. He decided to say, well, look, Americans don't want rebadged freaking German cars, man. They want American cars. At least he had the gall to understand that. So he bought Chrysler after the Germans basically said, no, we're done, after the recession. And Sergio Marchionne did bring Chrysler back to profitability. And then Fiat got bought out by some stupid, what's it called, guys? Stellantis or something? It's like a Danish conglomerate or some crap. Yeah, bailed out a German company. Yep. Chrysler was sold to an investment firm pre-recession, and the U.S. government forced the sale to Fiat. Yeah, there you go. That's what it was. Still, yeah, now it's owned by some stupid conglomerate that, once again, does not give a frick about Chrysler, and yeah, one of the big three is not even owned by an American anymore. It's not even an American company. Yeah. So, yeah, Lee actually went in, saved Chrysler, and then ruined it. And then, not ruined it, he left it, left the company perfect, and some bonehead came in there and, well, you know, like I said, it's standard 1990s big business crap, and Chrysler has basically sucked since. They've sucked since basically the 90s. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, Challengers are cool. Hellcats, that's awesome. Those are really neat. That's Sergio Marchionne's doing. That was his idea. Hellcat Charger, Hellcat Challenger, Trailhawks. Ram trucks are pretty damn good. They're pretty good trucks. But yeah. All right. Yeah, 500 Abaths are cool. That's a cool car. Yeah, and we have Fiats in the United States now, which is pretty neat. If I recall correctly, Fiat sold Chrysler and Ferrari split with Fiat, and then Stellantis bought Chrysler. What a mess. Yeah, I think that's right, Hellfish, yeah. Do you know the story of about how Volkswagen got Porsche? No. Iacocca chose Eaton, but he was old as hell by that time. Yeah, okay, scientist, that sounds right. Was it also his idea for the Challenger to be a rebadged Mitsubishi for 3 years? I don't know. But even then, guys, the Challenger is still the Challenger is basically an E63 AMG Mercedes with a Gen 3 Hemi in it that's supercharged. Yeah, it's an E-Class Mercedes. So is the Charger. The Charger is a Mercedes E-Class. To this day. They never changed it. Lots of people buying Rams because Ford is so expensive. I have no issue with my Ram. Rams are good trucks. Dodge is always... The trucks are like the one thing that Dodge has kind of always done right, except in the late 70s and basically into the 80s. The wiring was not very good. I was so happy when Chrysler sold Lamborghini, even happier when Audi finally bought it a few years later. Yeah, that's right. Chrysler did acquire Lamborghini. I forgot about that. Ram isn't even Dodge anymore. Ram is its own company. Yeah, Ram is a truck brand. Yep, they spun it off. So, Lee Iacocca basically always knew what Americans wanted and what Americans needed for a car. He literally saved two automakers. He saved Ford and he didn't really save Ford, but he over his 20-year tenure at Ford, he basically made sure the company was profitable all the time. They never had a year in the red when he was there. And then when he joined Chrysler, he fixed Chrysler, and Chrysler was like the most profitable automaker in the 1980s. So Porsche in 2007 was borrowing money to buy more and more shares of VW. In 2008, the banks all of a sudden said, no more, we're calling your debt. Well, Porsche was in dire financial situation, so VW took advantage to get revenge. They bought Porsche shares with their cash on hand. Nice. So somebody asked me while I was talking about this, what do Americans want today? I think an electric vehicle is good, but the thing about an electric vehicle, if you make one right now, is the high price that comes with it. Electric vehicles haven't been mass-produced enough to be able to bring the price down. Launch did get scrub Gore-Tex. So what do you think people will want and what do they need? I'm thinking, give me a second. Okay. This is something that's I actually thought I would have the answer to this, Gabe, but it's proving to be a little bit weird. So yes, I hate SUVs. I hate crossover SUVs. They're literally a car that with a lift kit. It sucks at being a car. It sucks at being a utility vehicle. And it sucks at being a transport vehicle. It literally is crappy at everything that it tries to be. It's a terrible car. It's a terrible off-road vehicle. It's a terrible utility vehicle. It basically sucks 3 times over. I hate crossover SUVs. But people love them, which is stupid, but whatever. Guys, all right, let me play this off of you. The Ford Crown Victoria. A big car, plenty of space. Crown Vic. Big, huge trunk, plenty of cargo space. You can sit four people in it, no problem. 4 doors, but electric. Nice, smooth ride. It's an electric car. But here's the thing. Crown, full-size sedan like that has a lot of space in the trunk. How about we put a little tiny turbine engine, gas turbine, a little tiny one, no bigger than a turbo. Put that in there. Now, why are we putting a turbine in the trunk of an electric car? Anybody familiar with what an APU does on an airplane? I'm talking about an electric Crown Vic with an APU in it. And have that auxiliary power unit charge the battery. So this car will have batteries in the chassis, just basically kind of like a Tesla. You could have a motor in the front, motor in the back. In the trunk, bottom of the trunk on the other side is a fuel tank, but it's not going to an internal combustion engine. It's going to a turbine, and that turbine generates power. So you have all the good stuff of an EV, right? All the great stuff of an EV, and you have a turbine in there to literally charge the batteries. So this car, instead of having 500-mile range, it literally would have like 1,000-mile range. You could use a charging station, or you could fill it up with gas, whatever. A Chevy Volt, but not some crappy subcompact piece of junk. Sounds expensive to have a jet engine. We mass-produce turbos on cars all day nowadays, CBF. What are you talking about? 2 big solar panels on the roof? Maybe for passive charging, sure. I honestly think we should bring back comfortable riding cars. I think people would buy it. And you can instantly kill range anxiety by doing what the Chevy Volt did and putting a combustion engine in the form of a jet engine. Jet engines are very efficient. They are very good at generating electricity. I'm talking, you could park the car in the parking lot, flip on that thing for probably about 15-20 minutes and probably fully charge the damn battery, especially if it's a geared generator. You're going to the car launch? Probably not. I think that's a car that people would want. The price tag would be a little bit on the high side. That's the problem there. I think that's a car people want, but it's not a car that people can afford. So maybe take one of the drive motors out, make it straight up rear wheel drive, right? Like similar to a Model S, and go from there. And this car, like I said, it'd be like a Crown Vic. The interior would be a little bit on the cheap side. It wouldn't be a Mercedes, man. It would be like a Honda Civic, like basically kind of an old Honda Civic. The interior is pretty bare bones. Honestly, I would crank windows. Crank windows, manual locks. I'm serious. That would keep the costs down. You don't need an electric window. A crank window is way less. I mean, maybe have an option for that or something. But once again, four-wheel drive does better in the cold weather. A rear-engine electric vehicle rim with the battery pack will do just fine. You have weight over the rear wheels in the form of the gas tank and the jet engine. You going? Yeah, okay. Nobody's going to buy that, and Zoomers wouldn't even know how to use it. That thing. Yeah, I know that thing, 619. Yeah, I've seen that before. So, that's probably what I want, but see, here's the thing. I think that's what I want. I don't think that's what people want. If I was going to design a car that Americans want, It's obsession with aerodynamics, Gabe, that does that. The buffeting that you hear when you roll down one window into a car is literally you hearing the drag that the window being down is making, because the pressure, the air is going in and out, and the pressure is changing in and out. You're hearing pressure change in the air. It's literally you're hearing drag. The Canyon Aero, affordable Model S. I'm thinking, dudes. I'm thinking. All right. You guys can call me a little bit of a judgmental prick about this. It's late, and that's fine. I'm just kind of thinking, like, what do kids want? What do kids want? Kids basically want an appliance, and a car that speaks a lot nowadays is a car that has a lot of tech. But then again, most people nowadays don't really give two flying shits what kind of car they have. They want A to B. They want the freedom. Okay. I think that's what younger kids want nowadays. I don't really see too many kids that are like gearheads like crazy. Don't get me wrong, they're out there. I know that. But like, if I'm thinking about mainstream buyers right now, so like thinking about Gen Z, what kind of car do they want? They want a car that's not going to screw up the environment too much, right? If I had to guess, probably want some type of affordable EV, something that basically goes in competition with the Model 3. I don't think kids would make that big of a deal if it had manual windows. I don't think they would care. As long as you say like, oh yeah, we don't have electric motors because we're trying to reduce our carbon footprint or something like that. Honestly, just a simple rear engine electric, rear wheel drive, transverse motor, kind of like the Model 3, but I'm talking simpler than that. The Model 3 is mid-size. I'm talking about like a subcompact. Basically like, think like a Ford Focus, like a five-door hatch, something like that. And heck, you could even just put an electric motor in the front. It doesn't matter. Put an electric motor and batteries underneath the hood, call it a day. Chevy Bolt was a pretty simple EV that I thought was selling well. Yeah, Laurie, Chevy Bolt is basically what I'm talking about. But see, the thing about that is that Chevy has no idea what they're doing when it comes to marketing. Yeah, they have literally no clue. Their head is completely up their ass when it comes to that. I don't know why. I'm sure if they marketed the Bolt to kids, people would buy it. It's not a bad car. And then they stopped selling them, and they replaced it with the Charge or something stupid. Isn't that basically a Nissan Leaf? Yeah, pretty much. But see, here's the thing. I think Elon has this right with Teslas. Car needs to be freaking fun to drive, dudes. It needs to be fun to drive. Kids want the freedom, but they want something that's fun, right? So I'm thinking like a Ford Focus. Basically an electric Ford Focus. That's kind of where I'm at. You could do that hybrid thing that I was talking about. I'd say you make that. Doesn't have to have crazy range, right? I mean, it's a small subcompact car, so it doesn't have to have insane range, but you could give it insane range because it's so small. No kid wants a Ford. Well, I don't work for Ford. Right? I'm talking like bring back classic hot hatches, but in EV form. That's something I think people would want. And it has to have some good marketing behind it, but yeah. What do you think about the new Prius design? I don't mind it. Awesome, dude. Geo Metro was fun and I got 50 miles per gallon. That's what I'm talking about, Lord. Literally like a GM EV1, something like that. Or just a Geo Metro, an electric Geo Metro. That's it. Cool little 5-door hatch with an electric motor that makes like 200 horsepower. Doesn't need to make a lot. That'll be fun to drive. It'll go like an electric car. If you put the motor in the back and make it a rear-wheel drive 5-door hatch, you get some Renault Turbo 5 fun right there. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. I think people would buy that. Sure, why not? Shouldn't you go to bed? I'm not tired. The Mark IV Focus ST in electric would be mint. There you go. But see, we wouldn't, Smirks can't be all-wheel drive. The car has to be affordable. Because the thing about Gen Z and the thing about kids that are just below me in age and the kids that are just getting into college and graduating high school now, they don't have a lot of money. Has to be cheap, dude. Has to be cheap. I'm talking about as bare bones as you can make a freaking car. Rear-wheel drive EV that's cool enough, crank windows, manual lock. Dude, don't even put a radio in. I'm serious. No radio. Literally, just put a USB port. Put a USB port that goes to the speakers. That's it. Because, dude, what, radio? What are you going to do? What the hell are you going to do with that? Screw that. No way. Use your phone. Everyone uses their phone. Kids use their phone. That's all they do. Screw putting a radio in. We don't need that. Screw infotainment. You don't need any of that. Just literally a USB port where the radio should be. You plug it in, boom, your phone. And then have a mount for the phone built into the dash. Done. You don't need a radio. Just speakers. Speakers and a USB port. Done. Or have the car have a Bluetooth system in it or something like that. Just basically a Bluetooth speaker that's built into the dash. Done. Or a little Bluetooth system that has speakers in back and speakers in the front. That's it. No radio. Screw that. USB port. Crank windows, manual locks, rear-wheel drive EV. Done. Well, aren't radios a federal requirement in case you have to tune into one of those advisory channels? All right, fine. Dude, the basics of the basic transistor radio. Simple as you can make. Make it theoretical to save more money. No. And then you know what I would do from there, guys? I would offer aftermarket parts that you can buy a la carte when you order your car. Basically, you buy a bare bones car that's good enough, and you can make modules. Like if you want to swap the radio, right? I'd make say you want to put an infotainment system in, right? You could basically pop it out like a cartridge, pop the USB port out of the slot like a cartridge, and you put a radio in. Or infotainment. You put an infotainment and the screen pops up, like what you do with radios in cars nowadays, right? That's it. Disc brakes all around, simple braking system, rear engine EV, 5-door hatchback. Done. Yeah, exactly, Rem. You could upgrade it like a PC. Sure. Mm-hmm. Key fob? No. You get keys. Actual keys. Because a button starter is dumb. That's just literally extra money for a gimmick. Key fob? Screw that. Keyless entry? No. Nope. But I would try to engineer this car out so you could do that if you wanted to. You could hot rod it if you want to. Make a bunch of modules for your car, like upgrading your stupid graphics card in your computer. Not stupid, but you get the idea. Then you charge for literally every single quality of life feature like luxury brands have been doing for years and has been trickling down to mid-tier brands. I mean, Azanko, do you want an affordable car or not? Remote start. Give me a freaking break. Yeah, pretty much, Mercs. Get the add-ons you need. Sure. Offer different wheels. If somebody wants different wheels, you can go to my car dealership that doesn't exist, or you can go online and order a set of wheels. And if you put in the VIN of the car, right, you know, like, you can order a set of wheels or something. I don't know. Literally make everything an option. Yeah. You would just sell the base, bare bones car, and people can buy it and upgrade it as they see fit. And that opens up the door to bring a crazy big aftermarket to said car, which would be really cool. No, tires come standard. You want upgraded tires? Buy them. Make it easily swappable. Open source the module 619, like how radios are single and double DIN, stuff like that, dude. People would buy them. People would buy them because you don't need all that crap. How many of those buttons you use in your damn car with all that infotainment and all that nonsense? Don't look at me like you use every single one of those systems. Don't lie. You use maps and the radio, and that's it. And that you can do on your phone. No subscription services is Anku. I think anybody that thinks cars need subscription services is drastically out of touch with the consumer market. They're only looking to make a quick buck, and they should fuck off. You know exactly who I'm talking about. Yeah, there you go, 619. Cool. Yeah, making the car basically swappable out like a Lego kit, right? And basically open sourcing all the module attachment pieces would basically make it so if the car company if this car ends up being super profitable, my car company would basically be open sourcing it would safeguard it against idiots from doing that in the future if the company goes belly up or if the car is successful enough till after I'm gone. It would basically make it so nobody could ever do that. Anyway, what do you think of Rivian? I like it. Too expensive. Rivian's cool. The R1T is a cool truck, Freddie. It has 4 individual motors in each wheel. That's really cool. Expensive, though. They did, Trekkie, and I think they can fuck off for doing that. Finally catching you after many months of conflicting schedules and changing habits, and holy crap, someone just asked about Rivian before I could. What's up, Leahy? How you doing, man? We bought an old 90s NASCAR motor. Neat. Rivian's bill of materials is more than the sticker price of the truck. Yeah, they're literally operating at a loss. Most auto companies do, 619, with certain vehicles. Yeah, Ivo, that's awesome. That's interesting about the motors. Dude, you should see a Rivian go off-road. It's really, dude, the thing is just... And then they have a computer controlling the traction systems. It's actually really cool. Leahy, been working for Rivian for over half a year now. Those Blue Origin Lander contracts equals more R1 or R2 drives to the pad, baby. Oh, shoot, dude. You never told me that. That's really cool. Neat. I think Rivian is crazy tech, Leahy. I just think it's expensive. You got to make more of them. I mean, that's... Anybody that knows anything about cars knows that, you know. No doubt. Nate Leahy, if you haven't seen, check this out. It's done, man. Runs. I drove it around today. On stream. I drove it out I drove it out the door, but... Yep. Beautiful, awesome progress, man. Thank you. Yeah, I think R1T is a really cool truck. Really cool piece of kit. GM tried to copy you guys with the Hummer, which I think is hilarious. But, yeah. But does it still do one-wheel peels? Yeah, it's no limited slip RV. Can it even peel? Yes. Yes, it can. Quit trying to make EV people into truck people. Make truck people into EV people. Hazanku, simultaneously, dude, to that small car concept, honestly, I would make a bare bones EV truck. I'm talking 1983 Chevy C10 Custom Deluxe. I think truck people would go for a truck that doesn't have all these crappy freaking bells and whistles. I'm talking a real old school farmer's truck, but electric. No stupid infotainment, no nothing. Smoker's windows, baby. Smoker's windows with an electric motor that's easy to fix, super easy to work on. Battery packs underneath the bed. In between the frame rails, underneath the pickup bed for insanely good weight distribution. Simple. And then electric motors underneath that. Electric motors basically working with independent front and rear. Or you could even go nuts and have a single electric motor power pack working as a transfer case with 2 drive shafts out to solid axles on leaf springs. I'm talking that simple. Batteries under the hood, batteries under the bed, perfect 50-50 weight distribution, perfect heavy-duty vehicle. No bells and whistles. Once again, manual locks, crank windows, smoker's windows. You don't even need a tack on the dash, just a speedometer and a USB port. That's it. And maybe a radio for the truck. Chevy S10 EV. Yeah, basically. Something like that. But I would target the... with trucks, dudes, it's something I know a little bit more about cars. With trucks, you want to target the half-ton market. Yeah, so F-150s. Do EVs have tax? No. Willys EV, Model T EV, yep. Yes, with extra battery capacity and outlets for construction tools. Bill, I don't understand why the automakers don't understand this, that there are people out in the center of the country. Heck, dude, I would put a mount for a generator inside of the bed of this truck so you could, and an inverter, so you could literally, if you wanted to put a generator in the bed, you wanted to make your EV run off gasoline, literally plug the stupid generator in, boom, you can charge the batteries out in the barn, no problem. That's the kind of simplicity I'm talking about. You want to make rednecks like EVs? Do that. Nobody wants this stupid truck that needs a computer to diagnose, that needs all this crap that you need to figure out. Nobody wants a truck that you can't work on. Because when you're out on the farm and the stupid thing breaks, you need to fix it or you're fucked. Simple as that. If I was going to make an EV truck, that's how I'd do it. So a 4Runner with a truck bed. Not even a 4Runner Slowcus. I'm talking a single cab, long bed truck that is as simple as possible. Not even a taco, because tacos don't come in single cab. I'm not even talking dude. Look, quad cab trucks are cool. I hate them. They literally turn trucks into SUVs. Literally an F100 EV. Yeah, Methos, actually, Ford made something like this. Ford did exactly this. Exactly what I'm talking about. And I don't understand why they just don't make this. So check this out. A little while ago, Ford rolled out a concept vehicle. And the concept vehicle is not what you think. Check it out. That's a 79 F100 that's doing exactly what I'm saying. It's actually on a Mach-E chassis, but it is designed to be as simple as freaking possible. If you notice, there's no radiator behind the grille. It is a truck with batteries, front motor, rear motor, so it's all-wheel drive, and that's it. My design would even be simpler than this, but this is the idea. Smoker's windows, crank windows, manual locks. You don't need electric windows, okay? You don't need that. And people say, well, actually they do. All right, fine. You want to pay an extra $5,000 on the sticker price? Good. Now you have electric windows. That's what people want. People don't want a car with all these bells and freaking whistles. I'm pretty damn sure. The only reason all these cars with all these bells and whistles sell nowadays is because we're used to having crazy tech capability in our cars thanks to this thing. This thing is useless. You don't need this thing. A flip phone can do exactly what this can do, but people still use them, right? We've gotten used to that. You don't need a car with this much. I would intentionally market this car as a bare bones vehicle. And if you want to put your own stuff in it, I will make aftermarket stuff and you can have that. Or just open source the radio kit or something, so you could put an infotainment kit in if you want. No heat, no air conditioning? Heat, sure. Yeah, heat, probably not AC. Put it in as a module or something. Remember, this is a work truck, guys. A work truck. All you need is heat. Heat and smokers windows do the job. No, yeah, no air conditioning. Screw that. I wouldn't do that. Nope. This is what I'm hoping for the R2 line, but it's still locked out of those talks. Yeah. I've seen a ton of Teslas driving. I don't think I've ever seen one with the windows down. Once again, guys, you got to remember, this truck that I'm targeting is, this is a truck, a farm truck. This is an old school utility vehicle. So it doesn't need to have all the bells and whistles. This is something that someone uses to haul hay bales around, or haul crops, or tow a horse trailer or something. You don't need all that crap. Yeah, if we put a heat pump in, that would probably give both, Gabe. Yeah, the heat pump actually wouldn't be a bad idea, and you could just power it with the batteries. Couldn't sell them in Arizona then. Maybe make it so you can... Actually, with the heat pump would actually be a good idea, because then you have a heater and air conditioning. And it's a single loop system. So yeah, a heat pump would probably be a good idea. That's what I'd do. But here's the thing. This heat pump would be easy to fix if something goes wrong. It would be a closed loop system. Very, very, very simple, very easy to work on. Purposely give plenty of room in the engine bay. So in the engine bay, you'd have the frame, right? And then batteries. The batteries would be right there, down the center, and then the heat pump and... the heat pump would be over the quarter panels and stuff. Basically make them super easy to work on. Like as simple as possible. So and then open source, sell all the manuals for it so anyone can fix it. And you can maintain it. And I'm serious about... you could probably do this under the hood or something. Or in the pickup bed. Literally a gas tank and an inverter. You want to go buy a generator, go buy a little Honda generator, or even we'll make our own generators. You want to make it a hybrid. Literally put a mount in the pickup bed so you could put your generator in, plug the damn thing in, and now you have a gasoline EV hybrid. Even that, perfect. That's what I mean, dude. I don't understand why they don't do this. I mean, I'm sure there's a good reason. There's no way I know better. I'm pretty damn sure. Yeah, Edison Motors. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. These guys. Yeah, that's right. They take these old trucks and retrofit them to be electric. That's actually really freaking cool, man. I love that they're taking old Kenworths and stuff. And Lord, here's the thing. Here's the thing, dudes. And this is easy to say when I don't have millions of dollars invested in said auto company that I just told you guys about. Look, you don't need to make the car doesn't have to be expensive to make it a quality product, okay? Simple engineering would be a quality all its own. I would build these cars to last because fuck purposeful obsolescence. I would literally say that, If I was the CEO of my car company, right? People would come at me and I'd be like, purposeful obsolescence is stupid and we shouldn't do it. I think that's dumb. And guess what? You know how I would sell it? Buying a car and using it as an appliance and throwing it away isn't very green. It's not very green. You know how much energy it takes to make a car? It's not very green. My cars are recyclable. But even if you don't end up recycling the thing, my cars are built to last because the longer that car stays on the road, the more it pays for its carbon footprint. Done. Dealerships will violently open revolt over this plan. They don't make squat off the sales. I honestly don't give a flying fuck what they think. Yep. I'd sell direct to consumers just like Elon does. What's the name of this new car company? Apollo Motors? Not a bad idea. You buy from me. This is how much the car costs. This gets you the bare bone chassis. You want to upgrade it? There's the upgrade section is over there on the website. You can buy stuff. We'll ship it to you. It's easy to install, ergonomic, and then open source the module attachment system so people can put whatever in it. Yeah, Zonku, cut out the dealers. That's right. Okay. Who wants seats? I'll get my own Recaros. You know what, CBF? I'll make it so you can put whatever damn seat you want in it. I'll make the adapters for very popular aftermarket stuff. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Now, don't get me wrong. That opens me up to a multitude of freaking lawsuits, but I don't know, man. That's probably the reason why they don't do this kind of stuff, you know. The automakers don't want you working in the cars because they're afraid of getting sued. But, you know, like, guys, if I ever chose to get skin in the game and start a business like that, I'd be honest. There's too many snake oil salesmen out there. I'd be honest. Like, look, this car's bare bones. It's not supposed to be something nuts. It's literally supposed to be simple. Don't drive it like a Ferrari, okay? It's not supposed to do that. Right? Don't even sell the bells and whistles. Let the markets figure that stuff out on their own. Yeah, like modding a good video game, Hazanku. Bingo. There you go. Banana Air Motors. I like it. Unless you buy the Ferrari kit. Yeah, right. That's fine, Slowkiss. Whatever. Remember, I have one thing up on them. You know what I have up on them? I'm making a car that people want. They aren't. Dude, who goes to the dealership, who goes to a Chevy dealership and says, I'm going to buy a Chevy Malibu today? No one. No one does that. No one does that. And kids don't want to be bothered going and haggling with the stupid dealership anyway. Frick them. That's old news, dude. Remember, we're trying to sell vehicles that are simple, straightforward, no bullshit. I feel like the manufacturing capabilities needed to produce any sort of automotive drive unit and battery tech at scale while meeting quality and safety standards is dreamily accessible by either existing enterprises or newer luxury brands with corresponding capital runway. That was a word salad, Leahy. Yeah, you... Things that tend to make them lean away from bare-bones, consumer-centric approach. Same. I hope I can prove it wrong on that. See, Leahy, here's the thing. I would dump all of the company's money into the chassis. The chassis would be about as safe as you can make it. Like Tesla. Like what Tesla did. But it wouldn't have any bells and whistles. That's it. That's it. That's it, dudes. I would make the chassis as safe as humanly possible. You know, I mean, we'd need to have airbags, too, because the government says you need to have them, but... Carbon fiber chassis, too expensive. Steel. CBF, it'd be steel. It'd be steel, but it'd be good quality steel. So that's what I mean about putting all the work into the chassis. I would make a steel chassis because steel is less expensive than making it out of aluminum or carbon fiber. Mass producing a carbon fiber chassis for an automobile is idiotic. Pitch it to Elon and make it a Tesla subsidiary. I don't think Elon would go for it, Eddie. Believe it or not. Elon doesn't... I don't know. I guess I can't speak for the guy, but he doesn't seem very pro rights of repair. My cars, these car designs, this hatchback and this pickup truck design that I'm throwing around would quite literally be the most pro right to repair cars of all time. I don't care if I go bankrupt trying to get this project done. If I sell a bunch of cars and everybody has them and I can't sell any more cars, so be it. That's fine. At least I made a quality product, because if I'm putting my damn name on it, it's going to be good. I can't stand that people are nowadays are willing. Oh, I knocked over my cowbell. People nowadays are willing to put their name on junk. Crap. Just because they know people are going to buy it. You buy the name, you don't buy the product. I don't want that. If I'm going to put my name on the product will stand on its own. I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks. Yeah, I'm serious. That's how I'd roll. That's how I roll. If I'm like I said, guys, I'm a pretty nice guy. If I'm running my business and if I'm running a business and money's involved like that, I will turn into a jackass really quickly. But that's what needs to be done. You got to put foot to ass like that if you want to make some progress. You should license an already approved chassis. That would be a good way to start, Gugu. That's how Tesla started. Tesla started licensing a Lotus chassis for the Tesla Roadster. You might know more about our skateboard chassis than I, but how would you simplify it more? It seems to be a simple hunk of metal to hold 7,000 separate cells. Let me look at it, Leahy. Hold on. What's the most pro right to repair car manufacturer today? Toyota. Toyota stands behind every single car they've ever manufactured. You want parts from a Toyota from the 70s? Go to the dealership. They'll get it to you. Ford is right behind them. Ford supports their cars all the way back to the 1980s. Because Toyota knows that if you can fix your car and the car is super simple and super reliable, that when it does eventually croak, you will come back. And people do. Toyota owners are some of the most fierce brand loyalists I've ever seen. 3M, why are you still here? Because I want to be here. Leahy, is this it? Paying for the launch then? When's the launch? No, probably not. This is too complicated. It's too complicated, dude. Honestly, it's too complicated. It's too complicated. No, they need to go simpler than this. Our repair costs are abysmal. What I'm seeing, dude, it's too complicated. It's too complicated. Look, dude, look, you have cast parts back there. Okay, there's no way that was bent. That's a cast part. See that grid thing right there on that the strut tower cross member? Cast all day. Cast. That's expensive. Castings are expensive. That's expensive stuff. You have double wishbone McPherson's, expensive suspension. You have double wishbone rear suspension, expensive. So this is too complicated. Way too complicated for what I'm. Way too complicated for what I'm trying to do. Way too complicated. Now, don't get me wrong. That thing will handle like a dream. But this is the problem that I see with EV manufacturers nowadays. Even Tesla. All right? Tesla, the closest thing that Tesla's gotten right is the Model 3. The Model 3 is the closest thing to what I would be trying to do. Right? But even the Model 3 is double wishbone. Double wishbone and like 3-link suspension out back. Not 3-link because it's not a solid axle, but you get the idea. Yeah, this is too complicated. Way too complicated. I mean, Leahy, don't get me wrong. Rivian's awesome. They're really cool. They're really cool trucks. Really cool tech. I really dig it. Like the motor's being mounted, right? And you don't have the motor mounted directly through the hub. It's the motor going to a CV going right to the hub, right to the spindle. That's cool. That enables you for independent rear suspension. That's great. That's too frigging complicated. No one's gonna buy that. No one's gonna buy that, dude. Only people that have 100 G's are gonna buy that. And guess what, man? Like, not everybody has 100 G's to blow on a car, especially nowadays. Like, I'm not trying to be a jackass, man. You asked, so. This EV is, I mean, a Rivian's basically an exotic. It's an exotic car at this point, like a DeLorean or something. That basically means that it's, for the vast majority of car consumers, this is off limits. I couldn't afford one of these. There's no way. Dude, here. Let me show you. Let me show you what I'm talking about, okay? This is the last thing I'm gonna do, and then I'm gonna go sleepy. Actually, hold on. I'm fishing for real criticism. I hate the R1 line. It's amazing they hurdled the quality issues with such weird undertakings. Now that we are hitting production strides, I'm trying to whisper, let's not be dumb now. Yeah, man. Go to bed. Damn, son. No, I don't want to. All right. Here. Let me show you. I'll load up a model here. A model of a truck that I already have. You're fishing for real criticism. Your criticism is that Rivian's way too complicated. It's way too complicated for the average consumer. Like, it's awesome tech. Don't get me wrong. I love it. Okay. Here we go. All right, so. Yeah, baby. All right, so here's what I'm talking about, okay? So let's take this. Let me just... So you have your truck, right? This is a 96 F-150. I have it because it's cool. All right. So get rid of that. Okay. So here's what you do. So with an electric motor, right? With an electric motor, you're gonna need, with an electric power pack, you need some certain stuff here. So you need your electric motor. What I'm saying is put an electric motor right there. And just like a Tesla battery pack, right? A Tesla battery pack basically right here is fine. Right under the seats. That the floorboards of the truck, here, let me see where the floorboards of the truck are. Yeah, you have the hump for the transmission tunnel in there anyway, so. Yeah, okay, cool. So, right there. Actually, it can be mounted off to the side a little bit. It's right there. You have your electric motor, okay? And then, just like a Tesla pack, you can duplicate it and put your inverter on the other side. These might need to be just a smidge bigger to power a truck like this. Okay, so don't get me wrong. The floorboards of the truck are somewhere up here, right? So you can probably put this thing up here like that, and put this thing right here. Okay, so you have your AC inverter, right? And you have your motor, basically right here, right in the center of the truck. Okay, now let me duplicate this again. Right? And then you have them, instead of having them on a diff, so Tesla has this on a gearbox here. There's a differential. Well, actually, it's a reduction gear, right, with a crazy like 9-to-1 reduction. And then that goes basically into a differential. But here's what I'm thinking. So instead of making this like this crazy reduction gearbox, I mean, we can still do the reduction, but instead of this being a reduction gearbox into like a diff, actually it would need to be the other side. Hold on. This right here would be set up like a transfer case. Okay? So a transfer case is what takes a transmission output and makes basically a single output shaft from the transmission into 2 drive shafts, one that goes backwards and one that goes forwards. And I'm pretty sure you can absolutely, anybody that knows even a little bit about trucks can absolutely see where I'm going with this. So now, make another primitive cylinder here. Go down here like this, rotate it like that, rotate it 90. And you have one drive shaft going to a solid front axle on leafs. Just like an old school truck. Solid front axle on leaf springs. There's your diff, right? Just like basically a regular truck. Go here, 2-edge ring and split like that. G repeat command, do that. Give me 1 second. Basically that. And then on the other side, duplicate it, rotate this thing on that axis 180 degrees like that. Go back into the side view. this. Go here like that. 1, 2. Duplicate. Group it. Modify. Center pivot. There you go. And now, you take your battery packs, you put some battery packs over, basically the same amount of battery packs, you put them over the front wheels, and then you take the same amount of battery packs and you put them in between the frame rails here. Put them in between the frame rails in the front and the frame rails in the back. One set of battery packs goes where the gas tank should be, and the other set goes basically where the motor should be. Perfect 50-50 weight distribution. This truck will slaughter the snow. It wouldn't even be fair. There you go. There you go, Brown. I'm in no way trying to argue this design. That being said, how is this more simplistic than having 2 motors? No PTU needed? I mean, all you need is 1 motor. Electric motors make enough torque, dude. They make enough torque. These diffs don't have to be some 410 gear ratio at 619. Heck, the T-case doesn't even need to be nuts. T-case could be 1-to-1. Get rid of the exhaust. Oh, yeah. You have EV traction. You have a pickup truck. You have a pickup truck with perfect 50-50 weight distribution. Right? I actually probably would end up putting a little bit more batteries in the front to give a 60-40 weight bias. Just because you have cargo in the back. That's all. So basically when you load it up with cargo, it would have perfect 50-50 distribution. Did I see that message? I did, Predominate, yeah. How is this more simplistic? Well, 619, solid leaf springs, shock absorbers, and diffs are a lot easier to manufacture than a triangulated independent suspension EV power pack. Way easier to manufacture this way. Battery behind the seats. You could even do a battery under the seats, Smirks. Yeah. That might get a little bit complicated with packaging here. I'm thinking put the battery packs right here, and then put another battery pack basically where the gas tank would be. Even put some battery packs right here, tucked inside of the frame rails here, to counterbalance the electric motor. I've been seeing a Tesla get murdered by a semi today. I also have seen a Tesla with a trailer hitch tow a load I would not have tried with a big truck. Yeah. Keep in mind, that's very, very simple. But like I said, you want people that are out in the sticks to buy trucks. It cannot be complicated. They won't buy it. People wouldn't trust it. They wouldn't trust it. Be like, no, that thing's a spaceship. I don't need a spaceship. I need a pickup truck. Anyway. Leahy, that's how I'd do it. Look at what I just did, and then look at that. That's way too complicated. You're never going to scale. Dude, I'll be honest with you. Leahy, if you're looking for honest feedback, I am interested in how you're going to scale up and mass produce that for an affordable price. How are you going to do that? What is Rivian's plans to do that? It ain't much, but it's an honest truck. In rocket science, like I said, it would be super easy to work on, very simple. People already know how to work on transfer cases. People already know how to work on diffs. Easy peasy. Everything is just hanging off the bottom. You could just get at it really simple. You want to drop the motor, 3 to 4 bolts, whole power pack comes down. Take the 2 drive shafts out, lower the power pack. Done. You want people out in the sticks to buy EVs. You want to convert all those people out in the middle of the country to buy EVs. That's the way to do it. The R2 line is the big question mark. I don't think it's going to happen with the R1 line. The R2 line is the big question mark, and I wish I could tell you more. I only hope to scream into the abyss enough to make a difference. I don't think that's what 619 meant. Modern electric scales just as well with multiple motors and eliminate all the powertrain mass. Bill might. Oh. So what? I don't. This thing isn't built. It's built to get the shit kicked out of it. It's not built to. It's built to be easy to make and have the trash beaten out of it. Durable as all hell. As strong as you can freaking make it. The strongest way to do it is keep the suspension simple. Yeah, it's not going to be the best ride. It's not going to be the smoothest ride around. But leaf springs it's going to be leaf springs with shock absorbers. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like this thing is going to go around the Nürburgring in 9 minutes. But leaf springs are super easy to manufacture. Differentials, solid axles, very easy to manufacture. Drive shafts are very simple to manufacture, and one motor that's big enough, one motor making like 400 horse is more than enough truck. Who cares? What do you mean? Powertrain mass? Who gives a shit about the powertrain mass? Who cares? It's a truck. Trucks aren't supposed to be efficient. Trucks are supposed to do work. Okay? I don't drive the 97 around for the fuel economy, man. And here's the other, one last thing. Like, this is what I mean. I would make this truck literally have a hookup for a generator. I would put the equipment in so you could mount a generator in the back of the truck if you wanted to. Mount a generator and a gas tank in the pickup bed of this truck in this 8-foot box, right? And now you have an instant hybrid, redneck hybrid, baby. Because everybody out on the farm has a generator. Everyone has that. What they don't have is a frigging charging station. At least through front coilovers? No. How do you differentiate speed from the front to rear axle? It's a transfer case, man. It's just a transfer case. Dude, where the transmission is, it's just an electric motor. It's electric motor into a transfer case. The inverter is on the back side. That's it. It's literally just a transfer case. It's like off the shelf. Regarding rural EV truck purchase criteria, charging accessibility seems to be the big concern. Wish I knew more about the efforts to manufacture affordable charging stations for homes. Screw that, Leahy. Screw that. Screw that. No. You want to know how people out on the farm generate electricity? They have a generator. Or they're on the grid somehow. So that's what I mean. My electric truck would literally have a spot in the pickup bed where you can mount a generator. Just literally a mounting bracket and a plug. You could go buy any off-the-shelf generator at any hardware store and plug it in, and it will charge the batteries for you. You want to make a plug-in hybrid? Sure. Start the generator up, run the damn generator, drive the car around. Oh, no, CBF, you could switch it. Yeah, you could switch the transfer case. I would have a lever in the cab for the T-case. Mechanical linkage. Yeah. And because we don't need an engine or anything like that, right? You don't need an engine or anything like that. I'm talking limited slip front and back. Part-time locker axles. Dude, I'm talking the end-all be-all of EV utility vehicles. The end-all be-all. Like, literally, this thing will be impossible to kill. I'm talking Hilux durability here. Just about all EV parts are available at transaxle drop and replacements. If you can manage to fit one where the diff goes, you should be able to get your parts easier and cheaper. Do it right, and it shouldn't be much harder than swapping a diff if needed. I still like my transfer case idea. I don't like the idea of an EV on a solid axle. That's too much sprung weight. What are you doing up at this night? Not telling you what to do, but yeah, I should probably go to sleep. We've been going for 17 hours straight. All right, dudes. Leahy, all I'm gonna say is if that's even close to what the R2 is gonna look like, keep screaming. Keep screaming. I live in a very rural, a flying community, and the lack of availability is charging is why I went with a BMW instead of Tesla. Yep. Nice talk about this, guys. Good talk. We're talking about an electric car. Yep. I think we'll compound our design issues. Yeah. Dude, now I want to start a damn car company. How do you can I Google how to start a car company? How do you do that? Rivian and Tesla don't aim for people out in the boonies for their customers. They aim for urbanites who want a fancy car to show off all their friends and colleagues. That's the problem. And that's why people out in the boonies hate EVs. There was a guy this way back called Henry who was dissonant starting a car company. Yeah, probably have to go do some reading.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, chaos, right? Thing on a spring, 6-month resub. I have a Kia EV. It's basically a regular Niro with a different drivetrain. See, Kia has it right, Duckman, and guess what? People are buying them. Funny that. Funny how that works. That's a real humdinger. Real mystery there. I agree with EJ. If you can't stack plywood in the bed,
Discovery,
yep.
go at throttle up.
8-foot box, standard Aqualux, no exceptions. If you can't put stacks of drywall in the pickup bed, it ain't a friggin' pickup truck, dude. You're damn right. All right, Leahy, see ya. Shadow Wolf, 8-month resub. Well, guys, 17 hours in. I'm done. I might be a little late for the stream start tomorrow because this one went a little bit long. But I hope you enjoyed it. We talked cars. Talked about, I got caught up on all the space news. I fixed the truck. The truck runs. So, yeah. VOD viewers are going to have a nice long VOD. Italics, thank you for the raid. I do appreciate it. Guys, go give Italics a follow. He's a good dude. Excellent streamer. You will not be disappointed. And just like I talk about my car, I don't endorse streamers that I wouldn't watch. If I'm attaching my name to that and saying go follow Italics, he's a damn good frigging streamer and will not waste your time. I'm putting my word on that. Anyway, Twisted, I may not chat a lot, but I really enjoy the streams. Right on, brother. So yeah, go give Italics a follow. Trust me on that one. You will not be disappointed. He's a fantastic streamer. The guy's a better Hearts of Iron player than me, that's for sure. All right. Anyway, dudes, I'll see you. Thank you for all the follows. Pulse, if by some random chance there's a viewer named Pulse, if you're still here, I did the stream for you, man. I did it for you. I'd love to talk airplanes. Pegasus motor. Twisted, you know what I'm talking about. But anyway, Pulse, I did it for you guys. Pulse is a viewer that's been watching me for over 10 years, and today he graduated with an AE degree and a job lined up. I did this stream for you, man. So, hopefully you got a lot of entertainment out of it. He's probably long asleep, dude. And so, that conversation was 17 hours ago. It was right at the beginning of the stream. But I decided I'm doing a long stream because Pulse came in and dropped a 4-figure donation. A 4-figure tip, not a donation. It's not a donation. I'm not a charity. That's how this stream started. So, dude, I did this stream for you. You show me that you're going to keep working hard. Well, so am I. That's the unspoken deal. I'll see you guys about 8 hours, 7-8 hours. Yeah, Sparks, I'm logging off now. So, I did that one for you, buddy. Have a good night, everybody. I'll see you in the morning. Thanks for watching, everybody. See ya.